graphic packs with one single click. Just go to the first link in my description, click join for free, and then go through the setup process. Once installed, you will find it under Tools on Pro. Now simply choose a layout you want, either one of the free ones on top or one of the many premium options you get when you subscribe, and then with one click the complete package will get installed. And you're done. Again, the link will be in my description. And by now the setup has been finished. Just click on apply settings, and then now we can add our overlays, our webcam, our mic, and our alerts. The first thing to look at are the scenes and sources here. To add a new scene, you just click the plus icon, give it a name like in-game, then you click on OK, and the scenes you create on the left act like folders that hold the sources in the middle. So when we select in-game, we can click on the plus icon in the sources, then choose game capture, click on OK, and then you'll need to change the mode to specific window, and then select your game as the window here, for example Overwatch. You click on OK, and then you just right click the game capture, go to transform, fit to screen. Now to add your webcam here, simply add a video capture device and then choose your webcam here. And now you can just make this smaller and reposition it wherever you want. If you hold Alt on your keyboard, you can cut off one of the sides here. This way you don't lose too much space of your game. Now to get the free graphics pack I mentioned, just go to my Discord server. I will add the link in the description, and then on the left you will see free stuff, the overlay pack. Click this Google Drive link, and then on the top right click on the download button. Now go to your downloads, then unzip this folder, then go back to OBS Studio, click on the plus icon and choose image. Now click on browse here, go to where you unzip the folder. For me it's in the download, and then there's a bunch of graphics in here. For example, webcam borders, and then webcam border without name. Then you just click on OK, rescale it, reposition it, and then you will just need to make your webcam fit the border by rescaling it, repositioning it, and cutting off sides with Alt. By the way, also pay attention to the order of the sources here. If I drag my image below the webcam, then as you will see, my webcam will overlay the graphic, because these work like layers, just like in Photoshop. All the graphics in this pack also come with Photoshop files, and you can edit them for free with Photopia.com. Now to add a stinger transition, click on this drop down, click on add stinger, just click on OK, then click on browse here, go to the Neon pack we just downloaded, to stinger, and then open this file. Now change the transition point to 750 milliseconds, click on OK, and now when you change scenes on the left, there will be a smooth stinger transition. Now before doing the alerts, let's go to the settings here, then to audio, and make sure you add your microphone as your mic auxiliary device 1. For me it's this one, and as you see it's being added in the audio mixer. In here you can change the volume of your PC sound, your game, etc., then of your microphone. Now to add your alerts, the quickest way is going to streamlabs.com, then logging in here on the top, choosing your platform, then on the left click on alert box, and then copy your link here with this button. Now go back to OBS Studio, click on the plus icon, choose browser, call it alerts, click on OK, and then replace this URL with the one we just copied. Now click on OK, and all your alerts will appear within this red box. Let's quickly trigger a test event on the side. Let's click on test follow, and as you see, the alerts are working. Now this playlist here contains all my in-depth OBS tutorials, things like adding the whole Neon pack step by step, adding custom alerts, making your mic better. I really recommend checking the guides here and then improving your stream step by step. Thank you so much for watching, subscribe for more content, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a nice day. Now before doing the alerts, let's go to the settings here, then to audio, and make sure you add your microphone as your mic. Have a nice day. Let's go to the settings of your PC sound, your game, etc., then of your microphone. Now
There's enough food and pie for everybody.
Is going to Streamlabs.com. Bunch of graphics in here. For example, webcams with Alt by the way.com. Over auxiliary device 1 for me 50 seconds. Click on OK. And now when you change scenes,
don't hate a motherfucker because he worked hard. Stay hard.
Before doing the alerts, let's go to the settings here, then to audio.
When I was fat and lazy and insecure, stay hard. Struggling in school, struggling in life, people are giving me all this advice, trying to help me out. I lost weight, I got in shape, I started studying, I started to become one of the hardest working people out there, and guess what? They still had shit to say. They had shit to say when I was fat, they had shit to say when I lost weight. People don't want to see you better than them. That's what it comes down to. You make them feel good about themselves when you're fat and lazy. And you make them feel like shit when you come from the depths of hell and you decide to fucking make it. There's enough food and pie for everybody to eat. Don't hate a motherfucker because he worked harder than you. Your girlfriend or boyfriend. Get up. You don't want to go. If someone calls you fucking fat, they may be bullying you, but you might be fucking fat. Someone calls you dumb, it's mean, but you might be fucking dumb. It's life, man. Take it for what it's worth and change it.
And that terrible feeling when someone does tell you that you're fat, you can use that as fuel.
Period. If someone calls you fucking fat, they may be bullying you, but you might be fucking fat.
And that terrible feeling.
Someone calls you dumb, it's mean, but you might be fucking dumb. That's fuel. Period. It's life, man. Take it for what it's worth and change it.
And that terrible feeling when someone does tell you that you're fat, you can use that as fuel.
Period. If someone calls you fucking fat, they may be bullying you, but you might be fucking fat.
And that terrible feeling.
Someone calls you dumb, it's mean, but you might be fucking dumb. That's fuel. Period. Some of you said, where's Goggins at? I don't see him doing cardio anymore. Well, first I got tired of that shit. Well, obviously I'm still doing it. Hands off. How you feel, bro? Tired. My boy here, the man's 19, does this for an hour. He asked me how I do it so much, so long. Not be tired. Think about this. This machine is plugged into energy. The energy keeps it going. This machine, that's all. This machine don't give a fuck. My energy's here. It's plugged in here. Like this thing don't feel no pain. Think about this. Guess what? You gotta teach your mind how to feel no fucking pain. Some of you said, where's Goggins at? I don't see him doing cardio anymore. Well, first I got tired of that shit. Well, obviously I'm still doing it. Hands off. How you feel, bro? Tired. My boy here, the man's 19, does this for an hour. Goggins at? I don't see him doing cardio anymore. Well, first I got tired of that shit. Well, obviously I'm still doing it. Hands off. How you feel, bro? Tired. My boy here, the man's 19, does this for... I'm back, motherfucker!
How do you let other people's
I procrastinate like a motherfucker, man, every day. I don't want to do this shit. That's what's so funny, man. People looking like I'm some damn superhero that came down from the gods, from the heavens of earth. No, man, I don't want to do this shit. That's what's so funny, man. People looking like I'm some damn superhero. I'm looking at my shoes for 30 minutes sometimes thinking, man, oh, man, I don't want to. Fuck, man, people look up to you, Goggins. Fuck them. I don't want to do this shit. I'm like, I don't want to do this shit, man. But guess what?
You do it.
I'm going to do it.
As long as you do it.
I procrastinate like a motherfucker, man, every day. I don't want to do this shit. That's what's so funny, man. People looking like I'm some damn superhero that came down from the gods, from the heavens of earth.
You will never.
Every day. Oh, yeah. I don't want to do this shit. No, man. I don't want to do this shit. I'm looking at my shoes for 30 minutes sometimes thinking, man, fuck, man, people look up to you, Goggins. Fuck them. I don't want to do this shit. I'm like, I don't want to do this shit, man, but guess what?
You do it.
I'm going to do it.
As long as you do it.
I procrastinate like a motherfucker. Fuck them. I don't want to do this shit.
Test is not important. So if they tell you you're best, it's not important. The important is that you say you're the best.
It's only delusional until it works. So is it really delusional? And then once the world see it, there's nothing delusional about it. Now, your delusion becomes, oh, he was a fucking genius.
You don't have the mindset that you are the best reporter ever,
And then once the world see it,
then you already failed.
delusional about it.
My philosophy is, why be normal when you can be the best? I don't want to be normal. I want to make the difference. So everything I do, I want to make the difference. Because when I make the difference, I'm the best. And that is not arrogance, that is confidence for me.
I truly believe we are all equal as human beings. If we are obsessed with something and we truly pursue our passion with everything we have, regardless of anything else, if you are obsessed, work hard, put in the time, you will succeed. And that is a philosophy that I carry, my coaches carry. And
I'm able to just extract dopamine, the good dopamine whenever I want. Man, I've trained 99% of my life alone. No one pat me on the back. I did all of the work alone. And while I'm still hard on myself, I know what I did. So whenever times get bad, all this, who's gonna carry the bolts and what? That's real. I hate that people know me for that guy, because that guy is not every fucking day. Like, when they see me, they want that energy. That's not me every day. I can extract it immediately when I need to, because when you train alone, and I lived alone for so many years in this misery, and you're able to get out by yourself, I can take myself to such a level of real passion and purpose, and like, the feeling I get is something I can't even explain by myself. I don't need anyone. That's why people come to me to motivate them. No one can motivate you.
Sun don't stop for nobody, man. Sun don't stop. Sun gonna be up in the morning regardless. That sun is gonna be up in the morning regardless of how I feel and how depressed I am. The sun is gonna shine in the morning. And at nighttime, the moon gonna be there. And you gonna look up, these days gonna keep going by. So do you let the days go by and look up and you done wasted a year doing what? Or do you just pick it up? All right, I figured it out, made some mistakes, life goes on. You figure out life from this point.
You want to become best, you want to become champion. And now you want to say like you tired? Who cares? You tired or not? Nobody cares. He was tired, he had personal problem, family. Nobody cares.
We're all writing a book. What's your book look like? What does your fucking book look like? Like your life is a book. You got a bunch of chapters in your book, but when they close that book, how good was the book? How good was your book? What was the ending to your book?
Yeah. What was really your work ethic like, and for how long did you stay disciplined?
Well, I mean, every day, since 20 years. It was an everyday process, and trying to figure out strengths and weaknesses. For example, jumping ability. Man, my vertical was a 40, wasn't a 46 or a 45. My hands are big, but they're not massive. Right? So you got to figure out ways to strengthen them, so your hands are strong enough to be able to palm a ball and do the things that you need to do. Quickness, I was quick, but not insanely quick. I was fast, but not ridiculously fast. Right? So I had to rely on skill a lot more. I had to rely on angles a lot more. I had to study the game a lot more. And it just never changed.
What I found is that winning doesn't happen on show day. It happens in those early mornings, painful workouts, long cardio sessions, hungry nights. It happens in those moments of fear we all have when faced with a difficult goal, and then more so when you make up that fear. It happens in every second of every day before you win. If you can take every opportunity you have to bring yourself closer to your goal, win every one of those opportunities, all while becoming more resilient in the process, how can you lose? That's an exciting opportunity.
I became obsessed with being the baddest that God ever created. Am I that? I don't care. I believe it. And I was trying to tell him, once you become obsessed with something, obsessed, it's okay to be unbalanced for a while. It's okay. Don't be all this stuff people say. You got to be balanced. To be the best in the world at what you do. It's not about being a Navy SEAL, people. The best at what you do, you have to be unbalanced to find every bit of energy and strength that you have to pull it off.
How bad do you want it? There's two options. To continue forward, pushing upward. And if you do, that dream is given birth, and forever you will live in the reality of it. If you stop, quit, throw in the towel, I promise you there's no distance you can travel far enough to try to find that dream again. For it's dead, and in its death, it's replaced by regret.
What's the least amount of sleep you played a game on? Is there a story where it's like, no one knows about, where you went and played a game and it was so insane for whatever reasons?
No sleep.
You played a game with no sleep.
Zero sleep. Zero sleep. It's like, kids, Natalia had a certain, health situation, what have you, and you're staying up all night, and then you got to go out and perform because fans don't know, teammates don't know, nor do they care, nor should they, that you've been up all night. You got to perform. Like I see a lot of players take vacations with other players that are close friends. And or just take vacations just to take vacations, or just hang out just to hang out. Like I never did that. Like I see a lot of players.
Why not though? Why didn't you do that?
Well, because when I retire, I didn't want to have to say, I wish I would have done more.
All week you was work hard. End of the week, if you don't tire it, this is good question. You have to worry about it. But this is Saturday. Your 6th day, you work so hard. Of course you're gonna tire. Tomorrow rest, and Monday we're gonna begin one more training. If you're with your mom, she's gonna give you every day good breakfast. You don't do nothing. Stay there. But if you can't, don't complain. You wanna become best. You wanna become champion. And now you wanna say like you tired? Who cares? You tired? Nobody cares. He was tired. He had personal problem, family problem. Nobody.
A lot of people live their entire lives not fulfilling their purpose. One time in my life I felt that. What was my purpose?
How to get the most of Grammarly free.
It's Kayla on behalf of Grammarly to tell you.
I've saw myself as the weakest human being on the planet. And I wanted to transform that into the hardest man God ever created. Who's gonna carry the boats? I've saw myself as the weakest human being. When you go to war with yourself, you find a lot of peace. Because you know exactly who you are. When you quit, your mind says we're done. So it doesn't expand. There's no expansion when you quit. Your mind takes control of you. You have to say, you, I run this life. You gotta tell your brain where you wanna go and how you wanna go and how you wanna get there. Stay hard. That warrior mentality that I'm so proud of, I wasn't born with it. I was not always this strong guy you see. I went through a lot of hard times in my life to get here today. What changed me was I had to be hard on myself. And I had to continue to grind myself into a fine dust. The only way I could find myself was through putting myself through the worst thing possible. I was a scared, uneducated kid who stuttered, and I had to look at myself in the mirror and hold myself accountable for who I wasn't and who I wanted to be. Nothing was coming back to save me, so I realized I just saved myself. Fix it. And that's what I'm here to do. It's a hard journey. It's a real journey. It's a journey that's going to take you right outside of being comfortable. We all look for toughness. But we look for it in a comfortable environment. You will not find toughness in a comfortable environment.
You gotta do your best work when you're at least motivated. Those days you don't want to do it, guess what you gotta do? You gotta suck it up and do it.
You have got to suffer to grow. To grow, you must suffer. Things I don't enjoy that I still do, that's where growth is at. And that's, for me, the only place growth is at, is in that uncomfortable zone. Things I don't enjoy that I still do, that's where growth is at. And that's, for me, the only place growth is at, is in that uncomfortable zone. That's where growth is at. And that's, for me, the only place growth is at, is in that uncomfortable zone. So you want to be normal. So you just want to be like everybody else that roams the world, not knowing the power that's in them, being fine with being mediocre. You want to go back to who you were, huh, David? So you want to be that, man. So you just want to. I want my mind to know who's in charge. So for the better part of 26 years, my mind was in charge of me, which is why I made all these horrible decisions. But once you take control of your mind, you start making decisions for yourself versus your mind making decisions for you. So basically, a lot of us aren't prepared for life. We get up willy-nilly and this whole life is gonna happen. It is gonna happen, but it's gonna happen with a prepared mind or an unprepared mind. Most people attack life with an unprepared mind. What I do is I try to account for all things that could happen, might happen, probably will happen, and then the unknowns. Most people attack life. So basically, I can't account for everything, but I do know there could be some things that come up in life that you need to be ready for. I know for a fact I'm not going to want to work out tomorrow. Therefore, I'm preparing my mind for that. I don't want to do that. I know tomorrow will come with some difficult decisions to make. It may come with getting a phone call saying someone died, this happened, that happened. I'm always preparing myself, not in a morbid way, but just like, look, man, be ready for life. Don't let life just start attacking you left and right. Make sure that you start to build a mental armor so then you're ready for life. And that comes with a very physical way, and the physical helps out the mental. I realized at a young age how to change myself was through discipline. In the military, they didn't teach me that. It was something I realized I had zero discipline, zero self-discipline. And I realized I have to start developing this. And I started really because I was horrible at reading and I was horrible at writing. I have so many learning disabilities, it's not even funny. So I just sit down at the table and spend so much time in this, reading and writing and learning. And that kind of translated over to my self-discipline with working out. So that's where it started. I started when I was about 16 years old and said, well, I'm a 4th grade reading level. And writing and learning. And that kind of translated over to X gon' give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. I started when I was about 16 years old. At the end of the day, I asked myself one question. Can I take one more step? And usually the answer is yes. So if you can answer that question and not take another step, I ask myself one question. That is real failure. That is real quitting. So a lot of people can take one more step, but they choose not to. I don't know if you can take 2 steps. You gotta answer that question after you take the first step. But I can always take one more step, so if I choose not to, that's on me. I gotta live with that. Most people think I'm just some grand animal who runs and yells and just says and motherfucker all the time. And that's nowhere near the truth. That's maybe what they see in a 1-minute video, and that's what we believe. But there's a lot of thought behind a person being a born loser, becoming who I am today. You don't just wake up and just be rocky. You gotta wake up and think about, there's a process to getting better. For me, like, I built Goggins from the ground up. I was born David Goggins. David Goggins wasn't good enough. He was a scared, bullied, abused kid. That kid, whenever something got tough, no matter how hard I trained, no matter how ready I was, whenever something got tough for me, David Goggins, the real David Goggins, would come out and he would quit. So I realized this over a period of time. So I had to build Goggins. And in that process, I had to go back to that mental lab. And that mental lab is at scratch. That mental lab is in that trained humility. And so that's where I get better. I get better when I'm digging holes in the ground, when I'm waking up early knowing I don't have to do these things. That's where I get better.
What do you think most people get wrong about motivation?
They think it's a permanent fix. They think it's something that is a constant. They think that maybe once I get it, I'm gonna hold on to it. They think it's a permanent fix. Nothing is permanent. Nothing is permanent. And a lot of times you have to learn to perform without motivation. You have to learn to perform without purpose. You have to learn to perform a lot of different things, and that's what people think. They think I need to have this motivation to work out, to study, to be better. So if they don't have it, they just don't do it. And that's where you fail. You have to learn to train your mind well beyond motivation. If you have motivation, that's great. That's some kindling to the fire. All it takes is a little bit of a spark, you can burn a whole forest up. But motivation, you have to learn to exist without it. You have to be your best self when you're least motivated. And that's the tricky part about all that. Motivation is just a word. You have to have these different things in your mind on where you want to go and know that motivation is not going to get me there, because I'm not going to always be motivated. Learn to pick yourself up on your own. You got to be your own coach. I'm trying to build people up. I'm trying to armor their mind. I'm trying to get them the belief, because this world we live in is tough. It's tough. It will beat you down. The world and the life that we live in is the ultimate competitor. It will find your weakness and it will just hammer you. So if I can help you build belief, build confidence to the point where nothing can hurt you because you know exactly who you are. Being ashamed is one of the biggest things that kill people nowadays. In their minds, kill them from moving forward. I'm ashamed of myself. Don't ever be ashamed of anything you've done in your life. Face it, fix it, make it better. You have to build a person that can withstand the pressures of whatever they're going to be dealing with in life. I'm not trying to send a message of run 200 miles, be the best motherfucker in the world. Be tough. You better have a part about you that's tough, a part about you that can break down situations and get better. And break down situations very quickly within some trauma in your life, some devastation in your life, because it's going to come. The devastation, the trauma is going to come. And you can't allow that to become a Jersey barrier. It can't be a Jersey barrier. It has to be something that you can maneuver through very quickly and move forward. That takes a lot of toughness.
Unchosen suffering is going to happen, right? So the only thing that you can do is have some chosen suffering to prepare for it.
It's the only thing you can do. That's the only thing you can practice for the unchosen suffering. It's that chosen suffering. Do something that sucks every day.
Is have some chosen suffering to prepare for it.
I know there's so many people that have the ability and just refuse to get off that couch. Refuse to study a few more hours. Refuse to go deeper, to go further. And that's where I gain the advantage. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely. You become very, very powerful when you overcome yourself. You have to want it. You have to want to be better. And it starts off with you have to have pride in yourself. You have to have pride in yourself. You have to have, there's something about you, whether it's your last name, whether it's just the smallest thing. You have to be proud of yourself. And if you have no pride in yourself, I can't give it to you.
Because you're always going to compromise. You're always going to fold.
Always. I'm very proud of myself. Now I'm not talking about bad pride. The attention to detail for the human being I want to do. I call this thing, like, I want to be the standard. I want to be that guy. Like, every place I went in the military, there was this ethos about how this place is, how we're going to live, how we're going to represent ourselves. And I walked around and I saw that most people didn't live up to that ethos. Like, if you go to whatever company, they have this mission statement on how we want to run our company. I made one for myself on how I want to be. And that is why if people can make up a mission statement, an ethos in which they want to live by, and every morning you wake up, you hold yourself accountable to that mission, not a company's, your own. Make up your own mission statement. What do you want to be in life? And once you do that, now you can work with somebody to get better. You can work with yourself to get better. But until you know what you want to stand for, you will always just be sitting down. You'll never stand for anything. Your mind takes control of you. You have to say, I run this mother. And that's what that's all about. You have to build a person that can withstand the pressures of whatever they're going to be dealing with in life. Because this world we live in is tough. It's tough. It will beat you down. The world and the life that we live in is the ultimate competitor. You have got to suffer to grow. To grow, you must suffer. Because this world we live in is tough. It's tough. It will beat you down. The mind has a tactical advantage over you at all times. At all times of your life, the mind has a tactical advantage over you. Why is that? It knows what you're afraid of. It knows your insecurities. It knows your deep, dark lies. And it starts to push you away from that shit. It pushes you in a direction that is comfortable. Your mind takes control of you. You have to say, I run this motherfucker. When that alarm clock goes off at 4 or 5 in the morning, your mind says no. You just say, this is what we do. It's what we do now. Because to get to where you want to go, the amount of pain involved, I'm not saying physical, I'm not saying suffer. Your brain and your body, once connected together, can do anything. I'm trying to build people up. I'm trying to armor their mind. I'm trying to get them to believe. Because this world we live in is tough. It's tough. It will beat you down. The world and the life that we live in is the ultimate competitor. It will try to take you out. It will find your weakness and it will just hammer you. So if I can help you build belief, build confidence to the point where nothing can hurt you because you know exactly who you are. You have to build a person that can withstand the pressures of whatever they're going to be dealing with in life. You gain knowledge through suffering. And on the other end of suffering is a world that very few have ever seen. It's a beautiful world because that's where you find yourself. Every day you have to do this shit. Because why? When you stop doing it, you don't just maintain it. If you stop shooting a gun, you're not going to be a great shot when you pick a gun up a year from now. Find yourself. Every day you have to do this shit. Because why? If you want to be great, you want to be the baddest motherfucker ever at what you do, you're going to be misunderstood by everybody because you're going to be so obsessed and so driven to get there. That's what it takes. It takes every second of your life. Anybody say balance? Yeah, balance is important for a lot of people. It is. But if you want to go to that edge where people do not like you, don't understand you, question everything you do, you've arrived. When you are misunderstood to the point where people think you're psycho and you're nuts and you're this and that, why are you in the gym at 1 o'clock in the morning? You will never understand what is wrong with me. And that's why I'm so glad you don't, because I'm in the right spot. When people don't understand you anymore, you're in that spot of obsession and drive where people are like, what the f is wrong with this guy? I don't want to talk to you, man, because you're not going to get it. I can't get this paragraph. I can't remember what the f is in this paragraph to pass this test to get in the military. Read again. Still not getting it. Read again. But if you're not getting it, write it out. And that's how I started learning. I can't swim. I'm negative buoyant. Go back again. I can't swim. Go back again. Go back again. Go back again. I got it. I realize if I keep going back and going back and going back until the shit just becomes, your mind will say, okay, We're gonna figure it out because he is not going to stop. It's not like I'm gonna try one more time. No, it's just like alarm clock goes off, boom, we're going back. I can't read right, we're going back. I gave myself no way out, and my mind realized that. They said, okay, we're gonna adapt and overcome now. A lot of us wanna find peace first. So people say, man, you always talk about this suffering and pain and shit. I'm at peace right now because I went through that. You don't find peace first. If you do, Merry Christmas, more power to you. I found peace on the opposite end of finding myself and without going through trials, tribulations, suffering, accountability. And accountability is suffering. Being accountable every day for doing right for yourself and the people next to you is miserable. One thing we don't do is we don't have a new norm. My new norm is you get up every morning at 4 o'clock and you suffer. This is your new norm. That became my new life. Most people want to get out of it. I said, no, motherfucker, this is your new life. This is who you are. Your new norm is you wake up and you suffer. And I started realizing if that's my mentality, this shit ain't hard anymore. This is who you are.
Yo, it's Vanilla Ice, continuing to save Export Ultra freezer explosions whenever you need them. When you put an Export Ultra in the freezer, you should text ICE ICE to 423. And 34 minutes later, I'll call you back so you can enjoy an ice cold Export Ultra. Here for here.
Not getting civilized is about having a savage mentality. It's a comfortable world. A lot of us say, you know, like for instance, I see these athletes right now who retire. You know, I'm 38, you know, I'm 39. I did 20 years at the top of my game. And I'm chilling out now. You see them a year later and how they look. What the hell just happened to you? What the hell? You're one of the greatest athletes of all time. Kids looked up to you. Women, men of all ages looked up to you. And they hit the pinnacle where it's time to retire and their mind says, I'm civilized. The worst thing that could ever happen to any human being is they become civilized. It's that total accountability. Like even when you retire, there's a mother looking at me and judging me right now, man. I was the baddest person to ever live. Doesn't go away, man. You gotta wake up, even though you're retired, you never retired. You're setting the example every single day of your life. And being civilized feels so good. I'm sorry, man. Once you get to the top, you may retire, but you ain't never coming back home, man, because now you're judged. People see you falling off. You wanna be that guy who knows I may be retired from the sport or from whatever I did, but I'll be damned if you ever see me looking like shit, feeling like shit, not arriving. People, I've arrived. I've arrived mentality. You're always setting the example. Civilization feels so good. These comfortable feelings are what people want. They want retirement. They want that. They need that. It's a yearning feeling. I want it too. People love putting a label on me about, my God, man, you're just wired different. I'm wired different, dude. I'm thinking right now, after I got past my stuttering thing, now I'm on a roll, I'm good now. You know what I'm thinking about right now? I got to wake up tomorrow and do the same shit.
We are about to hit
leave this
3 million subscribers. 40 left to go. Yeah, 4 left to go. This is it.
I'm constantly callousing over my victim's mentality that I once had growing up.
We are about to hit 3 million subscribers.
The only way to keep from getting rusty is to constantly over that mother.
Thank you all
machine.
for
The
the
machine
support.
exists.
You
gotta keep challenging every day.
Subscribers.
How do I do it?
And then we need to instantly
How am I able to do
build
what I do on a
other
daily
buildings.
basis? You know, how do I fight the demons? Because they hear me speak and I'm very raw and real. How do you fight my insecurities, all these things? And they're there every day. They're there every day. I'm in search for a feeling. I'm not in search for a trophy. I'm not in search for love. I'm not in search for more followers on Instagram or social media. When I started this journey years ago, and I realized that I'm going to be somebody, and I'm searching for a feeling of true victory for myself, and only myself. The second I shut out the whole world and realized that one thing, that I am in this world alone. I'm fighting this race by myself. Yeah, I'm all about people, I'm all about team, I'm all about that shit. But I'm really all about right now, and in my life, no one knows the real truth about me, how hard I really go. I don't care if anybody knows. I don't want anybody to know. I'm an introvert. I live an introverted life, and I love that about me. That right there is my fuel, is I know that there's really no one out there grinding like me. And if they are, so be it. If I know about you, I'll make sure that I get it. That's what the mentality is all about. My whole thing is a mentality thing. I view myself as the weakest person on the planet Earth. I was just an insecure, scared kid.
There's no calories.
And the only way I could find myself was to put myself through the worst thing possible. My goal in life was to, in my mind, believe I'm the hardest man alive. And that's why the whole thing is can't hurt me. That's what it's about. It's about whatever you think you are, you have to make that dream a reality. But that's why the hard part is making that dream reality. That's where the hard work comes. That's where people know, how do you keep grinding every day? You have to make those insecurities, those fears. Like when I was 300 pounds, I didn't have any drive. I'm gonna go be a Navy SEAL. What kind of stupid shit is that, 300 pounds? There wasn't like a drive to go be a Navy SEAL. I was an insecure, lying kid, afraid. I had to look at my insecurities and in my fear and find drive in that. We're all looking for passion. Passion's all around you. You have a whole stack of it all around you. It's your insecurities, all that shit. You gotta dive deep in that shit. It's all in there. All the energy and fuel you need is right in yourself. It's all there. You got a lot of stuff to do to overcome. And, you know, that's where I found it. I found it right there in my own insecurities. I found drive in my own insecurities. And that's the most powerful thing in the world. When you can find drive in your own doubt, fear, insecurities, you become very unstoppable. You got a lot of stuff to do to overcome. Let's say you're in the hospital bed and you're getting ready to die, and somebody walks in the room, and you have one copy of your book, and it's sitting right there on the table. And you're taking your last breath, and you're talking to this person, and you say to them, I want you to read this book. As you're dying, think about this. That book that you just wrote, would it change their life forever? And if it's not changing their life forever, you have to rewrite your book. You have to start rewriting it right now. I wanted to live my life in a way that when I died, I was proud of myself. I knew what pride felt like. And if it took pushing myself to death, I was willing to do that. But I wanted to look in that mirror, not impress anybody, not money, not fame, not nothing. I wanted to impress the guy in the daggone mirror. And I worked endlessly and tirelessly to do that. And it happened. I see what is not the norm, what's impossible, what all the theorists say you shouldn't be doing this. That's the wrong way to go. And I'm like, let me see if I can pull this shit off. It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely. I really started to enjoy seeing what the human mind was capable of and seeing that what is so horrendous, there's so much joy and glory in this shit. The most important conversation is the one you have with yourself. You wake up with it, you walk around with it, you go to bed with it. Eventually, you act on it. Sometimes you act on it good, sometimes bad. You gotta change the internal dialogue. That person in your head that's talking that shit to you, until you change the internal dialogue in your head, until you callous over the victim's mentality that the world is out to get you because of you are the only, you gotta change that shit, man. I get that mentality. I once had that mentality that no one understands what the f I'm going through. And if you keep that mentality, you're gonna stay in the same exact spot that you're in. I've saw myself as the weakest human being on the planet. And I wanted to transform that into the hardest man God ever created. Your mind takes control of you. You have to say, I run this motherfucker. You have to be your best self and your least motivated. You have to have these different things in your mind on where you want to go and know that motivation is not going to get me there. The only thing that changes your DNA is discipline. If you can get through to doing things that you hate to do, on the other side is greatness. You have to be willing to fail 100 times to succeed once. If you're not willing to do that, man, you're not going to even get a fraction of what you're looking for. There's a new bar that you must always set in your life. And once you become complacent and you become civilized, you've arrived, you're no good for anybody. Everybody's journey is different. Everybody's journey is different. I was on a journey to see who David Goggins was. And that journey took me in some of the hardest areas a human being can even imagine. And right now, I'm the happiest person on the planet because, you know, I had to climb Mount Everest several times just to look down on my life to see what hell I came from. And that's what kept me going through all this stuff. Like I envisioned myself going through, like when I was a young kid and they called me Nick all the time. My dad beat the hell out of me and I had no self-esteem. I had this vision of if I can make it to where I want to go. Imagine when I look back on my damn life, how proud I will be. And now I'm here. I'm able to look back on this life I lived that many people will never understand because why? When you're passionate, they think you're crazy. And you can't even explain to people why you're doing or why you did what you did because you found your purpose. And once you found your purpose, you can't really explain it to normal people because they don't understand passion because they live everyday life just going, not really finding their purpose. So I become a foreign language to people. So they put me in the category of you're just crazy. No. I'm passionate. I found my purpose in this life. If you want to be great, you want to be the baddest motherfucker ever at what you do, you can be misunderstood by everybody because you're going to be so obsessed and so driven to get there. That's what it takes. The first step you have to do is face yourself and be accountable for what you're not. So then you can be what you want to be. I call myself fat because I was fat. And people don't want to do that. They want to say, oh, don't call yourself fat. Don't call yourself dumb. If you're not real and raw with who you are, nothing's going to change. And in this nice new world that we live in, we want to hear, you're just a little big. No, man, you might be fat. How you address it is you face it. You face it every day. You face it every single day of your life. Where you say, okay, like if you're fat and you need to lose weight, it's patience. It's patience in this fact of accepting who you are. Accepting the fact that sacrificing. And then through that, all these different tools started coming up. But I would have never found these tools if I didn't put myself in a very uncomfortable place. We all look for toughness. We all want it, but we look for it in a comfortable environment. You will not find toughness in a comfortable environment. Those of you who are listening to this, whoever hear this, you will not find it. I was trying to look for it everywhere. The only way you find it is to drown yourself in a position where you're just out of sorts, where you can't swim and you're drowning. You're drowning. You're drowning in life. And you say, you know what, man? I'm gonna figure out how to backstroke or something. When you quit, your mind says, we're done. So it doesn't expand. There's no expansion when you quit. When you say, this sucks, I'm drowning, I'm miserable, I'm suffering, I'm broken, but I'm not going anywhere. What happens to your mind is it does this. It says, he's not leaving. So we gotta expand. We gotta grow. We gotta figure this thing out. We're only 1% away from true greatness. There's a big difference between 99% and 100. I always thought that I was giving 100%. I wasn't. But I was only 1% from making that money, from being where I want to be, from having everything in life that I've ever dreamed of. But it's that 1% that we sleep on. It's that 1% that we wake up in that morning and we're like, you know what? Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Well, guess what? That's why it's so easy to be great nowadays, because most motherfuckers are weak. And if all you do is when you are trying to hit that snooze button on life, not in the morning, on life, just know this, all it takes is thinking about all those weak motherfuckers who are taking a day off. And trust me, you will come up real fast. Like I say, it's easy to be great nowadays because motherfuckers are just weak, very soft. Not in the morning, on life, just know this, all it takes is thinking about. Well, I believe that you have to build belief. Belief is like, there's an after school special belief where the mom says, believe in yourself, and that's all great, but there's also a built belief. And the built belief is one where you are constantly, like for me, I came from a bad place. How I build belief is through the daunting tasks I put myself through. So that's proof positive that I can. So it correlates. And that's how this piece of kid that I once thought I was built belief by saying, I was in 3 Hell Weeks. I went to Ranger School. I tried out for Delta Selection.
Undeniable stack of proof.
That is proof, motherfucker. So whenever you think you can't, confidence comes from the thing that you built. You must build belief. You must build confidence. It can't be like, hey, I'm gonna knock that shit out. You gotta look over here and say, I can knock that shit out. It's a belief, and it's built on what you put in to yourself. And one thing I was able to do was to dream. I was able to dream outside those 4 walls of that small town. And until you're able to really put yourself into that dream, but don't make dreams your master, that's where you truly become what you're destined to become.
What do you mean don't make dreams your master?
A lot of people sit back and they dream about being a sports figure, or dream about being a SEAL, or dream about being an astronaut, and all it is a motherfucking dream. They don't put the work behind the dream. That dream has become their master. When you become the master of your dream is when you say, I want to go be a Navy SEAL. You say, okay, I'm going to lose 106 pounds.
Dude, I was searching the whole store.
The dream was the one thing I thought about, and the dream is now gone. Now, what comes in, the dream goes away, and the laundry list of details and tasks come up. Gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this, gotta do this. That's when you become the master of your dream. So,
this is Liquid Skittles, or in other words, the Skittles version of juice. And this is the brand new Sour Skittles gummies. And in case you're curious, this is what the sour gummies look like up close and that compared to that of a normal Skittles gummies. And this is all the flavors collaborating. Now, as for the taste,
I think it's Warhouse. I bought a house in LA and I want to find it in GTA 5. Every day. Top 10 was talking. Warhouse. I bought a house in LA and I want to find it in GTA 5. Every day. Warhouse.
When you try and search a copy, you might literally says the original cannot be copied. So what if you take out stolen and instead try and photocopy a British council? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopy is working, let's see what happens when I put the last
in your head, there's a bunch of noise. When I was younger growing up, they called me this, they called me that. I heard noise in there. The second I put on the kind of quote-unquote Bose headphones and silenced the noise, I listened to my internal voice. My whole life never even listened to it. They don't want to do. Get off the podcast. Don't be on social media too much. Cut out all the noise.
You can see the
Get back
same
to the
thing in the euro, it's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally says the original currency. So what if they take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopy copy his work. Let's see what happens when I put
your life more seriously.
No way.
And I started looking at my life and all the shit I've been through.
Well, even
as
on
God,
this power note,
so
it's actually a
God
very
really
specific
believed in
pattern
putting me
known as the
here
Urian
to go
constellation
through
because of its
this.
similarity
And
to
I
the
see all
Orion
the
star.
hundreds of thousands of
You wouldn't
lives I've
particularly
changed
notice it at first glance
by
with
the
everything
hell
else
I
that's
went
going on
through.
with the design.
There's
But
a
it's
lot of
this
power in
pattern that
that.
every single
So
scanner
my
is designed to
purpose, as I
recognize
started
to
to go through this
specifically stop
journey,
you
is to
from
look at
copying money.
what
And it's not
God
just the
meant
British
by
pound.
us.
If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pattern. What if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, you can see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that's well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star formation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancellation. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works. Well, even on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star formation. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pattern. So what if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star formation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It actually just says the original pound. What if we take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy the British pound? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopy is working, let's see what happens when I put monopoly.
But no one's coming back to save your ass. You have to go back to where the shit started. Wherever that place is for everybody.
This pound note is actually very specific pattern known as the Urian link because of its similarity to the Orion star system. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the patterns within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original. What if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, just see what happens when I put monopoly. No way. Well, even on this pound note, it's actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian installation because of its similarity to the Orion star model. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put monopoly. Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian installation because of its similarity to the Orion star model. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original pound. What if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put monopoly. No way, that well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian installation because of its similarity to the Orion star model. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within the flowers on the go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put monopoly.
and be happy about it. It's a hard journey. It's a real journey. It's a journey that's going to take you way outside of being comfortable. It's going to be very, very uncomfortable. I'm not a theorist, people. There's a bunch of people who are theorists who go to libraries and study the mind. They study it in a book.
But if this happens, every single scanner is designed to recognize, to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look at the economy, you can see the same thing. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. I mean, the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original account. So once you take out the dollar note, instead try and photocopy a British pound.
So they sent me to John
And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when
how you did all this. How are you able to do all this? A guy came in from MIT. He said,
hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian Ellipse because of its similarity to the Orion star. You don't particularly notice at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original account. So once you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound, and then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put the monopoly.
Out of shape,
no way,
miserable, and created a human being in my mind that didn't
pound
even
note is
exist.
actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original account. So once you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound note, it's printed and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put the monopoly at it.
Just be my friend.
No way.
And that's where we get lost in life.
What's going on?
You start to create a whole bunch of things that aren't even yourself.
Known as the Urian
You never
constellation
figure out
because of its
who you
similarity
are.
to the Orion star.
You never live up
You
to
wouldn't
your
particularly
dreams,
notice
your
at first glance
ambitions.
with
You
everything else
live
that's
up
going
to
on with
what
the design. But it's this
whoever is
pattern that
around
every
you
single
that
scanner
you
is
like
designed
so
to
much, that
recognize
you want
to
to emulate,
specifically stop
you like
you
so much,
from copying
you
money.
live
And it's not
their
just the
dreams.
British pound.
You
If you
lose
look
your
really
power.
carefully, you can see
You
the
lose
same
your power.
thing in
That's
the
your
euro.
power
It's in the
over
dollar,
yourself.
but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. So once you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound note, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put the monopoly back. No way, that works. What's going on? Well, even on this pound note, there's actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on your note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? It's printed and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put the monopoly back. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the notes. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound on top. What if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look very carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar that masks even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the notes. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound on top. So what if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on here? Wow, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the notes. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound on top. So what if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on here? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the notes. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound on top. So what if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on here? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the notes. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound on top. So what if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on here? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the notes. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound on top. So what if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, you can see what happens when I put Monopoly on. No way, that works like depression. Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound copy. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, you can see what happens when I put Monopoly money in.
That's all I heard back then.
No way, that
gotta work hard. You gotta work hard. I'm not
hidden on this pound note is actually a very
get this paragraph. I
pattern known
can't
as the
remember
Urian
this
constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation.
Read
You wouldn't
again.
particularly notice it at first
Did I
glance
get
with
it?
everything else
Read
that's going on with the design,
If not,
but it's
get
this
it. Write
pattern
it
that
out.
every single scanner is
And that's
designed to
how I start
recognize
learning.
to specifically stop
Okay,
you
bro.
from
I can't-
copying money.
I
And it's
gotta
not just the
write
British
out
pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound copy. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, you can see what happens when I put
Because he
Monopoly
is not going to stop.
No way, that works.
It's not like I'm gonna try one more time. No.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. Within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? Given all this pound note is actually very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because it's similar to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound copy. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancel it. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, you can see what happens when I put Monopoly on. No way, that works. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize recognised to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy, because these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on your note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound money? It's printing, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian recapitulation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You won't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy, because these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on your note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound.
106 pounds
take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note. It's printing, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
We have no idea until we start trying hard.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian recapitulation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy, because these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? It's printing, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian recapitulation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy, because these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on your note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? It's printing, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy, because these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on your note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? It's printing, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works. Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian recapitulation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy, because these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? It's printing, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that And a lot of people did. What is going on here? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photograph the money? It literally just says the original cannot be
accountability.
So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly
even the smallest detail.
No way, that
I'm not a masochist, I'm not crazy, I'm not this
well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice that first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be recognized. What if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound card? And then just go straight to cancellation. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly.
It's okay.
No way, that works.
You can help yourself out. That's not okay.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original purpose is you. What if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, you see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
So it's perform without purpose.
That
You have to learn how to get up and do shit when you ain't got no
hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally says the original cannot be recognized. What if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working,
but sometimes you have to go beyond what you're feeling. And my knees were feeling. But guess what? I wanted to run. And I knew that, okay.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be recognized. What if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
You're trying to understand my mind in a way that very few humans get to understand the mind.
Known as the
Because you're
Urian
taking the
constellation
mind
because of its similarity to the Orion star
dark
constellation. You wouldn't
places
particularly
all
notice it
the
at first glance
time.
with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy
money. They literally just take the original panel and copy it. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I'm not doing it.
And I studied the dollars. Like, it's not just physical. When I was growing up,
well,
that's all I was getting paid. I got paid. And I was some stubborn little black kid in all white school. I'm on stage and I gotta say,
you wouldn't particularly notice at first glance with everything else going on with the design. But this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound?
Come out of this month,
and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens like a Monopoly.
I said it right.
No way,
that's space and shit. That's what I consider myself.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian calculation because of its similarity to the Orion star.
You wouldn't particularly notice at first glance with everything else going on with the design, but this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy because these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note.
What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original spot. You can pull that card and take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note.
People talk about discipline,
and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens like a Monopoly. No way, that line is full of shit. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian calculation because of its similarity to the Orion star.
You wouldn't particularly notice at first glance with everything else going on with the design, but this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. That's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note.
What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens like a Monopoly.
The mind of most people is filled with stuff that they have to move around to get to what they want, and it's constantly piling up,
known as the Urian
unorganized.
to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice at first glance with everything else going on with the design, but this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note.
What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note?
I study it.
And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens like a Monopoly.
I was going to write books.
No way,
But I was always trying to do it because I knew
hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian calculation because of its similarity to the Orion star.
You don't particularly notice at first glance with everything else going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note.
What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original pound. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note?
It's not
And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, see what happens like a Monopoly.
Whatever it is that brings us to that place of knowledge. So I come in for money and I write everything out.
Well, hidden
on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it as well with everything else that's going on with the design, but this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It says the original talent. So what if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound? Because you're now and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when it's monopoly.
Get lost in life. Get lost in life. And that next level is found in me.
Well,
it's an all
specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the same thing, but now even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the patterns within flowers on the note. What happens when you take just says what if you take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when it's monopoly.
That you're not.
No way.
Get yourself out. That's not okay. It's not okay. It's not acceptable.
Hidden on this pound note is actually a very sensitive
that's
known as the
acceptable, that's
Urian
unacceptable.
because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original pound on the note. So what if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when it's monopoly money. No way, that works pretty fast. Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, see what happens when it's monopoly.
Always falling short, always quitting before you're done, always procrastinating.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I've got monopoly money.
It comes from such
No way,
thought of trying to see what this is all about.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. But these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if we take out a dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to translate. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
In my belief, you had to
No
do
way,
this
that works completely fine.
So it may take a 200-mile run.
Well, even on this pound note, it's actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if we take out a dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that what's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It
Wake up in the morning, it's cold, it's wet, it's dark, you've got no cartilage in your knee, you've got shorts, whatever it is that's the issue today.
Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
It's warm on the couch, your missus says stay in bed, it's comfy, it's cozy, you've got work later on, you had an argument last night, you're slightly hungover.
Known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if we take out a dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if we take out a dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
When you're truly committed to something, not like where you like,
well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
And in my mind,
No way, that works completely
I'm written in my mind, it's okay.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian installation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? It's printing, and then just goes straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works completely fine. What is going on here? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian installation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original copy. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? So it's printing, and then just goes straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly.
Is it in the 20%?
No way.
The truth is, there's other part of your brain saying,
well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian installation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? So it's printing, and then just goes straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works completely fine. What is going on here? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? So it's printing, and then just goes straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly. No way, that works. What is going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. What if we take out the dollar and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just goes straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly.
My whole life got stripped from me, and I was like 20 years in the military.
Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And in the Japanese yen, it's absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money. It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So if you take out the domino and instead try and photocopy a British pound, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put a Monopoly. No way, what is going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look very carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancel. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens. Stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look at the economy, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It just says the original cannot be copied. So if you take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, see what happens when you're not No way. That's all I had. No water, didn't know what the hell. Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
Is when I realized
that works completely fine. What's going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. If these guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note, what happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original motivation. So what if we take out dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
To succeed in this race.
No way, that works. Hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognise to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the notes to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy the money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note, and then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly in.
Non-stop. So this was years ago.
What is going on? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually find the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound on it? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that worked completely fine. What is going on here? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it on first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly in.
All the things that kick my ass. I put them on the cookie jar because at times of hell,
well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly in. No way, that worked completely fine.
But what I was saying to myself,
well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money.
I believe
No way, that worked.
I believe
What's going on here? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern known as the Urian constellation because of its similarity to the Orion star constellation. You wouldn't particularly notice it at first glance with everything else that's going on with the design, but it's this pattern that every single scanner is designed to recognize to specifically stop you from copying money. And it's not just the British pound. If you look really carefully, you can see the same thing in the euro. It's in the dollar, but masked even further by using the value of the note to create that pattern. And then the Japanese yen is absolutely crazy. These guys actually hide the pattern within flowers on the note. What happens when you try and photocopy money? It literally just says the original cannot be copied. So what if we take out the dollar note and instead try and photocopy a British pound note? And then just go straight to cancelling. Okay, so just to make sure the photocopier is working, let's see what happens when I put Monopoly money. No way, that worked.
I brought some cookies.
What's going on for me? Well, hidden on this pound note is actually a very specific pattern.
Try a cookie? You want to try from... Dude, it'll be fun.
You're fat as
Yeah.
You want to be fat?
Yeah, dude. Being fat's fun.
Your mind is full of shit. That's not okay. Not okay. It's not acceptable. You roll your fat ass out of bed and all you want is some So about 4 months ago, this guy stopped me at a stoplight. Looks like, hey, Goggins, why am I not getting better? I don't even own a fucking car, and I'm a multi-millionaire.
I brought some cookies. You want to try a cookie? You want to try?
I don't even own a fucking car.
He couldn't move his leg.
When that alarm clock goes off at 4 or 5 in the morning, your mind says no. You just say, this is what we do. It's what we do now. Because to get to where you want to go, the amount of pain involved, the amount of mental pain, of how many times you're going to have to do something that... When I was fat and lazy and insecure, struggling in school, struggling in life, people are giving me all this advice, trying to help. Help me out.
Dickhead, boy, ghost like me. Dickhead.
Catch fire. I can't find no silver.
I'm posting a recipe.
Pranking the baby.
I am your. Stop.
Big bird, sesame.
Percent loot if you attack someone just 2 town hall levels lower than you. This used to be a big deal, and why people did not want to rush their town hall, they would max every little thing, including walls. But the loot penalty isn't as big of a deal as it used to be, because multiplayer matchmaking has changed, and now you are tried.
Experience unforgettable taste. Surf. Sip. Summer. Nespresso. designed for iced coffee.
To be matched with a player of the same town hall level as you. So it's very unlikely that you're going to be matched with someone that's multiple town hall levels lower than you again and again. But it is still a factor to consider, particularly if you are not going to be using collector farming armies, just raiding the mines and pumps. If you do want to know my top 5 farming armies, I'll have that video linked in the description as well. And because of the loot penalty, that is one of the reasons people will tell you to fully max your base, including walls. My advice would be, as soon as your builders are ready, I would upgrade. The other thing to consider is the laboratory. Now, the laboratory doesn't take as long to upgrade as your base, but there are bottlenecks as you move through. All I mean by that is there are some town hall levels, particularly the lower ones, where you will no doubt finish the lab before you finish all of the building upgrades. However, there's other town hall levels that is the opposite. I hear town hall 10 is the main bottleneck, where you might still have upgrades in the lab. For me, I still have the remaining upgrade for the golem, a bowler upgrade, and a bat spell upgrade. But I am not going to sit and wait for these upgrades to finish whilst all of my builders are sitting doing nothing. Because again, remember, in terms of upgrading your base, it's not just cost management, it's managing your time of upgrades as well. I also want to make it clear that you do not have to have all of your builders finished before you upgrade. Upgrading your town hall can be quite a personalized thing. At the end of the day, I have mentioned this in multiple videos, but Clash of Clans is a game. Some people will upgrade their town hall to get access to a new hero or a new troop. There is nothing wrong with that if that is what you want to do. But if you are asking me for the most optimal time to upgrade, then unless you just strictly want to rush, as I mentioned in the other video, I would wait until your builders are finished all of the buildings for that given town hall level. The other thing I did mention though is Clan Wars. Whilst the Clan War Leagues is currently ongoing and there is no matchmaking system for the Clan War Leagues, so it doesn't really matter, but for regular Clan Wars, if you upgrade, you might get a stronger opponent. And what that means is if you are number 1, you need to be able to take down that base, otherwise it might cost your clan the war. Now, the war algorithm has developed massively from where it used to be, so there's not really too much of a chance that you will gain a massive disadvantage, but what really comes into play is your skill level. And this is something that you need to consider when you upgrade your town hall. Because the more troops and spells that you unlock, the more things you have to learn. You could become overwhelmed and not necessarily specialize in the different troops and strategies. Now, that's absolutely fine if that's not what you want to do, but if you do want to win in Clan Wars, you need to make sure that when you upgrade, you are confident with the troops and spells and ready to learn something else. Now, I would say that if you have upgraded all of the buildings, not necessarily the walls, but all of the buildings, you probably have gained enough knowledge to be able to upgrade. It's more if you are rushing your base that the skill factor tends to come in. But with all of that taken into consideration, if you have decided around about now is the time I want to upgrade my town hall level, there's a couple of other very little things I want you to take into account before you press that upgrade button, just so you can absolutely maximize your effectiveness. If you are waiting the upgrade time out, for me 16 days, then you need to plan further in advance. But if you are just going to be using a Book of Building or the Hammer of Building, it's much easier for you to get these finer details in line. This first little tip is for those that purchase the Gold Pass, but you want to try and get your Town Hall so that it upgrades once you have the 20% builder boost. There is a lot of expensive upgrades when you get to a new Town Hall level, so any bit of discount helps. You might also choose to upgrade towards the end of the season. This means that once you've spent your loot, you've used the books and hammers, you then get the season bank in order to start the next round of upgrades. You also want to consider that when you upgrade your Town Hall, you will have the new Town Hall upgrade experience. And as part of that, you get some boosts. The lab will have max level troops for its level, so you probably want to use a hammer on the lab, but also you get the ×4 star bonus. Whilst I mentioned this earlier, and I do want to clarify that when I said when you upgrade, it means when the upgrade is finished. You don't want to have attacked the day before, that means you have an extra day. But my main point for this section of the video is you don't want to upgrade at a time where you are necessarily going to be inactive. Because you get the ×4 star bonus, you want to make sure that you upgrade at a time where you're going to be able to farm each of those days. But for me, the time has come to upgrade to Town Hall 13, as I've mentioned. All of the builders are finished, their actual buildings. I know I have walls, but I've explained why I am upgrading now. I'm also going to upgrade with loot, because I want to save my hammer of building for the lab, like I just said. I'm actually going to use the loot, and I will use one of my book of buildings to finish the town hall. This is because I have multiple of them from purchasing the packs, but if you only had the capped off amount of one, I probably wouldn't use the book of building on the town hall. I would use it on the upgrades when you get there. As a side note, a top tip, you can also make sure that you have purchased the hammers ahead of time. So I actually haven't purchased the hammer of building. I'm going to purchase that now, but notice there is a 7-day cooldown. So you can often purchase the hammer, upgrade the town hall, but make sure you've also got the cooldown finished to buy another hammer to then finish the lab. Ultimately, there's many different ways. That's really finer details, whether you use loot, whether you use the book or the hammer. That's really going into the nitty-gritty. But here we go. By the way, if you've enjoyed this one, you want to see my educational but entertaining Clash of Clans videos, I would recommend subscribing and also turning on the notification bell. I also want to quickly say, before I click that upgrade button, that for maximum effectiveness, I should use the Book of Building straight away. I'm not going to do that. I'm scheduled to be at work all weekend. I'm recording this video on a Friday, so I won't be able to be active and utilize the boost for a couple of days, nor will I be able to record the upgrade guide video, which I will bring you next. So I will start the upgrade, but in a couple of days, I will come back, use the book at the start of the next episode. So here we go. Town Hall 13 on the Sloth account. Let's do it. There we are. It is upgrading 16 days. If you want to know how to get the 6th builder as fast as possible, I have it linked on your screen. If you're watching in the future and the upgrade guide is live, I will have it on the right. You guys take care, and I will see you in the next video. We all know how long it takes to max the laboratory. It feels like forever. So let's tell you everything you need to know about speeding it up. Welcome back to the channel then, guys. I'm your host, Judo Sloth. You need to know that the laboratory is most likely going to take you the longest amount of time to max at any given town hall level. Fortunately, there are some things that you can do in order to speed up your progress. I will have video chapters so you can review any of the tips, but the first most important thing is do not do this. Do not have your lab sitting dormant. You always want to have an upgrade researching in the laboratory because it takes the longest amount of time. Now, I know that seems like common sense, but we will be feeding into this as I go through the tips. So let's begin with magic items. Although I don't have all of the relevant magic items in stock here on my Town Hall 12, it makes sense to discuss them on this account because I will be going over my future upgrades, which ones make sense to use hammers versus books, and of course resources just to naturally upgrade. I mentioned the books and the hammers, which I will be getting to, but the other magic item relevant to the lab is the research potion. This is because it makes lab upgrades 24 times faster. So essentially it shaves pretty much an entire day off your lab upgrade. You can't really go too far wrong with this. The only times you do not want to use a research potion is if you later plan on using a book to finish off the upgrade because you've then wasted the potion, or if you have less than 24 hours of the upgrade left And you are not going to be instantly putting another upgrade into the lab, because you have essentially wasted part of the potion. We then have the books and the hammers. They do a similar thing of instantly finishing an upgrade, which is good because most of the time it is time that is the limiting factor rather than resources. You have both the fighting and spell versions for both of the books and the hammers. You actually have the book of everything as well, so you could use this on either, but you could also use it on your regular buildings or heroes, entirely up to you. The main difference is that hammers do not require the resources in the first place, so the books only finish the upgrade time you still need the resources. The hammers do both, and that is where the big difference lies and how you have to use them correctly. So now that we've briefly gone over the relevant magic items for the lab, let's discuss it. I personally upgraded all of my elixir based troops on this account and left the dark elixir troops till later on. You know this because I brought you the video on how to upgrade your heroes fast, and that is what I was prioritizing on, alongside how to upgrade your base fast. So now that we have the dark elixir troops, it is highly important that I use the resources to upgrade some of them, the books and the hammers for others, and that I do this with the best efficiency. So let's explain. Now the research potion doesn't really come into play because each of my upgrades are longer than 1 day. So as already explained, as long as I use it when there's more than a day left, I can't go too far wrong. But let's take a look at the upgrades and compare resources to books and hammers. Let's start off with the minions. 17,000 dark elixir, 2 days and 13 hours. I am going to explain this in as crystal clear, simple format as possible so everybody understands. This upgrade would not be a good choice for the books or the hammers because it is both cheap and quick. Let's take a look at the Golem. 6 days and 9 hours, 85,000 dark elixir. So if I were to use a book for the Golem versus the minion, it is a much better option because the book is instantly finishing time no matter how long the upgrade is. So because the Golem is 6 days and 9 hours in relation to the minion, which is 2 days and 13, it's obviously a much better option. Let's take a look at the Hog Rider. 204,000 dark elixir, 11 days and 21 hours. In comparison to the Golem, it is both more expensive and longer. So yes, arguably the book would give me better value on the Hog Rider than the Golem, but it would also provide much better value to use the hammer because I don't have to spend 204,000 dark elixir. Now that raises a really interesting point that both the books and the hammers will become better value the higher up you go. But remember, the storage capacity of both the books and the hammers is 1. So whilst saving onto it will always provide you better value the higher up you go, you do have to make a judgment call as to where you are as to spending it on the best value at that given situation so that you can free up capacity to get another. Now there are a couple of exceptions to that which I will get onto, but one thing which is really important is making a decision for you. Because whilst you do want to have a look at upgrade costs and times and pick the best possible value for the books and the hammers, you might be upgrading your base differently for different purposes. For example, on this base, I have been prioritizing the Hog Riders over a lot of other things because you know from my video 2 days ago when we discussed when you should rush your town hall that this base was rushed in order to provide donations. So for me, and in some situations, shop, because if you want to progress through all of the town hall levels and you're not worried about your instant progress here and then, there is a way to stack the medals whereby you get way better value. Now, if you do enjoy my educational but entertaining Clash of Clans videos, I would recommend subscribing and turning on the notification bell. You can also join the dojo for exclusive perks such as custom emojis in the comments. Whilst the Hammer of Fighting and Spells has a capacity of 1 and a 7-day cooldown after you've purchased one before you can get another, your Clan War League medals actually can be saved up to 2,500. Now, this is way more than you would achieve in any given season. I would say the average player would probably achieve somewhere in between 250 and 500 league medals. Even if you were to achieve 500, that is 5 months worth of medals before you hit the capacity. Now, you would want to start spending the medals, start purchasing the hammers and using them before you stacked up on maximum amount of medals, but it does give you a little bit of leeway whereby you can wait a few months and therefore the hammers would give you way better value. I appreciate that is a longer term strategy and something that you would need a lot of patience and dedication to pull off, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you couldn't buy a hammer here and there if you really wanted an upgrade. Again, it's that balance between enjoyment of the game, what you actually need at any given time, versus the best efficiency. And do not worry, you would always be able to spend the medals faster than you could achieve them. Don't worry, there are certainly other tips in terms of speeding your progress in the lab, but the magic items where you can really make a big difference, so that's why I wanted to cover that first. The other exception though to not just using your book to free up capacity is if you are going to be purchasing any special offers within the game. Just know that any of the packs, the magic items will stack. Therefore, you don't have to worry about freeing up capacity, but I would give a word of warning on the Gold Pass, because even though you purchase it, the books from within the Gold Pass, you will need capacity in order to collect them. You would not want to sell the books for 50 gems. You would be better off using the book on a less effective upgrade because it's still going to work out better than 50 gems that you get on return for a book. But the Gold Pass comes around every month, so you have a couple of weeks to plan your upgrades for the best efficiency. If you are purchasing anything in-game, whether it be the Gold Pass or any of the packs, remember you can help to support your favorite content creator in your settings. My code is Judo, and it is much appreciated, my friends. Let's cover all of the other stuff then. Some of these tips might seem like common sense, but activity within the game is highly important. More farming, I will give you a farming army, but being able to take part in everything means you get more resources to upgrade within the lab. And remember, the most important thing is not to let the lab sit like this with nothing upgrading. Clan games is important. As part of that, you will get more resources, but also more magic items. When you are collecting from the clan games, make sure you are prioritizing the Book of Fighting, the Book of Spells, anything that helps you in the lab. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a juggling act depending on what you want to upgrade. If there's a Book of Heroes in there, you might prioritize that, as I did when I brought you the secrets on how to upgrade your heroes fast. But if you are asking me about the lab, that's where the bottleneck tends to be. It takes the longest at any given town hall level versus anything else. Then prioritizing the lab means you are trying to balance it out, whereby everything finishes together. But I do appreciate that hopefully Supercell will continue to shorten the amount of time in the lab. And just slotting this in here before we move to the next tip, because I know it will be asked in the comments, I do not think that Supercell will ever give us a second lab. I often get asked, can we have a second lab for the troops and the Dark Elixir troops? Maybe a different one for the spells instead of troops. But the fact of the matter is, real estate on the base is so important. Supercell are already problem solving. What happens as they add more buildings? They don't want to expand the base. What happens when they get over 100 buildings and each building is not necessarily worth 1% in an attack? One method they have came up with is fusing defenses. Maybe they will go with that, maybe they won't. But adding a second lab would just add to the problem and would not help the outcome. They would be better off just cutting the upgrade time by 50% of everything in the lab. It would still give the same outcome as a second lab, and they don't add to the problem of adding buildings to the base. So I don't think we would ever see a second lab, but I do think that Supercell should continue to cut the times as necessary, like I said. I feel I might get asked, should I purchase anything in the trader, so I will go over that, but also I want to make clear that you should always keep an eye on the events tab. Often there are events there that are relatively easy to complete, and you gain magic items, sometimes resources, sometimes it is books that can help directly with the lab, but even if not, it's not to say that everybody just struggles with time. Some players might struggle to gain the resources. So in that case, taking part in anything is going to help you upgrading both your base and keeping your lab researching, which again, you want to make sure it is always researching. Now, with regards to the trader and the daily deals, I personally would not purchase the research potion. 120 gems I don't feel is enough value, but maybe you do. My recommendation wouldn't be to purchase that. The Book of Fighting and Spells are both actually over 900 gems. So again, I personally wouldn't go with that. But if you are planning on using gems to finish an upgrade, then it might work out better value for you. Again, I probably wouldn't recommend that for most players though. I have two quick top tips for you right now that I probably should have talked about when we were discussing the relevant topics, but I forgot. I have been drilling into you to keep the lab researching, but there is one exception: the Gold Pass. I often talk about the perks of the Gold Pass. The research boost is the boost that is relevant to the lab, but when you might not start an upgrade is if you are close to the next research boost. If it is going to take you a couple of days to get there, you're probably better off to just start the upgrade. But if you think you can get to that next boost within a couple of attacks, you will probably save more than the time it takes you to get to the boost. So it's definitely worth waiting on the upgrade until you get that boost. The other tip is in relation to the hammers. I mentioned the 7-day cooldown, making sure you are purchasing the hammers every 7 days, but do not feel like you can't do an upgrade in the meantime. You should use one hammer. Then you can do an upgrade. The Battle Blimp is 8 days and 12 hours. You can still purchase the hammer when the 7 days is up. You don't have to instantly use it. Then when my Battle Blimp has finished upgrading, I can use the next hammer and I haven't wasted any time in between. When is it time to upgrade though? Should you upgrade your Town Hall level even if your laboratory is not finished? I'm not going to go into great depth with this because I have a video explaining when you should upgrade your Town Hall level, taking into account everything, but my personal opinion is because the lab tends to take the longest and you will more than likely be finished everything else and still have some troops and spells left to upgrade, I would just upgrade my Town Hall. Otherwise, you will have builders sitting doing nothing. Don't get me wrong, it always comes back to how you want to play the game. But if you have builders sitting and doing nothing, then you are wasting time. It's inefficient if you are wanting to max as soon as possible. The other thing to consider is that you don't use all of the troops and spells for every attack. So you probably want to prioritize a farming army, a war army, also take into account the barbarians and the archers, because remember, the barbarians and archers that are spawned from your hero's ability are the level that is in the lab. Following that, it kind of comes down to what you want. You probably don't need to upgrade everything, so therefore, just upgrade your Town Hall and don't worry about it. I do want to show you my recommended farming army real quick, but I also want to cover, because I'm sure I will be asked, what should you upgrade first? Now, this is always very subjective, and it's constantly changing with the meta. So that's why I recommended a farming army, a war army, the barbarians and archers, and then you can kind of branch out from there to different war armies based on what you want. But I do actually have an upgrade guide for every Town Hall level, which you may want to check out. That video will be linked in the description alongside other relevant videos to this one, and I do plan in the future of maybe bringing a lab-specific guide going over all of the different troops and spells. Let's quickly do a live attack then to showcase my farming army, the baby dragons and lightning spells. I also want to get an upgrade going in the lab, and I am going to upgrade the lava hounds. I didn't have it upgrading throughout this video because I wanted to make the point to you of keeping it upgrading. But let's go ahead and get the lava hounds upgrading. This is going to be part of my lava loon attack strategy. And just know that if you have any further questions on this video or any of my others, you can drop by my live streams on Twitch. The link for that is in the description. Okay, this is a nice amount of loot to showcase the baby dragons. Now, you don't have to use this farming strategy. You could use whatever one you wanted, and I featured my top 5 recently in a video. Reason I like the baby dragons, it is a single troop and single spell to upgrade in the lab, so it's relatively quick, and you can take the collectors or the storages. So let's take a look at this base. Now, I like to use the lightning spells. I do see the stuff in the storages, so I want to get in there. I like to use the lightning spells to take down an air defense, but something else as well. So actually, we could take the air defense here. We could take the archer tower and get damage on the eagle. Did I miss the archer tower with one of my lightnings? Maybe I did. I'm not going to use another one there just yet. Let's use the lightning here to take the archer tower, air defense, and sweeper. So yes, must have missed one of the lightnings over there before. And let's hold on to the other lightning for the moment. Actually, let's use one to finish that archer tower because I still have enough to finish the another air defense if needed. So you want to spread the baby dragons around the base so that they are using their enraged bonus. If you are trying to get deeper into the base, for example, to storages, you do want to deploy them onto the defenses first. So you would want to prioritize, let's say, this archer tower in order to take that down. Then the baby dragons have a little bit of just free reign, if you will, to move around the base. So I'm trying to target that unsuccessfully at the moment. Let's take a look at the rest of the base. Let's actually use 3 lightning onto here, try and damage the queen whilst we are at it, and then let's send baby dragons around the bottom. Now, I do need to be careful because you can forget about the storages as long as you take the collectors. That is where most of the loot is. You guys know that. So you do want to make sure you are pinpointing the baby dragons. You don't necessarily have to take down defenses if it's unnecessary. If you can get that area, I can leave the defenses. You just want the loot. So let's put one into that gold storage. Got plenty of baby dragons down the bottom. We're getting this elixir storage. Then we do have the dark elixir here. We've got 14 baby dragons. So let's spread them around the top. I do have my archer queen, but your archer queen is obviously a little bit different. You don't have to use your archer queen. You can save onto your hero abilities to try and take down the enemy queen. Didn't quite get her. I'm debating sending my archer queen into the center to get the eagle, and then that makes it a little bit better for the baby dragons as well. Actually, my archer queen is going to go around the side of the base here, isn't she? So if I can use one more baby dragon to get the Tesla and the archer queen, she should then go into the base. Perfect. 42 seconds. Oh no. No. Too busy trying to explain the strategy and not enough time deploying troops. Let's get in there, Archer Queen. I don't think we're going to get the Dark Elixir storage. Let's see if we can get the 2 gold storages. Queen's doing okay. She should get the Elixir. And we will finish with a nice bit of loot here. Let's just put it that way. Nice bit of loot. Could have been better. Let's use the Queen's ability. But hey, I've taught you the strategy. You know what you need to do. And it is, for me, the best farming strategy. I don't think there's anything that I prefer over it. It is very good at taking down collector raids and storage raids to try and pick it apart. And in the end, how much did we get? Oh, just short of 1 million. I love to share my 1 million loot raids on Instagram. Not quite here, but at least you know the strategy. If you want to know how to upgrade your heroes fast, I have a video right here for you. Similar format, same playlist. I would check that one out if you're interested. Subscribe button is there, my friends. But I will catch you in the next video. Have a good one. Not rushed. Using friendly challenge as a zero pressure practice ground. Just test things out. 3 tips here. Never rush your base no matter what. Never rush your attack. Look at every single detail, how you can get the maximum value. Do not be afraid to experiment. Great tip. Test new things out. Pick the areas of an attack you want to improve and work on those within Friendly Challenge or multiplayer. Maybe you want to improve the Queen Walk or the Lava Loon deployment. Pick one area. Ask your clan members for advice on what they feel you should work on improving. If your clan members cannot help, maybe try Reddit or the forums, or even my Discord server has an attack planning section. You can also ask me any questions when I'm live on Twitch. The link for that is in the description. How to attack or strategize your attacks to take the Eagle Artillery without triggering it. We mentioned right at the start of the video, try and plan so you're not using enough troops to activate it. If you don't consciously work on the aspects of the game you struggle with, you will never improve. Whilst doing a Queen Walk, be cautious of DPS defenses. Use the ability early if needed, because the automatic ability might not work if the defense can take out your queen faster. Keep the game fresh and fun by rotating game modes and the strategies that you use. If you are searching in multiplayer, the 30-second preparation has expired. It starts the 3-minute attack and you end the battle without deploying any troops. You won't lose any trophies. Continue to watch YouTube videos to keep up to date with the strongest strategies in the game. It's okay to lose when you're farming, especially if you're getting big loot. After watching a YouTube video, you will have to go away and actually practice the attack itself so you know how to execute it. You can always rush a Town Hall 12 account so that you can donate siege machines to yourself or to your clan. Make sure you continue to enjoy Clash of Clans. If you don't enjoy it, then your motivation will continue to decline and you won't improve because you're not putting as much effort in. The biggest tip is to play Clash continuously. If you continue to play, you will continue to be upgrading your base, but you also naturally understand the troops and how to use them. Mastering Clash takes a long time. It won't happen overnight, so stick with it and enjoy. 2 tips here, but when starting the game, it depends on how much time you have. You might want to level up 2 bases at the same time, even if you have a primary one and one you play more passively. But this all depends on how much time you have. However, the second tip is to connect to Supercell ID while you're farming. Only you can recover your base from defense. Try to take part in as many game modes as you can and be as active as possible to upgrade your base faster. Don't try and run a clan by yourself. There's no advantage to running the clan personally. It can just be stressful. Try and have friends around you that have the same goals as you in order to make it fun. Many people ask about fixing a rushed base. I do plan to bring a video on this in the future, but really you can't go too far wrong with just being active. 3 tips here, but plan your upgrades. Use the runes when you are going to be doing an upgrade. Secondly, if you are doing a new war attack strategy, be sure to practice in multiplayer or friendly challenge first. And thirdly, if you have clan castle troops for your war attack, put them to sleep so you don't lose them on defense. Starting a second account can keep the game enjoyable and show you actually how much you have learned and improved with Clash. Keep an eye on the pro scene. The World Championships often reveals new tactics. Watching the pro players can also help you to reverse engineer their attacks so you can identify where to improve. You can make holes or empty spaces on the outside walls in order to mess with wall breaker pathing. Tip 300, continue to push yourself, maybe applying for more competitive clans as you improve. You might even find yourself in the World Championships. Thank you guys so much for sticking through this. Let me know down in the comments roughly how many tips you knew about. I'd be interested to see, honestly, how many people knew. Now I'm going to link here my video providing a tip for every single Town Hall level because I do think it will be useful for you, but as I mentioned in one of the tips, feel free to have a look through my video catalog. The subscribe button is here as well. Thank you guys so much for 300,000 subscribers. I hope you enjoyed this special. It took a long time to put together, integrating you guys as well. Enjoy the rest of your day and I will see you in the next video. The Queen Walk. What is it? When should you use it? What level does your queen need to be? All of the basics right of the way through to the advanced tactics. This video will be your one-stop shop for learning and perfecting the Queen Walk or Queen Charge techniques. So let's get into it. Welcome back to the channel then, guys. I'm your host, Judo Sloth. I want to bring you the ultimate guide for queen walking, and I spent a number of hours yesterday planning out every single part that you would need to know, because I like to bring educational but entertaining Clash of Clans videos, so if that's the type of content you want to see, I would recommend subscribing and also turning on the notification bell. Now, just so you know, I have planned to start with the basics and move right of the way through to the advanced. I would highly recommend watching right of the way through because the opening phases are arguably the most important. However, if you do return to the video and you want to skip to a certain section, I have video chapters so you can skip right on ahead to the part you want to review. Let's start off with what exactly a queen walk is. You unlock your Archer Queen at Town Hall 9, so it is obvious this video is for Town Hall 9 and above. A queen walk is the process of placing 4 to 5 healers onto your Archer Queen. Now, I will be discussing why you take 4 or 5 healers and what factors impact your decision making momentarily. However, many people will ask, what is the difference between a queen walk and a queen charge? They are both the same in terms of skill set. It is all to do with where you send your queen. So if we were to walk the queen around the outside of the base, this is classed as a queen walk. If we are to charge the queen into the base itself, this is classed as a queen charge. Just know that throughout the video, I will be referring to these interchangeably, but they require the same skill set, so that is the correct terminology. Also, be aware that you might be able to queen walk one area of the base before switching and charging the queen into the base itself, therefore using a combination of both, which can work really well against set base designs. I will get to this, but real quick, you might want to use the queen walk to funnel one area, because you do have to funnel either side of your Archer Queen if you want her to charge into the base. The question of what level does my Archer Queen need to be in order to successfully carry out a queen walk is something that gets asked all of the time. However, this is a really complicated question, so I will answer it in as simple terms as possible, as well as give you some examples for each Town Hall level if you are attacking a maxed level base. So the biggest factor in terms of what level your Archer Queen needs to be is the level of base you are going up against. Naturally, if you are attacking a lower level base, you could use a lower level Archer Queen. However, let's say you are attacking a maxed level base at any given Town Hall level, it depends on your skill set. How well practiced are you with a queen walk? If you are a higher skilled player, then you can probably use a lower level queen. However, it also depends on how much base you are trying to take out, and this is not just in relation to actually allowing your Archer Queen to survive. Just know that as she is a lower level, it will also take her longer to take out the buildings, hence you have less time. However, I always try and give you an example to work from. This will be relevant as I discuss how long should you queen walk for, how much damage of the base are you trying to get. I will give you some examples. However, in terms of your queen level, for Town Hall 9, I would give you the guideline of level 20. Obviously, the higher level your queen, the easier it is going to be, but start practicing at Town Hall 9 because it's going to be easier as you move through the levels. For Town Hall 10, I would give you the guideline of level 30, so the maxed for Town Hall 9, you could comfortably do a queen walk or queen charge moving to Town Hall 10, and this actually echoes to Town Hall 11. I would think a level 40 queen. Moving to Town Hall 12, I would give the guideline of level 50, and then moving to Town Hall 13, the guideline of 65. So basically, if you have maxed for the Town Hall beforehand, I think you could comfortably do a proficient queen walk or queen charge at the higher level. Before I demonstrate the specifics of the strategy and go into the advanced techniques, I want to explain the healer situation, why you take 4 or 5 of them, because it is pivotal that you understand why you do what you do with a queen walk. So for the healers, they have a set effectiveness on heroes. The more that you use, the less effective they become. So for that reason, you only take a set number of them. For the first 2 healers you use, you get 100% effectiveness per healer. For the 3rd and 4th, you get 90% effectiveness for that 3rd healer and for that 4th healer. So still pretty good value. However, for the 5th healer, this drops to 70%. So for that 5th healer, it's only doing 70% of the healing. And for that reason, you tend to only take 4 healers. The reason you would take a 5th is if you are charging deep into the base itself. There are techniques to try and help with this, which we will be demonstrating. However, if you lose a healer to a black bomb, this could be very vital. And if you have 5 on the queen and you lose 1 of them, then you're still getting that maximum effectiveness, because the 5th healer turns to the 4th, if you will. It's not like the effectiveness is stuck at 70% once you've used 5. However, for 6 healers, it drops to 40% effectiveness, so obviously the 6th healer, you're not really getting much value from it. Now at this stage in the video, I was going to discuss the Queen AI, why she targets set buildings and how you can predict that, as well as which buildings you should take out for every town hall level. However, I'm going to bring that later in the video. Let's get straight into the Queen walk. So the first thing you need to know is funneling for your queen. Now this is much more difficult for a queen charge, but in a nutshell, for a queen walk, you just need to identify which area of the base you want to walk her, and you might have to use some troops in order to take out buildings to the other side to force her in the direction you want her to go. However, it is much more difficult for a queen charge, because not only do you have to set the funnel on one side, you have to set the funnel on both sides. So on the right of the queen and on the left, in order to draw her into the base itself. Now I did a whole separate video on funneling explained. I went into all of the depth, so I would highly recommend that video, and I will link it at the end of this one. I don't want to repeat myself necessarily in this one, but as long as you have created the funnel on either side of the base and you have access into the base, then your queen can be drawn in. Now in terms of access into the base, you might use just wall breakers, and I do have some tactics coming up. If you are using the wall breakers, you could use super wall breakers if you have them unlocked, or even the jump or earthquake spells can be used deeper into the base, or when it's difficult to use the wall breakers. If you have access to siege machines, depending on the strategy you are setting up for, a wall wrecker might actually be a good idea as well to send the queen straight in. Let's just give you the tips for the wall breakers real quick whilst we're on that subject. I would highly recommend a test wall breaker on the outside of the base in order to check for spring traps or small bombs, although higher level with the super wall breakers, this isn't used as much anymore. I did a video on the wall breakers explained. I'd highly recommend checking that one out, but what the test wall breaker does is allow you to send your regular wall breakers in unscathed, but if there is a multi-target inferno within its range, you will probably have to freeze it. Also, if you are going to then use a jump spell directly after the wall breakers and you froze the multi, you've already committed 3 spells. You might actually want to consider 4 earthquakes to just open it up and do damage onto the other buildings. The other part, which we will be discussing in a moment, is rage spells onto your queen. Now, if you can combine the rage spells with the wall breakers coming through, it means the wall breakers have a much higher success of actually busting the wall and allowing your queen into the base. Now, I wanted to quickly just clip in this part because I thought it was relevant to you to give you a bit of a benchmark. Again, this is not a set in stone answer, but in terms of how long should you queen charge, you really should be spending around about 1 minute to 1 minute 30 maximum on your queen charge. Otherwise, you might time fail if not, and you've got to argue, is it worth it to do the queen charge if you are charging for less than a minute? Is a Suihiro method better? What about total destruction? How much percentage of the base should you take out? Again, it's not necessarily total destruction, it is the Let's discuss the spells you should be using and how to use them in advanced tactics, move on to Town Hall 13 gameplay, and at the end we will dive over buildings before trying to down at any given town hall level. Now, one thing I forgot to mention on the funneling is when you are attacking the base, it is very difficult to push the queen in from the corners of the base. Try if you can to push the queen into one of the flat sides. However, in relation to spells, if you are luring the Clan Castle, it goes without saying you want to try and use a poison, and also use it whereby the troops are in the poison for the longest amount of time. However, one of the most critical spells with a Queen Charge is the Rage spell, and the placement is key. You want to try and ensure that you have both the healers and the Queen inside the radius of the spell. That means the healers are boosting the healing effect, the Queen also has added damage. The healers are the priority, so for that reason they want to be towards the back end of the spell, so that as they move forward, they are in the spell for the longest amount of time. Also, you want to ensure that you are using the Rage spell at the appropriate time to protect your Queen's ability. One big mistake I see is people using the Rage spell too late. You should be looking ahead of where your Queen is in order to know which point defenses are going to be locking onto her momentarily, because that means you might be able to use the Rage spell at the right moment to protect the Queen's ability for when you really need it, for example a single Inferno or the enemy Archer Queen. Another spell that is particularly useful for a Queen Walk or Queen Charge is the Freeze spell. This can be best when the defenses are quite clumped so you can get good value, or on defenses that do a high amount of damage at any given time, such as the single target Inferno in order to reset it and protect your Queen. It can also be good if the healers get in range of a multi-Inferno or the Giga Tesla or Giga Inferno at higher level. Also, the other good thing is it is a transitional spell, so if you end up not needing it for the Queen Charge, you can definitely still use it for the rest of your raid. Let's now discuss some tactics to perfect your Queen Charge. I also want to discuss the AI of the Queen, because that's quite advanced in itself, before finishing off with the guide for which buildings you should take out for any given Town Hall level. The first tactic I want to discuss is a coconut balloon. This is where you send in a balloon to try and find a black bomb. If you do not do this and your healers hit the black bombs, they will go down straight away, and they are worth 14 troop capacity. Meanwhile, the balloons are only worth 5. We mentioned earlier on in the video how important it was to take the 4 or 5 healers. You want to try and protect those healers throughout the raid. Many people ask, why is it called a coconut balloon? Now, it was given the name because you are sending the balloon in as a test balloon, which is probably a more appropriate name, but it's going to go down, so when it does, it looks like a coconut falling out of a tree. Also, just know that if you plan on testing an area with the balloon and you have a rage spell down already for the Queen, it might be a good time to send in the balloon, because the added speed it gains from the spell will help it get to the area you are trying to test easier. Also, if it's a regular war, one of your clanmates has already attacked the base and there is a replay, make sure you watch it, because it might showcase if there is or isn't a black bomb in a certain area, because if you don't need to use the balloon, then don't. A great troop to use alongside your Queen Charge is a Hog Rider. Now, there's a few reasons for this, one of them being it can lure out Clan Castle troops incredibly well. And if you can lure the Clan Castle troops to the edge of the map, it makes it so much easier for your Queen to take them out while she's not under fire from as many defenses. If she is walking around or charging into the base, once a defense locks onto the Queen, it might be that you can sneak in one Hog Rider to slowly chip away and take it out whilst it's shooting at the Queen. I do have a couple of other little tactics I want to share with you before we discuss the Queen's AI. I have saved this till the end of the video because I did want to just get into the Queen Walk portion, and also it is a little bit more advanced. But just know that you don't have to keep your Queen alive. Once she has got the value you need, she can go down. And we will be talking about this right at the end of the video in relation to the guide of what you should take out with your Queen Charge. Now, just know that healers heal ground-based troops, so you can utilize what is known as a healer switch. This could be planned if you do plan for your Queen to go down, or it could happen with luck if your Queen accidentally goes down. If you are using a ground-based army, the healers can switch across to the Hog Riders, Miners, the Hogs and Miners if you're using the hybrid, and you can still get some pretty good value from them. If you are using an air attack, so you can't quite use the healer switch method, the healers might still be of benefit. If you place a wizard to the opposite area of the map, the healers will be drawn across, which will tank an air defense, and it might even take out some of the air traps. I also want to let you know where you should not queen charge from, because you have to consider what you want to get, and we will be discussing the buildings and priorities per town hall level, but also you need to make sure that your queen is not going to go down, or that you're going to have to overcommit to the queen. In this case, we are not just charging this area because of value, but more for pathing. Generally speaking, charging 4 expos, particularly if multiple of them are ground, is not a good idea. The ground expos have a greater range. Fortunately, in this case, they are air expos, but we still have to commit a lot of spells. However, it's not necessarily the buildings we take out, but it's also the pathing we create. We cut out the entire corner of the base to allow pathing in this awful ring-style base. However, I do want to briefly tell you about the Queen's AI because this is quite complex. I thought it was relevant to put it in the video. I was going to put it near the start of the video, but then just decided to get into the Queen Walk. So let's get into it, and then we will tell you the priorities of what you should take out at each Town Hall level. This almost warrants a separate video in itself, but I will go over it very briefly because you should know what building your Archer Queen is going to target next. For any troop in the game, when it is identifying its target to attack, it will look at the closest 3 buildings and attack the easiest to get to, before it then retargets for the next one. So after the elixir storage goes down, the 3 closest buildings for the Queen, being a ranged troop, is the elixir collector, the wizard tower, and the cannon. However, the easiest one for her to get to, having a range of 5 tiles, is actually the cannon, because she only has to step literally 1 tile to get in its radius. She can shoot over 1, 2, 3, 4, and the cannon being the 5th tile. If you are trying to identify if the Queen can reach a building from behind a wall, just know that she can fire a 3-tile gap. To explain this as simple as I can, if you draw a line on the wall the Queen is standing next to, and the edge of the building you want to identify if she can reach, so long as there are only 3 tiles in difference between the edge of the building and the wall she is standing next to, then she can reach it. Any more than that, and she cannot. And the 3 tiles can actually be in any direction. So if we had 2 tiles in one direction and a 3rd tile in another, so long as the corner of the Dark Elixir storage was touching this 3rd tile gap, then the Queen could reach it. However, just because the Queen can reach the building doesn't mean to say she will target it. Remember what we mentioned about the 3 buildings identified and the easiest to get to? It does get a bit complex, but this is where I'm obviously sharing a bit more of the advanced stuff with you. I hope that did make sense. Sometimes it is difficult to explain the troop AI in simple terms, but I want to move on to the quickfire guide of the priority buildings for each Town Hall level. Now, I do want to put a little bit of a disclaimer here because it is not a one-size-fits-all. It is all dependent on the base design, it depends on the strategy you are finishing up with, and also it depends on actually what you're trying to get. Value is not everything, pathing might be more important. Let's start with Town Hall 9. Now, for Town Hall 9, the Archer Queen and the Clan Castle are going to be the highest priorities. They are the defending troops of the opponent, and they can really mess up a Hog Rider or a balloon attack, which is commonly what you will probably be following up with at this stage. However, the Expo is also the signature defense. The reason it can be highly valuable as well is at Town Hall 9 they are often situated in more of a dead zone, and you can take out that area, eliminate the possibility of traps, because there is often giant bombs around them, and for the same reason you want to try and take down 1 to 2 wizard towers. It means that Hog Riders have a much easier path through, there's no splash damage, but also you are eliminating areas where there could be giant bombs. Moving on to Town Hall 10, you now have the Inferno Tower. This basically bumps up the list, although arguably it's probably not as important as taking out the Queen and the Clan Castle, because there are counters to the Inferno Tower. It also depends on what mode it is on. If it is on single, it might not be a good idea to charge the Queen into it because of the high amount of damage that it does. If it is a multi-target Inferno, it might be great to take down with a Queen charge because a Hog Rider or a balloon attack is just so much easier. Moving on to Town Hall 11. Now we have the Eagle Artillery. Now I did a video on a tip for every Town Hall level in Clash of Clans, and you know that for Town Hall 11, I highly focused on the Eagle because it is such a strong defense. If you do not take it down early on in the raid, it will rain fire across your troops. So for that reason, it is top of the priority list. Then we basically move down as per Town Hall 10. Queen, CC, Inferno Towers, and that is actually going to be what happens throughout the rest of the Town Hall levels. It's basically that there's a new thing at the top of the priority list. Moving to Town Hall 12, it is the Town Hall defense itself. Now I know this is Town Hall 13, but it works exactly the same in that you have the Giga Tesla. And that should be the top priority because of the Giga Bomb. It means that your Grand Warden's ability can be used elsewhere in the raid. However, again, with that disclaimer, it is not a must to take out the Town Hall. If you queen charge somewhere else and you don't take out the Town Hall, then you can absolutely still get the raid to work. Moving to Town Hall 13 though, the Town Hall should still be the #1 priority because it still allows you to be flexible with the Grand Warden's ability. However, you also have the scatter shots to deal with, and the scatter shots are incredibly powerful against pretty much anything that you can use, and it's highly valuable to either tank it or take it out with your queen charge. You also have the added hero in that of the Royal Champion, which also is boosted up the list to the same area as the Archer Queen because she can also be very powerful on defense. So you can see that it gets even more complex the higher up the Town Hall levels you go, but you do have more troops and even heroes to counteract that. If you do want to improve your chances of success with the queen charge, then getting the initial stages is the most important, and that is funneling for your queen. So I have a highly in-depth video, exactly the same style as this one, but all in relation to funneling. I would highly recommend checking that one out. I've got the link right here on screen for you with the subscribe button. Thank you for watching, guys. You take care, and I will see you in the next video. Let's break down and explain all 7 super troops so that you know how to use each of them and give you an idea as to which one you should boost up. Welcome back to the channel then, guys. I'm your host, Judo Sloth. Previously, in my Tip for Everything series, we brought you a tip for every super troop. But with the release of the Super Archer, I have had a number of comments to update the video. So I will be using some of the other footage, but I will be updating it with all 7 super troops explained, because I like to bring you educational but entertaining Clash of Clans videos. So if that's the type of content you want to see, I would recommend subscribing and also turning on the notification bell. Now, if you do want to support me in-game, you can do so by using code JUDO within your settings before making any purchases. It is much appreciated, my friends. But let's kick this one off with the Super Barbarian. Now, the first thing to mention when we start discussing the Super Barbarian is that some super troops are better than others, and the Super Barbarian, it is not one of my favorites. However, it can be relatively good for funneling your troops. They have the Enraged bonus. You can get down buildings very easily on the outside. The Super Barbarian costs 5 housing space, and similar to the Raged Barbarian of the Builder base, its special ability is being enraged. However, it is only for 8 seconds. But this makes it ideal for sniping off defenses on the outside of the base. And another beautiful thing about the Super Barbarian is that you can send multiple of them in. It is not like the Baby Dragon, where if they get too close they lose their enraged bonus. The Super Barbarian can chug away irrespective of how many you deploy. But this is where the issue lies. You can only unlock 1 super troop at a time, and I rarely recommend the Super Barbarian. Yes, if it is the only super troop that you can actually unlock, then it might be of benefit. But whether you are farming, whether you are doing war attacks, generally speaking, as you will see as we move through the video, there are better options. The other added benefit of the Super Barbarians is because they don't lose their enraged bonus when they are together, unlike the Baby Dragon troop, you can use them in a mass format. So many of you might have seen my 56 Super Barbarian attack strategy. If you missed that video, I will link it at the end of this one. But it's a really fun attack. You can get a good group of Super Barbarians into the center. They keep their enraged bonus for a good amount of time, and you can still then use a lot of your other Super Barbarians on the outside of the base, as we mentioned for the first technique, because they're very good at funneling. However, if you do have a lot of the other super troops unlocked, it might be that if you're just using Super Barbarians for funneling, you can actually use a different super troop to a better benefit and use a regular super troop for funneling. And my personal favorite, we will get to it, is the Super Wall Breaker. However, let's move along to the Super Archer. Now, the Super Archer is still very new, but I will give you the best uses of it, which is obviously utilizing its huge range. It can shoot for 10 tiles, which can actually outrange majority of defenses. It can fire through buildings, much like the Electro Dragon's chain, but it does have a housing space of 12. So it is quite costly, however it can reap high rewards if you can very carefully plan on a base where you would use the Super Archer to potentially snipe off a pretty significant defense. Then it can be of huge benefit. So for example, this situation, sniping off a scatter shot. Now it's important to note that if you are firing through one single building, you would not be able to snipe off the Town Hall or the Eagle Artillery, but you could actually combine an Earthquake or a Lightning Spell or multiple Super Archers at different angles. Think about the Troll style bases where you have the Town Hall and a lot of storages to try and make sure that there is a lot of HP around that area. You might be able to take out Teslas with balloons and then snipe off the Town Hall with some Super Archers, firing through multiple storages, getting creative, but most definitely the best use of the Super Archer is to snipe buildings. So I obviously gave you an example there of how you might be able to use a couple of Super Archers in order to fire through and take a building, but again, it's very situational. This is where the Super Archer, I think, is more geared towards war attacks, where you can really plan things out. Multiplayer will be difficult. For example, in a realistic base, you might be able to hit an Archer tower, but if the building before it goes down, then the Archer will re-target, meaning they are very difficult to use, and that's where I think the 12 housing space has a huge argument in that it goes down, it's very vulnerable, and therefore it's not worth it. However, in my opinion, I don't see it being a hugely used troop, but it's one where in war, you might be able to use it for a huge value. For example, if you could snipe off one of the defenses we talked about with 12 housing space, then it is most definitely worth it. So I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think the Super Archer is one of the super troops we will use across a wide variety of bases. I do think there are better options, which will be explained coming up. However, if you are a Town Hall 11, maybe you only have access to the Barbarian and the Super Archer, your Barbarian's on cooldown, you could use the Super Archer to snipe off some of the resources if you're farming, or we did find an attack strategy coupling them with the Witches, which worked similar to the Super Barbarian one we just explained with the lightning spells. I will link this one down in the description as well if you are interested. However, I just want to finish for the Super Archer by saying that I do think it's something that for friendly challenges and friendly wars, when we can really plan out attacks and just select the super troop, it's not like we have to boost it up. It could be of huge benefit if you do happen to find a strong weakness in a base when you can snipe off one of the defenses. I do think that's the main use, and I do think that is something that for friendly challenge and friendly war, you do want to keep in the back of your mind. We now move on to the Super Giants, and I have some pretty cool stats and comparisons for you for the Super Giants. But I do want to let you know real quick that if you do need to come back to this video at a later date to see tips for whatever super troop it is, I've put video chapters in there for you, so you should be able to skip ahead. There's timestamps in the description as well, so that you can easily find it. But the Super Giant is relatively easy to explain in terms of it is a meatier version of the Giant. It's a Super Giant. Now, the regular Giant is 5 housing space. The Super Giant is 10 housing space, but you get more than twice the hit points in a Super Giant. obviously you do have to commit the Dark Elixir to it in the first place. So if you are planning a strategy with giants to push into the base, consider the super giants, because you will get more than twice the hit points, and also they do 4 times damage against walls. Now how about comparing this to the Ice Golem? The Ice Golem is 15 troop capacity. Obviously you get the freezing effect, which is its big advantage, but it actually does not have the same hit points. A super giant at maximum level has 4,200, whereas an Ice Golem only has 3,400. So if you are using the troop for tanking specifically, the super giant will be your best option. And that's not to mention when it does 4 times damage against walls. Now there is a little bit of a caveat to that, in that the super giants only are attacking defenses, so that means they might go for the wrong piece of wall, and that's where I would advise you to always consider using a jump spell if you do want them to go to a certain area of the base. So we've explained when the super giant might be important if you just need it for tanking. We've explained that you might have to take jump spells to guide them through the base, but what kind of strategy could you use the super giants with? Well, who remembers the HGHB attack? That's what I found them beneficial with. If you can get a super giants and bowlers into the center, then you can just easily send Hog Riders or the Royal Champion around the outside of the base to cut out the rest of the defenses when you have taken out the core. That is what I have found the super giants to be best with, but let's move on to one of my favorite super troops, in that of the sneaky goblins. One of the best uses of the sneaky goblins is to take down the town hall. Now people will send the sneaky goblins inside a battle blimp to get to the town hall. Remember, the town hall is now a storage, and the goblins attack resource buildings, so they will take it down straight away at higher level. Even if it is not activated, they will attack it. But I want to give you tips around the troop composition for the goblins. Now you may need a rage spell depending on the defenses. If you are just farming, you can probably just put sneaky goblins in, they will take the town hall. If you are doing a lava loon attack, you can put a lava hound in there with up to 5 sneaky goblins to take the town hall, and you essentially have a free lava hound for your attack. But what happens if you see a base with gaps around the town hall? What this is the defender getting wise to the sneaky goblins and putting small bombs there in order to take out the sneaky goblins before they get the town hall. You can counteract this with barbarians inside your clan castle in a mixture. So you have barbarians, the sneaky goblins for the town hall. Notice how the sneaky goblins can also take the clan castle and the DE storage, anything inside there. But you can take, at town hall 13, 6 barbarians, 5 sneaky goblins, 3 minions, and 1 yeti in order to get brilliant value. Now the minions are used to distract a scatter shot if it is in the area. My good friend Eve Maxi taught me about that one. So the barbarians are for the small bombs, the minions are to distract the scatter shot so that the sneaky goblins can take the town hall and you get that star. But my recommendation, if you are a town hall 13, is to take 5 sneaky goblins, 6 barbarians, 3 minions, and a yeti. The sneaky goblins get the town hall, the yeti gets good value if the yeti mites, the barbarians are to set off the bombs, and the minions are to distract any scatter shot in the area. So the scatter shots will attack the air troops in that of the minions and miss the goblins. Many thanks to my good friend Eve Maxi for teaching me about the minions. A couple of other really quick tips for the sneaky goblins before we get to the super wall breakers. You can use them for funneling on the outside of the base if you are attacking the resource buildings. Now presumably your sneaky goblins are maxed level and you're going up against a regularly upgraded base. You will require 1 sneaky goblin per mine or pump and 2 sneaky goblins to take out one of the storages. Also, be on the lookout for exposed town halls and clan castles to the side of the base. It does happen, and you can send in just a couple of sneaky goblins to snipe the town hall or the clan castle. You are likely to need 4 to 5, however I would probably just take 5 just in case, and also have in the back of your mind that there could be traps in that area as well. The super wall breakers are without a doubt one of my favorite super troops, and one that I would recommend you use for war, particularly if you're doing a queen charge. They can be incredibly good. For me, they are on par with the sneaky goblins as the best super troops in the game, depending on your purpose, whether it be the town hall or to get access into the base. Be sure to let me know your favorite and if there are any tips you feel I missed for any of these super troops. However, the Super Wall Breaker, it's exactly the same as the regular Wall Breaker in that it breaks walls, but it costs 8 troop capacity, and this is where it really shines because it will go off irrespective. It's very predictable. The regular wall breakers, you've got to do test wall breakers to make sure they actually get through the layer of wall and there's not a small bomb to take them out. With a multi-inferno, you probably have to freeze the multi-inferno. Otherwise, the multi will just take out your wall breakers incredibly easy. But the super wall breakers, although they are 8 housing space, they are so much more reliable, particularly if you are doing a queen charge. So I would highly recommend the super wall breakers on the outside of the base. They're a little bit trickier to get in, and for 8 housing space you probably only want to break 2 to 3 layers, then think about using the jump spells. But they are very reliable and I would highly recommend using them. I actually did a video, The Wall Breakers Explained, which would give you a lot more in depth of how to use them, because like I said, they're exactly the same in the AI as the regular wall breaker. Now the Inferno Dragon is basically a baby dragon with a single target Inferno strapped to its back. So for that reason, you need to use it to its strengths against high HP buildings. And I had a couple of really good examples of the best tips for the Inferno Dragons in my reveal video. So I'm actually going to use that footage because the examples were great and perfectly aligned to this video. Now I think there are 2 very clear, fantastic uses for the Inferno Dragons. The first one being having them in your defensive clan castle. This might cause the queen's ability to be burnt, but think about as well if the queen was also getting damaged by the defenses. Irrespective of the amount of defenses though, you are going to have to commit something to the Inferno baby dragons on defense, even if that is just a freeze spell to reset the charging ability and protect your queen's ability. But if there are a lot of other defenses shooting at your queen, it might be that you need to use a rage spell as well, but you have to consider the Inferno Dragons on defense. The other main use that I see for the Inferno Dragon is to ensure you take out the town hall. Now this could be particularly good on ring style bases where you can just focus on taking out the outside and just send a couple of Inferno Dragons into the town hall. Now you do have to be careful of black bombs, so you might want to send 2 of them in, and also you might have to commit a freeze spell depending on if there's any defenses around. However, the Inferno Dragon can indeed get through that town hall no problem, because it will be able to do an incredible amount of DPS once it has charged up its attack. Finally, we have the Super Witches. Now, the Super Witches are incredibly difficult to use. They have 40 housing space and they house 1 big boy. So the big boy is the 1 single skeleton that is spawned, and it is similar in hit points to a super giant. The Super Witch, although it's 40 housing space, actually does approximately twice the amount of damage as a regular witch, so that is the difference maker. Now, the best example I can give you is of this one from the qualifiers, where EveCheck was able to take out a Max Town Hall 13 using the Super Witches. The one thing I would say is that the Super Witches can time fail. You have to only take around about 4 Super Witches because they are 40 housing space. That is 160 in total if you have 4 of them. You need healers behind the Super Witches to get that value, so you are not going to have many troops. This is why EveCheck used a Grand Warden Walk initially in his attack and also has some cleanup troops. But the reason that the Super Witches can be useful in the base itself is if they have a large open space in the core. They can actually get in there and tank a lot of defenses. It might be that the scatter shot are very difficult to path to if you are using the Yetis, and this means that the big boys and the super witches with the healers, because you've only got 4 of them, they tend to stand together, so you're healing a lot of them together. They will be able to tank that scattershot all day long. A couple of other tips to consider with the super witches are that you don't really have to worry about the Giga Bomb at Town Hall 12 or 13, because the big boy and the super witches, they can get through that incredibly easily. So your Grand Warden's ability can be used in the core. Multi-target Infernos are probably the best thing to go up against, despite that being the worst for a regular witch. You can get through a single target Inferno, but you've just got to know that that is the case. And similar to what we discussed with the Super Giants and the HGHB, you're using the Super Witches in the core to take out the core and tank everything, surrounding the base with Hog Riders or the Royal Champion. That is what has been found to be the best use of the Super Witches so far, and the best tip that I can give you, using them to tank big open spaces where the scatter shots are difficult to get to, and you are mitigating the splash because they are massive. They have all of the hit points, surround the base with the Hogs and the Royal Champion. So I hope you enjoyed the updated version of this video. If you do want to see the video with 56 Super Barbarians and the attack strategy, I have it linked on your screen. I'm sure you will enjoy that one because it is an incredibly fun attack and yields 3 stars. I also have the subscribe button for you, but you guys take care, and I will see you in the next video. Defense as soon as possible and take it down as soon as possible. That's partly to do with your pathing and setting the dragon attack up, but also in terms of the rages in your spells effectively. If you do happen to use freeze spells, which I would recommend, I would make sure you are trying to freeze other defenses around the air defense as well. So make sure you're trying to tag an Expo, a Tesla, Archer Tower, could be anything. The best value within that one spot. Don't just plonk the freeze on top of the air defense, try and grab some other defenses to freeze around it as well. Whilst the P.E.K.K.A. can be used in a number of strategies, I'll tell you that in a second, I would highly recommend that you always remember that the P.E.K.K.A. can actually be a really good funneling troop because it can absorb damage from defenses, set the funnel for itself to then punch into the base, such as with the ever so popular P.E.K.K.A. Smash, P.E.K.K.A. Bobat. You might actually be able to use the P.E.K.K.A. themselves to funnel before they move into the base. If you do need help with funneling, I made an entire video breaking down every single aspect. You probably want to check that out. It will be one of the videos I feature in my description. Baby Dragon, nice and simple. You want to try and utilize the Enraged bonus. If it is by itself with no other air troops, it does extra damage, and funneling is one of the best methods. Now, I did send in a couple of balloons here because if you do have, let's say, an Archer Tower tanked, you might actually be able to snipe that off to protect the Baby Dragon a little bit more, but the balloons are not necessarily always needed. However, the funnel is perfectly set with the Baby Dragon for the Archer Queen to walk around the other side of the base and do her thing. The miners. Because they go underground, try and use that to your benefit. Now, I could have shown Queen Charge Miners, the hybrid. They are a very powerful troop in terms of a mass attack, and I would recommend using them, but I wanted to give you the tip of using the miner to clean up. Just one miner. After a Hog Rider attack, you might have buildings left in the center, clan castle, storages, builder hut. This could cause you to time fail. Now, I would recommend if you're doing a mass Hog Rider, if it's a war attack, you scout the base. Do you need to send in one miner to the center afterwards in order to help clean up? If you are doing legend attacks, for example, where you don't get to see the base, this miner can be incredibly useful as well, because what it can mean is that even if you don't need it in the middle, you might be able to use it on the back end of the base to tank a wizard tower as the Hog Riders are coming through. For the Electro Dragons, it goes without saying, try to utilize their chain value, try to keep them away from air defense or single infernos, but the main tip I want to give you is not to miss with with your rage spell. Now, I know that sounds a little bit strange, but basically, guys, the E-Dragon is where the shadow is. So if we look at this one E-Dragon, it's quite a long troop. It will not be enraged, even though it looks right now like it is inside that rage spell. Look at the shadow. It is outside of it, and that is actually where the game calculates where the E-Dragon is. So because it's a long troop, it's easy to miss. Make sure that the rage spell is on top of them shadows, and make sure you are freezing sweepers, because that will push your E-Dragons back quicker than they can attack. There is the Yeti Smash attack for the Yetis, but I wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of the Yeti Blimp method, just in case anyone wasn't. I did mention all of this in my Siege Machines Explained video, which again I'll put in the suggested videos down in the description. But essentially you send in a battle blimp to an area with Yetis inside. You can rage it if you want, and the idea is that the Yeti mites will jump out onto the defenses. Notice that we also lured the clan castle, so not only are you getting good value, in this instance a multi and a scatter shot, you can lure the CC. You can also take out an area of the base, which means that the queen would walk exactly where we want her to go. The minion and the hog rider are one after another in the troop selection menu, which is how I've been going through this, but I want to combine them both together in this replay because the tips I want to give you for both troops are relevant to a queen walk or queen charge. Now obviously you can do a mass hog rider style attack, you can use minions to snipe off buildings, even defenses if they're ground targeting, such as the cannon, mortar, maybe even the barbarian king. But just remember, the hog rider is a defense targeting troop, so you can use it similar to the test wall breaker we mentioned to test an area for giant bombs, maybe a skeleton trap, but also to get deep into the base to lure clan castle troops. Now this is really important if you are doing a queen walk or queen charge, because you're not then dealing with the clan castle troops in the base itself. Now for the minion, the tip I want to give is in relation to if there is a lava hound in the clan castle, and it's to protect your healers. So when the lava hound pops, this is not always as relevant now because you can actually hit all of the lava pups in the poison because the radius has been decreased. A little tip for that is actually to put the poison on top of your queen. Think about it, if your queen is shooting up at the lava hound, they're going to pop around her, so put the poison on top of the queen, you should then hit most of them. However, you can send in just one little support minion, and their job is to take out the lava pups that are shooting at your healers. Because if your healers are to take any damage, it might be the difference breaker for if they do then hit a bomb later on in the raid. Some of you might have noticed in the Yeti Blimp method that we used earlier, there was a Valkyrie. Now the reason for that is if there is a skeleton trap in the area, the Valkyrie can just take them all out because of its spin attack, which can be really good. Now you can use them to funnel, but some people like to use the Valkyries in a mass format. If they know they can get through that base easily, the Valkyries will wreck it. But they are very difficult to path initially, so my advice if you plan to do that is use a queen walk to one side of the base in order to set up the pathing on that side, and the barbarian king to the other side. That means the Valkyries have nowhere else to go but into the base itself. Now I've used some wall breakers just to demonstrate actually that they will move through and take out the walls incredibly fast. They are just attracted to them buildings, but they can still run off course. With the best will in the world, the Valkyries can move where you weren't quite expecting, so be adaptable with your spells. Rage and heal spells are best for Valkyries, but make sure you're not too fixated on where you are going to use them. Watch where the Valkyries run, because sometimes they might go where you don't want them to. Whilst the Golem is pretty popular at Town Halls 8 and 9, it loses its popularity moving up through the game, just because there are other options. However, what you want to do for the Golem is use it to tank defenses. Initially, that allows you to use wizards in order to create your funnel. I do that to the left and the right, taking out all of the trash buildings so my main force can come through the center. Now, the reason you use a golem over something else is because it has so many hit points. You even get the golemites, and what that means is you can use it to set the funnel, but also use them throughout the raid. Now they are protecting my heroes. If I had have sent P.E.K.K.A. or Valkyries in there, they would be protecting them as well. The witches can actually be pretty difficult to use. Whilst you can use one or two of them to set up the funnel, you're probably going to use these in a mass format, such as the Witch Slap attack strategy. My tip for you is to send a couple of giants in first. This will absorb the damage from the defenses, allowing your witches to spawn some skeletons and therefore protecting themselves. You're probably going to be attacking bases with single target infernos if you can, but be mindful of splash damages, wizard towers, bomb towers. You might have to freeze them so they don't wipe out a whole bunch of skeletons. We've already mentioned that the Lava Hound's primary use is as part of the Lava Loon. There's not a lot to say. It's basically a flying golem which goes to the air defense. You can use this to supplement other strategies such as dragons, so long as there's not a single target inferno to quickly take it out. However, you can get creative as well. If the Archer Queen is standing next to an air defense and you know that the Lava Hound is going to pop, you might be able to use a rage spell to make sure the lava pups take down the Archer Queen, but obviously be careful of any splash such as multi-target infernos. Remember when I explained that the Archer could be used to snipe off a building? The Bowler is one of the best troops for doing this, because you can use the bounce value. You can often take out air defense, mortars, defenses that are more commonly to the edge of the base, but you always want to be looking for this because you can be surprised as to how many bases this is a vulnerable aspect and how many areas you can do it. In this example, taking down 2 air defenses. Now, the building you are trying to take down behind the one the Bowler is shooting at, you have to make sure has less hit points or the same in order to take it out. If it has greater, then it might survive, such as this instance. You might be able to snipe it off a little bit easier with another troop. For example, if I had an archer, I could do it, but I tried to get clever, send in a wall breaker. The first one went down, the next lot take it out. Pretty awesome, but make sure you are just checking the base, guys. Not only does it set up the funnel, you can snipe a defense. Absolutely amazing value. Whilst the Ice Golem can be used in attacks such as the Bowlers and Witches to really get good value, one of my favorite methods is from a Sui hero. Look at the freezing effect that the Ice Golem gets. 2 Archer Towers, a cannon, and the Inferno Tower. Now, if you are just sending a queen into an area, not a queen walk, just a hero dive that is sending your heroes in just to get value and then they go down. The Ice Golem for 15 troop capacity does help to tank initially whilst also getting the freezing effect, so it can be a huge benefit to some of the Sui hero or hero dive methods. Make sure you are considering it if you are planning on just sending your hero in, getting value and letting her go down. Now, I know that I am attacking one of my lower town hall levels in this video. It was just 2 of my accounts that I threw into a clan in order to break down these techniques as best as possible. Let me know any other tips you have for the troops down in the comments. The next video I will be doing in this series is on the spells. If you do want to see the funneling video I referenced, that one is in the description alongside the Grand Warden Walk video, which is linked right on top of my face. If you want to learn the positives, negatives, everything about the Grand Warden Walk, I'd recommend having a watch of that one. But if not, guys, be sure to take care and we will see you again next time.
The quest for the oldest active Roblox player. Employees don't count. Whoever finds, I'm on a mission to find the oldest Roblox account that still acts. Admins and Roblox employees don't count. Whoever finds it gets 10,000 Robux. The true answer is William, the 47th Roblox account. He joined in May 2005 and has been active ever since. Unfortunately, some of the people in the comments of his tweet, this is really epic. Also, I guess I did tweet that a long time ago. That was like August 9th. Says that it seems that he was uber PG. What is with all these old accounts getting hacked? Like, what's going on? Unfortunately, by the way, if an account is PG'd, it means it was password guessed. That's what that stands for. Password guessed. That's PG. Kind of where the investigation ends. There's just simply no way for us to know?
Actually, there is.
Oh man, dude, this is gonna be great. Oh, he's about to talk about how I
But it is still a very important video, in my opinion, because in it I'll be answering a question that I didn't really know was in need of an answer until just recently. I only found out just how in need it was when Creekcraft here posted that tweet you just saw in that super epic and completely original trailer-style teaser montage. I'm on a mission to find the oldest Roblox account that's still active.
That's right, I tweeted that. That was like 2 months ago. That's crazy.
Admins and Roblox employees don't count.
True. A lot of people, whenever they message me, they're like, Creek, I found it. It's this account. And it's like an admin. Admins, employees don't count. They're paid to play Roblox. It don't count.
Whoever finds it gets 10,000 Robux.
I'm going to give him $1 million. We're going to bump it to $1 million.
Such a broad, giant scoping request that it seems like one of those things that the Roblox community would already know. Like, what's the oldest obtainable player badge? We know that it's John Loved of Muses in Swordfight on the Heights 4. What was the most popular game in 2008? It was Ultimate Paintball by Mike D. What was the first ever Roblox account, period? We know that it was admin. There was no way we...
By the way, the admin account got deleted. It doesn't exist anymore. Roblox banned it. I don't know if you guys know that, but if you go to Roblox and you try to look up that account, it got banned. So if you go to your profile, change this number to 1, it's not admin anymore. It got replaced by the Roblox account. They deleted it. I think it was like a test moderation account.
You wouldn't know who the oldest active Roblox account was, right? All it would take would be to start from player ID 1 and keep counting up the IDs till we found a non-staff player who was last online recently. Right?
Right.
Well, apparently not, because every single response to Creekcraft's tweet got his request totally wrong.
Creekcraft's mistake. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm about to get like obliterated, aren't I? Oh no. Oh,
now, I'll preface this by saying that it isn't entirely the fault of Creek's community that they were incorrect here. Actually, the original tweet itself was likely unintentionally very misleading. He
I'm kind of stupid.
Specifically asked for the oldest Roblox account that's still active. Not the oldest Roblox player, the oldest account. That's
I meant player, okay? I meant player. Everybody knows I meant player. I meant player, okay? I meant player. I meant player. Also, the stream was lagging a little bit. I think we're good now. Sorry, I was downloading a bunch of anime girls in the background. And let me just I think we're good. Are we good right now? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Sorry about that. We should be good now. Sorry.
It's easy to find. You just use that method I described earlier of counting up from 1 until you hit an active non-staff account, and boom, you got it. The most popular response to the tweet was this account, Kyler. According to this old forum leaderboard,
yeah, this guy got hacked.
Snapshot, he was the 21st user on Roblox. Apparently, Kyler was an investor in Roblox when it was just a startup, and it seems like his love for the platform has continued on to this day. He has several modern badges and hats, and he comes online pretty much every day. If you check his profile right now, you'll probably see that he was online just a few hours ago.
As of this video, he was online, what was it, 2 days ago? Let me look it up. Let's see. I think it was 2 days ago. He was online. So it's C-U-Y-L-E-R. Yeah, there he is right there. And yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah.
And so that's where the story ended. The first person to say Kyler was paid the $10K in full, and everyone lived happily ever after. Of course, that's not what happened. The day came when Creekcraft posted his long-awaited video on the topic.
Here we go.
And I'm sure the people who felt so clever for finding the Kyler account were practically chomping at the bit, waiting for him to talk about it. And at 8 minutes and 26 seconds, they got their wish. He pulled up the account. But then, he said this.
Here's the problem. According to this tweet, it got password guessed. It got hacked. Yep. Password guessed in 2009, which means the person on this account, the person you're messaging, well, they're actually a hacker that just owns the account now because the original person, I guess, never got their account back.
And then
That's actually crazy because the guy who has this account, if he got hacked in 2009, this account was made in 2006. The account was hacked in 2009. That means that the hacker has been playing on this account since, what, 2009? So that's, what, 14 years? 14 years the hacker's been playing on this account. You know what I mean? Check account 23. Okay. This might be, you could be right. Let's keep watching the video. Let's keep watching the video. 15 hours ago. Let's just keep watching. Let's keep watching.
Just kept the video going. He continued with the search, which means password guessed accounts aren't gonna cut it. Now, if you don't know, password guessing, more commonly known as PGing, is the process of cracking someone's password and breaking into their account. When that happens, if the original owner of the account doesn't contact Roblox support and get it back, the account just belongs to the thief. It no longer belongs to the person who originally created it. And if that original owner doesn't own any other Roblox accounts, we can't really call them a Roblox player anymore. You need to own a Roblox account for that. So yeah, what Creekcraft actually probably meant to say was that he wanted the oldest Roblox player. I'm honestly
That's true.
not sure why he said account, but regardless of
Because I'm stupid.
why, it confused almost all of the responders. All except me.
Dude, this guy, I feel like he's gonna get 1 million Robux, dude. I feel like by the end of this video, I'm gonna be popping out my credit card. Oh, man. Okay.
Those of you who know me will know that I have an acute tendency to make things way, way harder than they need to be, and when I saw this tweet, my brain decided to continue that streak by assuming right off the bat that he wasn't looking for PG'd accounts. I assumed he was not only looking for the first active account, he was looking for the first active account still owned by its original owner. And I knew that if that was the case, the responders to this tweet weren't even close to figuring it out. So a lot of people are aware that Roblox didn't just pop into existence in 2006. It actually first went online in 2004, and some accounts—
By the way, if you guys heard that, I didn't fart. That was my microphone. It squeaked because I moved it. So if you guys heard like a little farting noise, it wasn't me. It was my microphone. I just wanted you guys to know that. Okay, it was my microphone.
Were created during 2004 and 2005. But what a lot of people—
Yeah, Roblox went into beta in 2004, and it was in beta for 2 years, and then it officially released in 2006. So that's why there's some accounts that were made before 2006.
Don't know is that during 2004 and 2005, Roblox wasn't actually available to the vast majority of the internet. It was in closed alpha and beta testing. Only people specifically invited to participate in the testing by Roblox staff and Roblox staff themselves could make accounts. As a result—
I did not know that. I didn't know that. Wow.
Only a little over 150 accounts were created during 04 and 05.
Wait a minute. Wait. Go back. Wait. No freaking way. It's him. Okay, now hold on. Wait. Okay.
Accounts were created during 04 and 05, and the vast majority of the account creators who weren't permanent Roblox staff, which would have been largely freelance designers, investors, and friends and family of permanent—
Oh, these are the original accounts. Every one of these is an original account. Oh.
The accounts were created—
I see. There's Matt.
During 04 and 05.
There's Scott.
And
there's Kyler.
The vast majority of the account creators who were—
There's Test 1, 2, 3.
Roblox staff, which would have been largely free.
There's William right there. Yeah, there was William. He was in my video. Yep.
The freelance designers, investors, and friends and family of permanent staff were fully grown adults. At the time, Roblox was pretty much just meant to be a virtual block-based daycare exclusively for kids. It was literally patented as a quote-unquote online building toy, and all those testers who created accounts had actual adult work to do, so they didn't really stick around too long once they were no longer needed. Not only that, but since 2004 and 2005 accounts are so old and rare, pretty much the instant PGing became mainstream.
For the people that don't know, this was actually a really big problem. So, old Roblox accounts, don't get any ideas. They actually sell for a lot of money. So, like, people would buy old Roblox accounts for, like, hundreds, thousands of dollars. Maybe even, like, tens of thousands of dollars. So that, like, a lot of the old accounts, they got sold. They got password guessed. They got hacked because they're worth a lot of money.
Accounts became holy grails for PGers. They were sitting abandoned, without any of the extra security that affords modern Roblox accounts nowadays, practically just waiting to be taken. And if there's one thing I know about Roblox account PGers, it's that if they really, really want your account, they'll find a way to get it. Couple that with a certain few data breaches that happened back in the day that leaked the emails of pretty much every old user ever, and the answer to...
What is with all these old accounts getting hacked? Like, what's going on? I didn't know that there was a leak. I guess that explains it.
It's pretty clear. Plain and simple, aside from staff accounts, Elvis Area 51 here belongs to Greg Bazooki, David Bazooki's brother, and
Wait, what? Wait.
Roblox Board of Directors member.
Greg? Free actually gives you free avatar items.
I go to the gym and this trainer calls me over to talk to this group of people he's training. He says, hey man, what kind of workouts are you doing? I said, well, one workout I'm doing is I'm climbing up this mountain, 3,000 feet in 3 miles. Because I do that every day. So the next day I'm out looking for him. Didn't see him. A couple days later, looking for him. Didn't see him. So here I am on the mountain again, climbing it. And there's a gondola that takes you up, takes you down. I'm going up it. I see a gondola. I'm about 5 minutes from the top. I look up at the gondola. I see him, face pressed up against the window, looking at me. Our eyes meet. It's called a look. When you take a motherfucker's soul, don't talk about it. Be about it. Practice what you preach. Stay hard. I go to the gym, and this trainer calls me over to talk to this group of people he's training. I'm going up it. I see a gondola. I'm about 5 minutes from the top. I look up at the gondola. I see him, face pressed up against the window, looking at me.
This is a normal-sized chocolate bar. And
I go to the gym, and this trainer calls me over to talk to this group of people he's training. He says, hey man, what kind of workouts are you doing? I said, well, one workout I'm doing is I'm climbing up this mountain, 3,000 feet in 3 miles. Because I do that every day. So the next day I'm out looking for him. Didn't see him. A couple days later, looking for him. Didn't see him. So here I am on the mountain again, climbing it. There's a gondola that takes you up.
This...
Guys, in Australia they call toasted sandwiches jaffles, bro. They call...
You make sure that the next 12 months are...
So how I learn, to this day, if I have a big manual to study, I will have to get a bunch of spiral notebooks.
So Roblox offline mode is...
Spending hangovers. Know your...
So Roblox offline mode is here. Roblox...
Teammates' reaction.
I'm going to spend
ranking everything at a Japanese KFC.
Does Japan have the best KFC menu items in the world? Let's find out. Original fried chicken.
I'm not trying to glaze, but this is the juiciest KFC chicken I've ever had in my life. Genshin Impact Chicken Box. Here's the code. 3-piece original chicken and the SCODE. Needs butter and jam. Soy garlic chicken. So many herbs and spices. Tsukimi Twister. KFC fries. I don't hate them, but they're pretty much the same as back home. A chicken fillet burger. These are so tiny. Wafu chicken burger. Ranking the best food. Ranking. Day 80. Finding the best 200. Day 14. Day 8. Day 8. Day 13 of only eating ice cream from a Korean ice cream store. Ice cream time. Ranking every flavor of. Day 79 of only eating food from a Korean convenience store.
The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader
For those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better.
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. The struggle is real. Yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same.
Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier.
Miss Fuller, Miss Thorpe,
Mr. Williams,
Miss Bosch,
Miss Schmidt,
Mrs. Douglas,
Dr. Blackburn,
Mr. Larkin,
Mrs. Kimball,
Mrs. Treby, Miss Butler. I can't wait to go back into school and help people the same way that you help people.
Stay hard.
We're clearing the decks at Mitre 10 with a massive score clear out. On now while stocks last.
You gotta get harder.
6 stars is
No
the
one cares
perfect
what you
attack.
did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a
Offline.
cheerleader.
Remember, you
for those
do
who wanna be
not
better.
lose loot in the
Not
Build-A-Beast,
for those
though.
who wanna
That
stay
means
the
that it
same.
is actually a good thing
Stay
that
hard.
for every attack you have to
struggle
take
is
a
real.
defense, because
never
attacking
gets
gets
any
you
easier.
Builder Gold, defending...
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better, not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader.
Yay,
for those who want to be better.
If only people thought that before
Not
they
for
had
those
to
who wanna
use
stay
it.
the same.
That's why at State, we're
Stay
making
hard.
insurance simpler to get
The
and
struggle
simple
is
to
real.
claim. More yips,
It never
less
gets any
snarls.
easier.
How do you like insurance now?
You gotta get harder.
State.
No one cares what you did yesterday.
When it comes
It
to
only matters
summer,
what you're doing
we
today.
only want the
I'm a
finest.
cheerleader.
That means
for those who wanna be
sunshine,
better,
good vibes,
not for
and the
those who wanna
finest
stay the
cold
same.
beer.
Stay hard.
Steinlager, New
The
Zealand's
struggle is real.
finest.
It never gets any easier.
I've been suffering all
You
my
gotta
life.
get harder.
I'm sorry.
No one
It's not
cares
enough.
what you did yesterday.
But
It
you
only
can't
matters
change
what you're
what
doing
you
today.
You
I'm
and
a
me,
cheerleader
we
for
don't
those
even
who
have
want
a
to be better,
choice. See,
not
we're
for
born
those
with
who want to
tools
stay the
that you
same.
can't just turn off
Stay
and on
hard.
like some radio.
The struggle is real.
You know what it's like to be poor, and you know what
It
it's
never
like to
gets
work
any
hard.
easier.
Now you're gonna learn
You
what
gotta
it's like
get
to
harder.
sweep floors and bust
No
your
one cares what you
and
did
accomplish
yesterday.
twice as much as
It
all the
only
kids
matters
around
what you're
you.
doing today.
And it won't mean
I'm a
anything because they
cheerleader
will still look
for
down
those who
on
want
you.
to be better,
I'm sorry, but you don't
not
get
for
the
those
easy.
who want to stay the same.
The only way you're
Stay
ever
hard.
going to get to the
The
other
struggle
side
is
of
real.
this journey, you
It never
have
gets any
to
easier.
suffer.
You
to
gotta
grow.
get harder.
To grow,
No
you
one
must
cares
suffer.
what you did yesterday.
You have to make that
It only
a
matters what
tattoo
you're doing
on
today.
your fucking
I'm a
brain.
cheerleader
So when that hard time
for
comes
those who
again,
want to be better,
you don't forget it.
not for those who want to stay the
To be
same.
right in the middle of the action
Stay
because we're
hard.
the warriors. And
The
without
struggle is real.
some challenge, without some damn
never
warrior
gets any
fighting the
easier.
warrior, may as well be dead.
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Welcome
It only matters what you're
to
doing
the
today.
first day
I'm
of
a
a new life.
cheerleader for those who want to be better,
A life
not for those
where
who
you
want to stay the
decide
same. Stay hard.
every moment of
The
every
struggle
day
is real. It never
better
gets any
yourself.
easier. You gotta get harder.
to make those
No one cares what you did
uncomfortable
yesterday.
choices.
It only matters what you're doing today.
Get you where you want to
I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better.
Without pain,
Not
without
those who want to
sacrifice,
stay the
you have
same.
nothing.
I tried not
Stay
to think
hard.
of the word serum or
The
flesh.
struggle is real.
This is your pain. This
It
is your
never gets
burning
any
hand. It's right
easier.
here.
And I realize
You
a lot
gotta
of this
get
is not
harder.
fair. It's not
No
fair.
one cares what you
better
did
figure out some
yesterday.
tools
It only
and
matters
some
what
ways
you're doing today.
to stop feeling sorry for
I'm
yourself.
a
'cause
cheerleader
no one is coming
for
to
those
rescue
who
you.
wanna
No
be
one feels
better.
sorry for you.
So the amount of suffering that you understand, the amount of pain that you've gone through, makes you appreciate the happiness and the beautiful moments with much more intensity.
But I didn't get here to everything that I love.
No one cares what you did
I
yesterday.
I did it for a very long period of time, and I did not have anyone to root me on. And in fact, I had many people who were actively trying to destroy my path and tell me why I was a terrible idea.
My biggest fear in life is if there is a final resting place in this world. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. That's how I live my life. No one cares what you did yesterday. That there is no cap on the human mind. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. We cap it ourselves. Not those who want to stay the same.
I gotta get stronger.
Stay hard.
I gotta train differently. The weight training program that I'm doing, I gotta tailor it for an 82-game season, so that when the playoffs come around, my legs are stronger and that ball gets there. So I look at it with rationale.
I'm a cheerleader.
Say, okay, well, the reason why I shot airballs because my legs aren't there. I got all.
They had a good life. No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't matching doing today. I'm a cheerleader.
Screaming so hard
like you never asked yourself
this before. I said,
not for those who want to stay the same.
Here, right now.
Stay hard.
And I don't mean like
the struggle is real.
Here, and
it never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't matching doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same.
Dream.
Stay hard. The struggle is real.
The future you're fighting
it never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
How can I deal with the fact that this is painful for me? And the answer is, the fact that it is painful is the reason that it's working. Like, if it wasn't you stepping out, everybody else that has to try and step out into this new life faces this same thing too. Every single person does. That's why most people don't do it. Like, this is what hard feels like, and this is why most people don't win. So continuing to push through and almost seeing that level of discomfort as a signal, it's like a way marker that's been planted in the ground. Yes, more this way. Because if it was all just super easy, well, how are you going to get anything different to what everybody else has got if you do the same thing that everybody else does? And one of the best selectors for people not doing a thing is discomfort. So the route that has a lot of discomfort down it, usually on the other side of that, ends up in something which is valuable.
And you see this guy just fighting. I love the guy who just fights. And so I put these things in as reminders that you're gonna have to fucking suffer, man. Man, you're gonna have to fucking suffer to go from this fat, insecure motherfucker to one of the best guys on the planet Earth. This journey is gonna take something that is gonna be incomprehensible to most people.
That's why losing in life is so important. Whether it's getting dumped, getting fired, losing a game, loss, those feelings where things didn't work out your way, that's important because it lets you know this is the bad feeling that comes when it goes wrong and you improve, and then it makes the good feelings of victory all the better. Those feelings of failure are really critical for your motivation.
A lot of us speak in hollow words. I used to speak in hollow words. I don't do it anymore. Everything that comes out of my mouth has substance. It's real. The struggle is real. And it never gets any easier in our bodies, in our minds. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. A lot of us who are afraid of something, we allow our minds to choose a path of least resistance, so we go a different route. I'm afraid of something that's telling me you must do this. You must do that. You have to go that way. It never gets any easier. Don't understand that mentality. You gotta get harder. Wake up! No one cares what you did yesterday.
Sleeping on yourself.
No one matters what you doing today.
Biggest problem that you have
I'm
had
a cheerleader.
It's not that you
No,
don't have
you wanna be
resources.
better.
It's not that you don't have
Not
supporters.
for those who want to
It's
stay
not
the
that
same.
somebody doesn't believe in you.
Stay hard.
It's that you have not believed
The
in
struggle
you.
is real.
Stop sleeping on yourself.
It never gets any easier.
Step into your
You
authenticity.
gotta get harder.
Step into your
No one cares what
intelligence
you
and
did
your
yesterday.
brilliance.
No one
Release
matters
your
what you're
gift.
doing today.
God has given you something
I'm a
great.
cheerleader.
Release it.
You don't get it. There's great joy in the grind.
Not for those
Great
who
joy in
want
the
to stay the
suffering.
same.
It totally cleanses
Stay
your
hard.
body out, man, of any kind of hate.
The
Makes you
struggle
grow
is
up.
real.
And so, like, if you want to
It
do
never
something
gets
that most
any
people can't do, literally just extend
You
the
gotta
time
get
horizon on the
harder.
things that most people
No
can't.
one
with.
cares what you did
Like,
yesterday.
there's so much
No one
opportunity
matters what
on
you
the
do
other
today.
side of being willing
I'm
to
a cheerleader.
persist for an extended
those who
period of
wanna be
time
better.
on the correct path without getting
Not for
positive
those who wanna
reinforcement
stay
from
the
your
same.
environment. And the longer
Stay
you can
hard.
stick with something without that positive
struggle
feedback
is
loop
real.
in terms of the big external thing,
never gets any easier.
the easier the opportunities
gotta
are because
get
so few
harder.
people can pursue them.
No one cares what you did
And
yesterday.
the only way to see who the
No one
best
matters what you're doing
is
today.
to suffer.
I'm a
Because what I
cheerleader.
found out through my
For those
life
who want to be better.
was I thought of myself as some
Not for
weak
those
little
who want to stay the
kid.
same.
Once
Stay
you
hard.
change one
The
thing,
struggle is
your
real.
mindset,
It never gets any
you can
easier.
attack everything.
You gotta
Your
get harder.
brain is
No one
the
cares
only
what you did
thing you have
yesterday.
when you're
No one
going
matters what you're
through
doing
depression, when
I'm a
you're going through
cheerleader.
hard times, when you're
For those
going
who wanna
through
be
death.
better.
Real life shit.
Not for those
You
who
can't
want to
Google
stay the
that,
same.
man.
Stay hard.
But there's 24
The
hours in
struggle
a
is
day
real.
where you're alone in
It never
this
gets
brain.
any easier.
And your brain is talking to
You
you in all
gotta
kinds
get
of ways.
harder.
And it wants
No
to
one
control
cares
you
what
and
you did
pull you in these
yesterday.
different pockets.
It only matters what
If
you're
you
doing
can't
today.
control your own
I'm a
brain
cheerleader.
and your brain
For
controls
those
you,
who want to be better.
you got to
Not
tell
for
your
those
brain
who
where
wanna
you
stay
want to
the
go,
same.
how you want to go, and how you want to get
Stay
there.
hard.
You got to control
The
it.
struggle is
If
real.
not, it's over.
It never gets
You need
any
discipline.
easier.
You need
You
personal
gotta get harder.
discipline.
No one cares what you did
There's
yesterday.
times when
It only matters what you're doing
you
today.
you
I'm
don't
a cheerleader.
feel like doing
For those who want to be better.
needs to be done.
Not
get
for those who want to stay the same.
But you
Stay
gotta
hard.
say, feelings has
The
nothing.
struggle is real.
This
It
is
never
my
gets
dream.
any easier.
This is
You
what
gotta
I'm
get
going to
harder.
do. And
No one
I'm
cares
going to
what you
do
did
the things
yesterday.
that I don't feel like
It only
doing.
matters what you're doing
I'm
today.
going to do the things I don't want to
I'm
do.
a cheerleader.
I'm going to do the things
For those who want to be
that
better.
don't come easy to
Not
me,
for
that
those
don't
who want
come
to stay the
natural to
same.
me. I'm going to
Stay
get out
hard.
and do it. You can't
The
live your
struggle
life
is
on
real.
feelings. You
It
cannot
never
let
gets
your
any
feelings
easier.
dictate
You
what
gotta
you
get
are
harder.
or are not.
No one cares what you did yesterday.
I
It
want
only
to see
matters what you're doing
that
today.
guy who
I'm a cheerleader.
immersed himself in
For those who
hell.
want to be better.
And he thought about
Not
quitting
for those
and
who
leaving
wanna
and,
stay the same.
and his wife and his kids. And why
Stay
am I
hard.
here? Is it worth it?
struggle
All this
is
crazy
real.
shit.
It
And
never
still
gets
said
any easier.
and found out a way
You
to
gotta
get
get
through it.
harder. No
We
one
all
cares what
want
you
to
did
read
yesterday.
about how we can
It only
quickly
matters
get
doing
somewhere.
today.
That's why the 6
I'm
minute
a
abs and all
cheerleader.
that is so
For those who
powerful.
want to be better.
You may get
Not
some
for those who
results
wanna
from
stay
it,
the
they're not
same.
permanent.
Stay hard.
Imagine if you could
The
use
struggle is
pain
real.
as a fuel. Imagine
It
if you
never
could use
gets
the
any
pain
easier.
as a passport.
You
Imagine
gotta
if
get
you
harder.
could use the pain
No one
to
cares
push
what you
you,
did
to
yesterday.
condition you,
It
to
only
prepare
matters
you
doing today.
for the stages and the
I'm a
rooms you gotta
cheerleader.
walk into and the
For
tables
those
you
who
gotta
wanna
sit
be
at
better.
and the stages you have to stand
Not
on.
for
What
those
if the
who wanna
pain
stay
can
the
make
same.
you better? What if the
Stay
pain
hard.
can build muscle?
The
What
struggle
if
is
the pain
real.
can cause you to reach
It never
higher,
gets any
to
easier.
leap farther, to run
You gotta
faster?
get
What
harder.
if the pain
No one cares what
could
you did
help you?
yesterday.
What
It only
if all
matters what you're doing
pain
today.
isn't hurt, but
I'm
it's
a
help?
cheerleader. For those who want
My
to be
name is
better.
David Goggins.
Not for
I
those who want to
created
stay the same.
Goggins
Stay hard.
is the guy
The
that
struggle
can
is
take
real.
anything you put in
It
front
never
of you.
gets any
You're
easier.
gonna break my motherfucking legs.
You gotta get harder.
So be it.
No one cares
But I
what you did
wanted you to
yesterday.
go home that
No
night
one
after
matters
you
what you're doing today.
beat the living shit
I'm
out
a
of me.
cheerleader.
And I
For
smiled
those
on
who
your
want to be
face.
better.
I wanted you to think
Not
about
for
me.
those who want to stay the
Know
same.
that I'm comfortable
Stay hard. Being very uncomfortable.
You can't just go through life
never
just
gets any easier.
showing up, eating, sleeping,
You
and
gotta
going to
get
sleep.
harder.
You're going to get depressed.
No one cares
Like
what you did yesterday.
your organism,
You know
the
what Matt's
human
doing today?
organism, needs
I'm a cheerleader
problem solving.
for those
It
who
needs
wanna be
complex
better.
problems. It needs stress.
Not for those who wanna
It
stay
needs
the same.
some sort of
Stay hard.
difficult thing that you have to overcome.
struggle is
And
real.
through that, you relax. You
It
can't
never
just
gets
have
any
happiness
easier.
all day.
You have
You
these
gotta
tools.
get
Your
hard.
life was basically
No one
the
cares what you did
perfect,
yesterday.
the perfect
No
grounds
one
for
matters doing
training
today.
for where you need to go in
I'm
your
a
life.
cheerleader
All the beatings,
for
all
those
the
who wanna be
bullying,
better.
all the you
Not for
going
those who
through
wanna stay the
learning
same.
disabilities, all the struggles.
Stay hard.
It was the absolute perfect
struggle
training
is
ground
real.
for you to go to where you need to go.
It never
And
gets
that's how I
any
started
easier.
looking at my life.
If you
You
have a
gotta get
sufficiently
harder.
noble purpose, the
No one
suffering will
cares what you
justify
did
itself.
yesterday.
And I think that's empirically testable, and I do believe it's the case because I've watched people do very difficult things. And what that shows is that if you turn around and you confront the suffering voluntarily, you find out that you are way tougher than you think. It's not that life is better than you think. Life is as harsh as you think. It might even be worse, but you are way tougher than you think if you turn around and confront it. And so then what you discover is that there's a spirit within you that can pursue something meaningful, that has the resilience and the strength to contend properly with the catastrophe of existence without becoming bitter.
No one cares what you did yesterday. You only matter what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. All your shit. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. Lay down for shit. The struggle is real. Something we should all agree on. It never gets any easier. You've been broken once. You got to get harder. You know how that's. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. Try and break me again. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. It don't give stay hard. If you're black, the struggle is real. Poor, rich, it never gets any easier. How you were raised. You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
That we need adversity, we need difficulty, we need struggle. You need a weight to carry. And if you don't have any of this, you do not get your character tested. You do not advance in your own perception of who you are in this world and how you engage with all the other people around you.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between something missing and am I satisfied?
No one cares.
Because I'm not satisfied. I mean, I always want to go. Like, I never get done with the end of the day and go, cool, mission accomplished. Like, it's like,
Mine's gonna always guide you in a spot that wants to make you feel comfortable and nice and secure. It never gets in those spots that there's no growth. Without friction, there's no growth.
No one cares.
I find myself with this sense that success has to be earned, and the only way to earn it is to inflict pain on yourself. And if you're not in pain, you didn't try hard enough. And it would have been better if you suffered more.
Life never gets any easier. You gotta get harder.
A relentless
no one
struggle
cares
against
what you did
mediocrity
yesterday.
and excuses.
It only matters what you're doing today.
Want to know the secret
I'm a
ingredient that
cheerleader
separates
for
winners
those
from
who want to be
dreamers?
better.
It's discipline.
Not for those who want to stay the
Discipline
same.
isn't pretty
Stay
or
hard.
elegant. It isn't
The
a
struggle is
luxurious
real.
spa where you relax and
It
feel
never
good
gets
about
any
yourself.
easier. You
Discipline
gotta
is a
get
trench
harder.
where you
No one
face your
cares
inner
what you did
demons,
yesterday.
where you decide if
It
you
only
control
matters
your
what you're doing
destiny
today.
or let life
I'm a
dominate you.
cheerleader
How
for
many
those who
times
want
have
to
you
be
looked in
better.
the mirror and told yourself you could do
Not for
more?
those who want to stay the
How many
same.
times have you let the chance
Stay
to
hard.
change your life slip by because you
The
felt
struggle is
comfortable in your
real.
safety zone?
It never gets
It's
any
time to
easier.
break those mental shackles.
You gotta get
Unleash
harder.
your inner beast.
No one cares what you did
This whole
yesterday.
thing about suffering.
It only matters what you're doing today.
Yeah, it sucks.
I'm a
really
cheerleader.
bad.
for those who
Really,
want to be
really
better.
bad. But we
Not
all
those who
live
wanna stay the
on
same.
this side of suffering.
Stay hard.
On this side. This
struggle
nice
is real.
box that's very comfortable.
It never
and
gets
we
any
know when
easier.
everything's going to happen.
You
We're
gotta
in
get
it,
harder.
It's good. We know
No
how
one cares
everything's
what
going
you
to
did
turn out.
yesterday. It only
It's
matters
just
what
few
you're doing
people
today.
who are willing to go on
a
this side of
cheerleader
suffering.
for those who
And
want
once
to
they
be
get
better.
through that, ask him how
Not
he
for those
feels
who
now.
want to stay the same.
His mind.
Stay hard.
How far he grew.
The struggle is real.
In that short period of
It
time,
never gets any easier.
he grew so
You
much
gotta
more
get
than
harder.
a normal person.
No one cares
because he
what
was
you did
willing
yesterday.
to go
It
outside
only matters
himself.
what you're doing
Because
today.
on the other end
I'm
of
a
suffering
cheerleader
is
for
greatness.
those who want to be better.
Embrace the
Not for
pain.
those who want to stay the
Pain
same.
is good for you.
Stay hard.
It's great for you.
The
This is no
struggle is
fun.
real.
But when you finish,
It never gets
and you
any
go through
easier.
weeks and months,
You gotta get
you
harder.
feel
No one cares what you
the
did
value
yesterday.
that you get
It only matters what
is
you're doing
much
today.
greater than the pain.
I'm a cheerleader.
That pain, that
for those who wanna be
resistance is
better.
good for you.
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real.
Mentally, physically,
It never gets any
love
easier.
it. You need to love it.
You gotta get
If
harder.
not, stay
No
home.
one cares what you did yesterday.
Tell me
It
one
only
thing.
matters what you're doing today.
One thing
I'm a
in
cheerleader.
your life
for
that
those
is
who wanna be
great
better.
that came
Not
as a
for those who
result
wanna
of
stay
being
the
good.
same.
Because
Stay
everywhere
hard.
I look and everywhere
The
I
struggle is
see
real.
in today's society,
It never gets
everybody's
any
doing
easier.
everything they can
You
to be
gotta
more
get harder.
comfortable.
No one
Right?
cares what you did
They're
yesterday.
looking for the more
It
convenience.
only
They're
matters what
looking
you're
for the
doing today.
quicker. They're looking for the
I'm a
faster.
cheerleader.
All the
for
great
those who
things
wanna
in
be
my
better.
life, all the great things
Not
in
for those
other
who
high
wanna stay the
achievers'
same.
lives, all the
Stay hard.
reasons that these successful
struggle is
people that
real.
you look up to, that
never
you
gets any
aspire
easier.
to be like,
You gotta get
the way
harder.
they are have
No one
all
cares what you
come
did yesterday.
from a place
You know what
of
Max
being
is doing
uncomfortable.
today?
Okay, so
a
understand
cheerleader
that
for
when
those who wanna
you're
be better.
trying to avoid the pain,
Not for
when
those
you're
who wanna
trying
stay
to
the same.
avoid the struggle, when
Stay
you're
hard.
trying to avoid the
The
hard
struggle is
things
real.
in life,
It never gets any
you
easier.
are actively choosing
gotta get harder.
to be average. You
No
are
one cares
actively
what you did
choosing to be
yesterday.
mediocre.
You know what
And you
Max
are
is doing today?
actively choosing
I'm a
to
cheerleader
move further
for
away
those who wanna be
from what
better.
you want in life.
Not for those who
Because
wanna
that
stay the same.
hardship and that pain
Stay hard.
and that struggle and that
The struggle is
frustration,
real.
they give
never
you
gets any
the
easier.
skills that will
You gotta
forge
get
you
harder.
into a champion.
No one cares what you did yesterday.
Every day I do something to
You know what
strengthen my
Max
mind.
is
We're all
doing
looking
today?
for this great
I'm a
mythical
cheerleader
mental toughness.
for those who want to be
Mental
better.
toughness doesn't come from sitting on a
Not
couch.
for those who want to
It
stay the
doesn't
same.
come from wishing it
Stay
would come
hard.
true. It comes
The struggle
from
is
putting in
real.
the work. And you
It
have
never
to
gets
start
any
developing
easier.
your mindset. Mindset
You
is not
gotta get
developed
harder.
by wishing.
No one cares what you did
Mindset
yesterday.
is developed by
You know what
doing
Max is doing
and
today?
actually putting into
I'm a
practice.
cheerleader.
Hustle is
for
putting
those
it
who
all
wanna
on the
be
line.
better.
Hustle is
Not
waking
for
up
those
one
who
day,
wanna
the
stay
day
the
before
same.
you die, and realizing you gave it your
hard.
all into the parenting of your
The struggle
children,
is real.
the building of your businesses,
It never
the
gets any
philanthropy
easier.
that you wanted to do. Whatever
You
you
gotta get
define,
harder.
it's just
No one cares what
you know
you did yesterday.
all in.
You know what
Every
Max is
single
doing
person
today?
who has ever
I'm a
done
cheerleader
anything
for those who wanna be
worthwhile
better.
or exceptional or
Not for those who wanna
difficult
stay the
or
same. Stay
extraordinary,
hard.
anyone, whether it's
The struggle is
great
real.
artists or
never
authors
gets
or
any easier.
mathematicians or whatever
You
the
gotta get harder.
it is,
No one cares what you
everyone
did yesterday.
encounters
You know what Max
difficulties.
is
There
doing
is
today?
no easy road. It
I'm a
does not
cheerleader
exist. It is
for those who wanna be
impossible.
better.
Everyone has
Not for
issues.
those who wanna stay
Do
the
the
same.
thing that your heart is
Stay
asking
hard.
you to do,
The struggle
regardless
is real.
of the external
It never gets
circumstances.
any
You just
easier.
fucking do it. And the
You
reason
gotta
why
get
I
harder.
say that is not
No one
because
cares
of
what
what
you
you
did
might
yesterday.
get by
You know
taking
what Max
action
is
in the
doing
direction
today?
of your dreams.
I'm a
Because the
cheerleader
goal,
for
the
those who wanna
prize
be
on the
better.
other end of it
Not for
is
those
not
who wanna stay the same.
nearly as
Stay
powerful
hard.
as
The
who you
struggle is
become
real.
when you do
It never
the
gets any
damn
easier.
thing.
You
So
gotta get
what I want
harder.
to invite you to do,
No
what I
one
want you to
cares what you did
consider, is
yesterday.
that every single
You know what
time
Max
you
is
go
doing
and
today?
do something hard,
I'm a
a lot of
cheerleader
people, their excuses
for
are,
those who wanna
it's
be better.
easier said than done.
Not for those who wanna
It's
stay the
too
same.
hard, right? This is
Stay
really
hard.
basically what your story is.
struggle
That's the
is
story you
real.
told yourself. That it's easier
It never
said
gets
than
any
done.
easier.
You know, it's
You
kind of
gotta get
hard
harder.
to do that. Well, it's
No one
supposed to
cares
be
what you
fucking
did
hard.
yesterday.
Look,
You know what Max
if
is doing
growing
today?
stronger and building muscle was
I'm a cheerleader
easy,
for those who
there
wanna
would
be
be no
better.
growth if there was no challenge.
Not for those
And that's
who
my
wanna stay the
invitation to you
same.
is to realize that it's
Stay
supposed
hard.
to be fucking hard. It's supposed to
The
be
struggle is
difficult.
real.
If it wasn't
It never gets
difficult,
any easier.
there would be no resistance.
You
There'd
gotta
be
get
nothing
harder.
to
No
force
one
you to
cares what
grow
you did
stronger with.
yesterday.
And that's
You know what
why I
Max
say
is
the
doing
most
today?
important reason, the
I'm
most
a
important
cheerleader
thing, the most important
for
gift
those who wanna be better.
that you receive by taking
Not for
action
those
in the
who wanna
direction
stay
of your
the same.
dreams is not attaining your
Stay hard.
dream. It's you growing
struggle is real.
stronger and becoming
It
a
never
stronger
gets any
version of
easier.
yourself through the
You gotta
challenges,
get harder.
through the resistance,
No one
and
cares what you
because
did yesterday.
it's hard.
You know what
The
Max
most
is doing
important question
today?
to ask is
I'm a
what
cheerleader
pain do you want in your life?
for those who wanna be
What are you
better.
willing to struggle for?
Not for those
Anything
who wanna
worthwhile
stay the
is
same.
going to require some degree of
Stay
pain and
hard.
struggle. So,
The struggle
if you're
is
oriented
real.
toward the pain and the struggle,
never gets
you're
any
probably
easier.
going to be more aligned with what
You
you're
gotta
capable
get
of
harder.
accomplishing,
No
rather
one cares
than
what
if
you
you just
did
orient
yesterday.
toward the pleasures.
You know what Max is doing today?
The amount of pleasure that
I'm
you
a
will
cheerleader
eventually
for those who wanna be
experience
better.
is directly
Not for those who wanna
related,
stay the same.
to how much pain you experience.
hard.
A good life, we could
The
say,
struggle is
is a
real.
progressive expansion of the
It
things
never
that bring
gets
you
any
pleasure.
easier.
And even better, is a good
You
life
gotta
is a
get harder.
progressive expansion of the things
No
that
one
bring you
cares
pleasure
what
and
you did
includes
yesterday.
pleasure through
You know what Max is
motivation
doing
and hard
today?
work. And understanding
I'm a
this
cheerleader
pain-pleasure balance
for those
whereby
who wanna be
if
better.
you experience pain and you can continue
Not
to
those
be
who
in
wanna
that
stay the
friction
same.
and exert effort,
Stay hard.
the rewards are that
The
much
struggle
greater
is
when they
real.
arrive.
It never gets any easier. easier.
Driving through it.
You gotta get harder. No one
It's
cares
painful
what you did
sometimes.
yesterday. It only matters what you do
Well, you
today.
know, in a weird way, maybe I'm
I'm a
sick in the head.
cheerleader.
When I know that night's coming in there, then I
Not
know
those
my
who wanna
muscles
stay
are
the
going
same.
to a point
Stay hard.
down a
The
path
struggle is real.
that's not beaten.
It never
They're
gets
going down
any
a path
easier.
that no one's been on.
You gotta get
Especially
harder.
then.
No one cares
Pushing their
what you did
means what they're
yesterday.
used to.
It only matters
That
what you do
night
today.
represents growth.
I'm a cheerleader.
Every
For those who
success
wanna be
in
better.
life, guys, is
Not for those
masked
who want to stay the
by
same.
temporary pain.
Stay hard.
Everything in
The
life is
struggle is real.
worthwhile Every
never
person you
gets
want
any
to
easier.
unwrap, and you want to get in the inside of
gotta
that
get
person to get
harder.
it. Because you want
No
that
one
person
cares
so
what
bad.
you did
Every
yesterday.
person that's worthwhile to
You
you
ain't
in life
master doing
is
today.
wrapped
I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better,
in pain.
not for those who want to stay the same.
Unwrap
Stay
the
hard.
pain. Find
The
life.
struggle is real.
What I found is that winning
It never
doesn't
gets
happen on
any
show
easier.
day. It happens in the early
You gotta
mornings,
get harder.
painful workouts,
No one
long
cares
cardio
what you did
sessions, and
yesterday.
hungry nights.
You ain't
It
master
happens in
doing
those moments
today.
of fear. We all
I'm a
have when faced with
cheerleader
a difficult goal,
for those who
and
wanna
then
be
more
better.
so in what you make of that fear.
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard.
It happens in every
The
second
struggle is
of every
real.
day before you
It
win.
never gets any easier.
If you can
You
take
gotta
every
get harder.
opportunity you have to bring
No one
yourself
cares
closer
what
to
you
your
did
goal,
yesterday. You ain't
in
master
every
doing
one of those
today.
opportunities,
I'm a
while becoming
cheerleader
more resilient in the
for those who
process,
wanna be better.
how can you lose?
Not for those
That
who want
is
to
an
stay the
exciting
same.
opportunity.
Stay hard.
You want it.
The struggle is real. It never gets any easier.
Pushing on.
You gotta get harder.
And if you
No
do,
one
that
cares what you
dream
did
is
yesterday.
giving birth.
You ain't master
You will
doing
live in
today.
the reality of it.
I'm a cheerleader
If you
for
stop,
those who want to be
quit,
better.
throw it down.
Not for those who want to
Promise
stay
you
the
there's
same.
no distance you can travel
Stay
far
hard.
enough to find that dream
The
again.
struggle is real.
For it's dead.
It never gets any
It's
easier.
death.
You gotta get
Replaced by
harder.
regret.
No one cares what you did
Literally,
yesterday.
I started feeling
You ain't master
victory
doing today.
just by putting
I'm a
myself
cheerleader.
in the battle.
For those who want to be better.
It wasn't about
Not for
going
those
to
who
Navy
want to
SEAL
stay the
training.
same.
It wasn't about
Stay
being
hard.
the 23rd guy in that chair.
The struggle is
I
real.
started realizing, man,
It never
just
gets
by
any
going
easier.
to war with myself
You
every
gotta get
day
harder. No
and
one
putting
cares
these
what you did
challenges and these
yesterday.
goals and these
You ain't master
obstacles,
doing
these
today.
insurmountable
I'm a
obstacles.
cheerleader.
So it
for
wasn't
those
about
who
losing
wanna be
106
better.
pounds. Me
Not for
losing
those who wanna stay
5
the
pounds
same.
wasn't
Stay hard.
accomplished. The more I did this, the more I
The
gained
struggle is
confidence.
real.
When the
It
excuses
never
all
gets
go
any
away
easier.
and people can
You
actually
gotta get
confront the
harder.
fact that this
No
is
one
all
cares
because
what
of
you
me,
did yesterday.
and
You ain't master
this is,
doing today.
it hurts,
I'm a cheerleader.
but is also
For those who wanna be better.
unbelievably empowering.
Not for
Because
those who wanna
if
stay
these
the same.
problems are because of
Stay
me,
hard.
then I'm
The struggle is real.
capable
It never gets any
of
easier.
fixing these problems.
You gotta
So
get harder.
even though extreme
No one cares
ownership
what you did
hurts
yesterday.
and is painful,
You
it's
ain't
also
master doing
liberating
today.
because now
I'm a
you
cheerleader
have control
for
over
those
your
who
fate
wanna be
and
better.
over your destiny.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
temporary.
Stay hard.
It may last for a
The
minute
struggle is real.
or an hour
It
or a
never gets
day
any
or even a
easier.
year.
You gotta get harder.
But
No
eventually
one cares
it
what
will
you did
subside.
yesterday. You ain't
And
master doing
something
today.
else will take its place.
I'm a cheerleader.
If I quit,
Those who wanna
however,
be better.
it will last forever.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
Behind that pain
Stay hard.
is a understanding
real.
that I don't have this skill.
It never gets any
Or
easier.
is an understanding of
You gotta
I
get
can try
harder.
Which is still
No
being
one
an
cares
example
what
to
you
the
did
world.
yesterday.
If I went through your
You ain't
closet,
master
if I
doing
went through your
today.
basement, if I went
I'm a
through your attic,
cheerleader.
if I went through your
Those
city
who wanna be
council,
better.
if I went through your house,
Not for those who wanna stay the
personal
same.
is your purpose.
Stay
You
hard.
are able to get up every
The
morning,
struggle is real.
have no passion,
It never
no
gets any
drive,
easier.
no motivation, no.
You gotta get harder.
And
No
still
one
get
cares
up with
what
that
you did
kind of
yesterday.
fire. You will
You
be
ain't master
successful
doing
in life.
today.
I guarantee you
I'm a
that.
cheerleader.
You don't have to
Those
feel
who
good
wanna be
about
better.
it. You just have to keep going.
Not for
The
those who
feeling
wanna
will
stay the
pass,
same.
but you will
Stay
remain.
hard.
You are greater
The struggle
than your
is real.
feelings. Going to bed late
never
and
gets
waking
any
up early
easier.
to work for a few days
You
won't
gotta
kill
get
you.
harder.
You're not going to burn
No
out.
one cares
You're
what you
doing
did
what it takes.
yesterday.
If
You
you're one
ain't
of those
master
people
doing today.
that push work-life
I'm a
balance, just
cheerleader
remember, the
for
people
those
who
who
like
wanna be
working a
better.
lot don't care.
Not for those who want
I've
to
never
stay the
regretted
same.
trying harder at
Stay
anything
hard.
ever. Hard
struggle
times
is
last
real.
long, but an epic story
never gets any
feels like
easier.
a lifetime.
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Motivation.
You ain't master doing today.
Because motivation
I'm a cheerleader.
Motivation.
Those who
I'm
wanna
missing
be better.
motivation most days.
through
Not
this,
those
through,
who wanna
through
stay the
discipline,
same.
through self-discipline, through
Stay hard.
repetition, through tons of
The struggle
repetition
is
of the
real.
same thing that you don't want to do.
It never gets
that's
any
the key
easier.
thing. Through repetition
gotta
of
get
things
harder.
you don't want to do.
No one
you
cares what
develop
you did
like an
yesterday.
armor for your mind.
You ain't master
start to
doing
armor
today.
your mind. 'Cause your mind's like, okay,
I'm a
we
cheerleader
suffer every
for those
day.
who wanna be
That's what we
better.
do. We do stuff that
Not
sucks
those
every day.
who
So
wanna
then
stay
when
the
suck
same.
stuff comes,
Stay hard.
you're ready for
for it.
It's
This
because
struggle is
that's
real.
that's part of the unforgiving
It never gets
part.
any easier.
It's the losing part. That
You gotta
part
get
is
harder.
unforgiving.
No one cares what you did yesterday.
It's what's
You
really
ain't master
inside
doing
of them.
today.
So what they're seeing
I'm
when
a
they look in the
cheerleader.
mirror, they're just
Those
trying
who
to
wanna
see
be
what's
better.
on the surface.
Not
But
for
winning
those who
and
wanna stay
losing
the
wants
same.
to know what's inside
Stay
of
hard.
you. It wants to know
The struggle
what
is real.
makes you tick. It wants to
It
know
never gets
what
any
your
easier.
desires are. It wants to know
You
what your
gotta get
ego
harder.
is. It wants to know what
No
your
one cares what
limitations
you did
are.
yesterday.
It wants to know what
No
your
one matters to do
mindset
it
is.
today.
It wants to know
I'm a
everything
cheerleader
about you
for those
because
who want to be better.
winning does not
Not for those who
lie.
want to stay the
When
same.
you look in the mirror,
Stay hard. The struggle is
you can
real.
lie and see what's on the
It never
surface.
gets any
You
easier.
cannot lie what's going on
You
inside.
gotta get harder.
And
No
that's
one
what
cares
people
what
are
you did
not willing
yesterday.
to see.
You know, it
The
matters
lies
to
that
do
are
it
truly
today.
going on
I'm
inside
a
of
cheerleader
them that are not
for those who
allowing
want to be
them
better.
to win over and
Not for
over.
those who want to
Sometimes
stay the
even
same.
win once.
Stay hard.
Your mind has to be
The struggle is
stronger
real.
than your feelings.
It never gets any easier.
Your mind has to be
You gotta
stronger
get
than
harder.
your feelings. Think
No
about
one cares what
every
you did
poor
yesterday.
decision you've made in
You know,
your
it
life.
matters to do it today. I'm a
There was
cheerleader
more emotion
for those
that
who
was
want to be
involved in
better.
it than there
Not for
was
those who want
mine.
to stay the same.
Every single one of them.
Stay
Think
hard.
about it. Your feelings
The struggle is
keep you
real.
in bed.
It never gets
Your
any
mind
easier.
tells you, get up.
You gotta get harder.
Whenever I get to a low
No one
point
cares
where I
what you
think,
did
why do I
yesterday.
even bother?
You know, it
I
matters
just
to
remind
do it
myself,
today.
this is where most
I'm a
people stop,
cheerleader
and this is
for
why
those
they
who
don't
wanna
win.
be better.
And this relates to another one, which is a
Not
reminder to the
those who wanna
gladiators
stay
in the
the
arena
same.
who feel beat up and
Stay
scarred with
hard.
no hope in sight. Building a business
The
is hard.
struggle is real.
It feels shitty. This
never
is
gets
what
any
hard
easier.
feels like, and this
You
is why
gotta
most
get
people
harder.
can't do it.
No
But
one
you
cares
can.
what you did yesterday. You know, it matters to do it today.
Go back to making new
I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better.
Don't quit.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
Don't
Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know, it matters to do it today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not those who want to stay the same. Stay hard.
Because if I just think, well, tomorrow I'm just
The
gonna
struggle is
coast and eat
real.
Twinkies and watch TV.
It never gets
Oh,
any
hello,
easier.
sadness, my old friend.
You gotta
Hello,
get harder.
depression. Because when you're
No
not
one
doing
cares
anything, you
what you
feel
did
like shit.
yesterday.
And that's just
You
a
know, it
part
matters
of being a
to do it
human
today.
being. And we can pretend
I'm
that
a
we're something
cheerleader
other than what we really are.
for those who
We
wanna
can
be
pretend,
better.
nah, me, man, I'm just cool,
Not
just
for those who
chilling,
wanna stay the
doing
same.
nothing. Bullshit.
Stay
You're
hard.
fucking human. You're a human being. You
struggle is real.
evolved from the
It never gets
hundreds
any
of thousands
easier.
of years of hunters and
You
gatherers
gotta
and
get
people who are
harder.
struggling.
No one
Those
cares what you
human
did
reward
yesterday.
systems are
You know, it
carved
matters to do it
deeply
today.
into your DNA. And if you
I'm a
don't respect
cheerleader
that, if you don't
for those who
respect the
wanna be better.
mechanism of happiness and
for those
fulfillment
who wanna
and
stay
what
the
you
same.
really need to do in
Stay
order to
hard.
feel satisfied in life.
The struggle is real.
Camaraderie, struggle,
never gets any
testing
easier.
yourself, learning.
You gotta
all
get
those
harder.
things are
No one
imperative.
cares
They're
what
all
you
a
did
giant
yesterday.
part of being a
You
person.
know, it matters to do it today.
What's the
I'm a
biggest
cheerleader
mistake that
for
you
those
made
who
in
wanna
your
be
life
better.
that you can share?
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Every morning I
You
get
know,
up
it
in
matters
there
to do it
and
today.
I say to myself,
I'm a
when I brush my
cheerleader
teeth, I say,
for those who want to be
only person
better.
I can trust that person right there.
Not for those who want to stay the
Because
same.
we all know we can trust ourselves.
Stay hard.
But we
The
all
struggle
always
is
know somebody
real.
else is always going to let us.
It never gets any easier.
It's 1 a.m. I'm
You
going
gotta
for my
get
third
harder.
workout.
No
Do
one
I wanna
cares
go
what
to
you
the
did
gym?
yesterday. You know, it
Absolutely
matters to
not.
do
I'd
it
rather,
today.
you
I'm
know,
a cheerleader
lay in my
for those
house
who want to be
and
better.
sit in the movie theater and
Not
watch
for those who
movies.
want to stay the same.
But, you know,
Stay hard.
to be the best, you got to
The
work
struggle is
overtime. To
real.
be the best, you got to work
It never
overtime.
gets any easier.
Looks like the winds are
You gotta
changing.
get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Yeah, but it's
You know, it
not
matters
easy.
to do it today.
I know what I have to
I'm
do.
a cheerleader
Going
for
back
those who
means I'll
want to
have
be
to
better.
face my past.
Not for those who want to stay
I've
the
been running
same.
from it for so long.
Stay hard.
Ow!
The struggle is
Jeez,
real.
what was that for?
It never gets any easier. You gotta get
Yeah,
harder.
but it still hurts.
No one cares
Oh,
what you did
yes, the
yesterday.
past can
You know, it matters to do it
the way I
today.
see it, you can either
I'm a
run
cheerleader
from it
for those who want to be better.
learn from it.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
At some point
Stay
in
hard.
your life, after many breakups,
struggle is
after
real.
you realize we all pay taxes,
never gets any
after you
easier.
realize you're not always
You
gonna be the
gotta
one
get
chosen
harder.
for a promotion. You
No
can
one
get
cares
passed up
what
on
you did
promotion
yesterday.
sometime. A guy
You know,
that's
it matters
lazy
to do
just
it
because
today.
they're related to the
I'm a
mother of the
cheerleader
business or the CEO
for
of the
those who
business
wanna
is
be
going to get
better.
the promotion over you, and that
Not for
pisses
those
you
who wanna
off
stay the
because you
same.
stayed up every night till 10
Stay
o'clock,
hard.
and that schmuck gets the promotion
The
over you
struggle
just
is
because his
real.
last name is Johnson and
It
yours
never
is
gets
not.
any be
You can
easier.
never compete with that kid.
You gotta get harder.
Say, listen, man, this
No one
massive
cares
stuff, I'm
what you did
sorry. I worked
yesterday.
a lot harder than the other.
You ain't
But when a
master
TV
doing
show that you
today.
start kind of getting a little bit.
I'm a cheerleader.
About 30 to 40 years
Those
old, you sit
wanna
there and
be
say,
better.
maybe I need to start making some
Not
logical
those who
decisions.
wanna
as
stay
well.
the
I
same.
think to myself, man, I'm afraid of doing
Stay
this. And I'm
hard.
like, no, I'm not. I'm
The
afraid of
struggle
what this
is real.
person's going to think about me.
It
Because
never
if I
gets
were to
any
be
easier.
able to fail,
You gotta get
in
harder.
complete isolation,
No one
I
cares
wouldn't
what you
care.
did yesterday.
And then I think,
You ain't matched
well,
doing today.
what if I,
I'm
what
a
if
cheerleader
I don't succeed in
for those who
public?
wanna be
What
better.
do they think then?
Not for those who want
I
to stay
don't
the
think about
same.
me at all. And so,
Stay hard.
obviously, that comes from the
The
perspective
struggle is
of
real.
seeking to gain approval
never
and
gets
attention from
any
others
easier.
anyway. So it's like, listen, if you're insecure,
gotta
which
get
everybody is,
harder.
let's be real.
No one cares what you did
You might as well
yesterday.
use the insecurity to
You
get
ain't
something out of
matched
it.
doing
And so a
today.
lot of people think that they need to fix
I'm
their
a
conditions
cheerleader
in order to get like the
for those
perfect
who wanna
conditions
be
before they
better.
start. But the perfect condition
Not
is
for
whatever
those who
one
wanna
you're in
stay the
because it
same.
gives you whatever assets you have.
Stay hard.
That's the cards that you're dealt. And
The
so you just
struggle
play
is
the
real.
hand. And a lot of people have great
It never
cards.
gets any easier.
It's like, man, I'm so afraid of. It's like
You
use it.
gotta get harder.
It's like I have nothing.
No one
it makes you
cares
very
what you
dangerous
did
because you have nothing to
yesterday.
lose. Right?
You
Like
ain't
one of
matched doing
the
today.
really interesting things about
I'm a
I think
cheerleader
about it from a business perspective,
for
but it
those
probably
who wanna
applies to
be
everything,
better.
is that there's always an
Not
advantage and a
for those who
disadvantage
wanna
from
stay
every
the
position.
same.
I was like, there's always a
Stay
position
hard.
and there's always an advantage. I was like, you just have
The
to play the
struggle
one
is
you've got.
real.
And most people just look at what everyone else's
never gets
advantages
any
and don't
easier.
think, which one do I have?
You gotta get
My
harder.
body was breaking down.
No one cares what you did
it was,
yesterday.
It was just how it was going
You
on. I
ain't
said, you know
matched
what, this
doing
is not
today.
new norm. So my
I'm a
mind said,
cheerleader
it's like going to work.
for those who wanna
Like
be
you go to
better.
work and put your suit and tie on.
Not for those who wanna
I'm
stay
going
the
to suffering
same.
every day.
Stay
Every
hard.
day suffering, being broken,
struggle
duct
is
taping
real.
my feet up, stress
never
fractures,
gets
shin
any
splints,
easier.
being broken.
You gotta
This
get
is my
harder.
new norm.
No one
And the
cares what
mind
you did
says, if we're
yesterday.
not broken,
You ain't matched doing
this
today.
ain't normal.
I'm a
You gotta be
cheerleader
broken. So then
for
your
those who
mind
wanna
starts to
be
get
better.
tougher and tougher.
Not for those
and
who
more
wanna stay the
caliber.
same.
How'd you run on broken feet?
Stay hard.
Broken
The
shins.
struggle is real.
My mind knew
It never gets
this
any
is how
easier.
we operate. We're in
You
Navy
gotta
SEAL
get
training.
harder.
This is what we
No
are.
one
I
cares what you
became
did
hell.
yesterday. You ain't
And that
matched doing
became my
today.
new norm. I gave myself
I'm
no
a
way out.
cheerleader
There was
for
nothing
those who wanna
outside
be
these
better.
walls of hell. Nothing.
Not for those
I
who wanna
became,
stay
I
the
love
same.
God, but for
Stay
a short
hard.
period of time, I became the devil.
The struggle is
'cause
real.
That was hell.
It never
I
gets any easier.
became the boss, the
You
owner,
gotta
the
get
CEO
harder.
of
No
Navy
one
SEAL
cares what
training.
you
That
did
was my
yesterday.
mindset.
You ain't matched
And that's how
doing
you
today.
get through things.
I'm a
You
cheerleader
put yourself, you immerse
for those who wanna
yourself
be
wherever
better.
it is, you become
Not
that.
for those who wanna stay the
You
same.
become that and give yourself no
Stay
way
hard.
out.
What's that like in the
The
moment?
struggle is
it
real.
hell, or do you get some kind of
It
a
never
weird
gets any
neutral point
easier.
where you're just
You gotta get
in the
harder.
moment, being this
No
guy,
one cares what you did
breathing and
yesterday.
feeling the pain?
You
What
ain't
is that?
matched
The
doing
scariest
today.
thing in the world about that,
I'm a cheerleader
No
for those who
pain,
wanna be
no
better.
gain.
Not for
Can
those
only
who wanna
give
stay
the
the
pain
same.
to others that I
Stay
have
hard.
received already.
The struggle is real.
Roads can only be as
It never
hard
gets any easier.
as I have hit
You
whatever was
gotta get
hard.
harder. No one cares what you did
And so
yesterday.
that means
You ain't matched doing today.
take it
I'm a cheerleader
as
for
a
those who wanna
challenge.
be better. Not for
Everything
those who wanna stay
that
the
hurts
same.
you,
Stay hard.
find a way
The
to
struggle is
overcome.
real. It never gets any easier.
Everything that
You gotta get
you
harder.
feel is
No one
difficult
cares
for
what you
you.
did yesterday. You
Find
ain't
a way
matched
to
doing
still
today.
do it.
I'm a cheerleader
The
for
discipline
those who wanna be
can
better.
seem
Not for those who wanna stay the same.
like it's your worst enemy.
Stay hard. The struggle is real.
But the reality
It never
is,
gets any easier.
discipline is your
You
best
gotta get
friend.
harder.
It will take care
No one
of you
cares
like
what you
nothing
did
else can.
yesterday. You ain't matched doing
It'll
today.
put you on
I'm a cheerleader for those who wanna be better.
the path to
Not for
strength,
those who wanna stay the
health,
same.
and intelligence
hard.
and
The
happiness.
struggle is real.
I'm trying to get the world.
It never gets any
You read
easier.
a bunch of books.
You
and
gotta
you
get
think that
harder.
you know how the fucking mind
No one
works.
cares
I had
what you
gone
did
through hell.
yesterday.
I had
You ain't
lived
matched
hell.
doing today.
And when you put yourself
a
in hell,
cheerleader
that's the
for
only
those who
time
wanna
you
be
can
better.
figure out how to get through
Not
that
for those who
motherfucker.
wanna stay the same.
You can't read somebody
Stay
else's
hard.
book about some theory
The
on how to do
struggle is
some
real.
guy who sat up in their nice
It
warm
never gets any
office
easier.
and wrote
You
some
gotta
book with a
get
nice
harder.
cup of coffee and a
No
man
one
up.
cares what you did
I want to
yesterday.
see that
You ain't
guy
matched doing
who
today.
immersed himself
I'm a
in
cheerleader.
hell. And he
Those who
thought
wanna be
about
better.
quitting and leaving and
Not
is it
those who
worth
wanna
it?
stay
All
the
this
same.
crazy shit.
Stay hard.
The permanent result comes
The
from
struggle
you.
is real.
I say it all
It
the
never
time.
gets
You
any easier.
have to suffer.
You gotta get harder.
Chosen and unchosen
No
suffering.
one cares what you did
Some
yesterday.
Unchosen suffering is going to happen in life.
I'm a cheerleader.
Your parents are going to pass away, loved ones are going to die, your relationships are going to break down, your body is going to fail you, you're going to become ill or sick or destitute. Things are going to happen, and you have no control over. And the only way that you can prepare yourself for unchosen suffering is with chosen suffering. You can elect to put yourself into a position to become a stronger alloy of whatever the metal is that you're made of. And by purposefully choosing difficult things, you will arm yourself against that situation.
It never gets
It's
any
still gonna
easier.
suck. But think about how much more fragile you would be if
No
you
one
hadn't
cares
overcome all
what you
of
did
this stuff.
yesterday.
I've been in 3
You
Hell
ain't
Weeks,
mastered
Ranger
doing today.
School, overcome
I'm
so
a
many
cheerleader
obstacles in my life.
For those who want to be better.
This last 30 miles of
Not
this
for
race
those who want to stay the
is
same.
when I realized
Stay hard.
a human
The
being
struggle is real.
is not so human
It
anymore.
never gets any easier.
We have the ability to
You
go
gotta get harder.
in such a space.
No one cares what you
if you're
did
willing to
yesterday.
suffer.
You ain't mastered
And I
doing
mean
today.
suffer. Your brain
I'm
and
a
your body,
cheerleader
once connected
for those who
together,
wanna be
can do
better.
anything. And this
Not for those
30
who wanna
miles
stay the same.
was the life-changing
hard.
moment. I was
struggle
out
is
of it.
real.
I was in the worst pain
It
of my
never gets
entire
any
life.
easier.
I was, to me,
You gotta get harder.
on the brink of
No
death.
one cares what you did yesterday.
Nobody gonna stop me or
You ain't
whatever
mastered
going
doing
on,
today.
the talking and
I'm a
the captions
cheerleader
or whatever the meme.
For those who want to be
It can't
better.
stop me because it's a vision that I
Not
have,
for those
and
who wanna
goals that I
stay the
have
same.
and set out for myself that I
Stay
gotta
hard.
get there no matter what.
The
The
suffering
struggle is real.
before your mind
It never
starts
gets
saying
any
we need
easier.
self-talk.
You
So I
gotta
tell
get harder.
myself,
No one
is
cares what you
I
did
go
yesterday.
back to the
You ain't
months
mastered
and
doing
years
today.
of preparation to get to
I'm a
that day.
cheerleader.
And I'm
for
telling
those who wanna
myself,
be better.
it's 3:30 in the
Not for
morning,
those who wanna
and
stay
I'm
the
looking at
same.
my shoes, and I want to go
Stay
out there and
hard.
run 30 miles.
The struggle is
I
real.
have to, in that second, in that
never
moment
gets
of
any
this
easier.
self-talk, my mind saying, you gotta
You
find
gotta
more, you
get
gotta find
harder.
more. I
No one
once again
cares what
calm
you did
down,
yesterday.
go back into
You ain't
my
mastered
mind,
doing today.
in my cookie jar I call
I'm
it,
a
and
cheerleader
have to reflect
for
back
those who wanna be
on
better.
the I did to get here.
Not for those who wanna
And
stay
that's
the
because
same.
my self-talk. Self-talk
Stay
does
hard.
not work unless it is real.
The struggle is real.
Most of us lie to ourselves
gets any
in
easier.
this self-talk. It doesn't work.
You gotta
It has
get
to
harder.
be real. It has to be something
No
that
one
you've
cares
done
what you did
to make it really
yesterday.
work.
I'm doing
You
something
ain't
I don't
mastered
want to
doing
do.
today.
Every time I start doing things I
I'm a
don't want to
cheerleader.
do, I grow.
For those
And if
who
you
wanna be
earn
better.
it, you'll keep it.
That's the thing
Not
about
for
it, man.
those who wanna stay the
We
same.
like to take these very quick
hard.
fixes in life. We
The
want the
struggle is
6-minute
real.
abs approach to life.
It never gets any
Nah,
easier.
Man. There's no permanent
You
in
gotta
that.
get harder.
There's no permanent
No one
in
cares
that.
what you did yesterday.
There's no scarring.
You ain't
There
mastered
must be
doing
scarring.
today.
People are terrified
I'm a
of this thing you're
cheerleader
saying, that there's
for those
no
who wanna
end,
be better.
that there's no finish line,
Not
that
for
every
those
day
who
is
wanna
a new
stay the
thing, that you
same.
have to earn it. Still, after
Stay
all the
hard.
shit you've done, every day you get
The
up and you
struggle
have to
is
earn
real.
it.
Yes. And I was
It
really
never
big into
gets any easier.
visualization. And
You gotta
I
get
always
harder.
equated
No
working
one cares
out
what you
to
did
struggle.
yesterday.
I
You ain't
struggled my
mastered
whole
doing
life,
today.
but I ran from it.
I'm a cheerleader.
So I started realizing, man, I gotta
for
start
those who
facing
wanna
the
be better.
struggle, and I gotta be mentally
Not
strong
for
for the
those who
struggle.
wanna stay the same.
So that's why I started coming up with
Stay
like,
hard.
I'm training for life.
The struggle is
Mentally,
real.
I'm training for life. I'm not training
It
for
never
like
gets any easier.
to lift 400 pounds.
You gotta get
And I
harder.
found out on my own pretty
No one
much.
cares what you
Is that
did
through this,
yesterday.
through discipline, through
mastered doing
self-discipline,
today.
through repetition,
I'm a
through
cheerleader
tons of repetition of the
for those
same
who wanna
thing
be
that you don't
better.
want to do. And that's the
Not
key
those
thing.
who wanna stay the
Through
same.
repetition of things you don't
Stay
want to
hard.
do, you develop
The struggle is real.
mental, like an armor for your mind.
It never
You
gets
start to
any
armor
easier.
your mind. 'Cause your mind's like, okay,
You
we
gotta get
suffer,
harder.
we suffer every day.
No one cares
That's what we
what
do.
you did yesterday.
We do stuff that sucks
You
every
ain't
day. So
mastered
then when
doing
the suck
today.
stuff comes,
I'm a cheerleader.
you're ready for it.
We're
Those who wanna
slaves,
be
we're
better.
going to act like we free, and one day
Not for
our
those who wanna
children
stay
will
the
be
same.
free. If the slaves would have
Stay
just said,
hard.
we quit, we give up,
The struggle is
we would
real.
have died in the middle passage.
It never gets any
But
easier.
some slaves said, I don't
You
care
gotta get
what
harder.
we go through.
No
We're
one
going to
cares
survive
what you
this.
did yesterday.
400
You
years
ain't
of
mastered
slavery,
doing
we're going
today.
to get through this. And you can't get
I'm a
through it 18 to
cheerleader
25.
for those who want to be better.
You can't get through it right in
Not for
class,
those who wanna
and you
stay the
got
same.
tutor after
Stay
tutor,
hard.
resource after resource.
The struggle is
problem
real.
is, you ain't never felt no
It
pain
never gets
before.
any
You're
easier.
soft.
You
It's a
gotta
soft
get harder.
generation. You
No
quit
one
on
cares what you
everything.
did yesterday.
knows it's
You
not
ain't
going to
mastered
quit.
doing today.
This is what I found
I'm a
out. It's my
cheerleader
40% rule.
for those who
When
wanna
your
be
mind
better.
knows it's not going to quit,
Not
your
for those who wanna
body
stay the same.
will adapt to
Stay
whatever
hard.
is in front of it. I ended up
struggle
running
is
20
real.
more miles. I did
It
100
never
more
gets any
miles
easier.
in 19 hours and 6
You
minutes.
gotta get harder.
And that one day,
No one cares what you
changed
did
that
yesterday.
19 hours.
You ain't mastered doing
Wasn't
today.
SEAL training, it wasn't Ranger
I'm a
School, wasn't Delta
cheerleader
Force, it wasn't any of that crap.
for
I went
those who
through.
wanna be better.
It was this 19 hours and
Not
6
for those
minutes
who wanna
that
stay the
ever
same.
changed my life to
know
Stay hard.
that we as human
struggle is
beings
real.
are capable of
It never gets any
anything.
easier.
And we don't need any
You gotta
special
get
kind of
harder.
parents or tools
No
to
one
get
cares
there.
what you did
So I
yesterday.
hit you with this.
It only matters
Don't
what
stop
you do
when you're
today.
tired. Stop when you're
I'm a
done.
cheerleader for those who want to be better.
And
Not
I'm
for
blame
those who want to stay the same.
Don't be mad.
Stay hard.
When you're laying there in your
The
bed
struggle is
in
real.
the hospital and you're
It never
70,
gets any
80,
easier.
9 years old, you're thinking,
You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
because you
It
did.
only matters what you do
You
today.
didn't do it.
I'm a
You did your
cheerleader
shit.
for those who want to be
Maybe it's a
better.
great life, man, but you always gonna
Not
feel
for
empty
those who want
inside.
to stay the same.
I was honest.
Stay
Look
hard.
at yourself, man.
The struggle is
Look
real.
at yourself.
And
It never
was
gets
that
any
day
easier.
I just
You
got
gotta
real
get
with myself.
harder.
Every day I came home,
No one
I called
cares
the
what you did
accountability
yesterday.
mirror. What am I going to
You know what
do
Matt's
today
doing today?
to change what I
I'm a
see in
cheerleader
this mirror?
for those who want to be better.
Get control.
Not for those who want to stay
Stop
the same.
scrolling. Stop
Stay hard.
clicking.
The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. No one matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Stay hard.
A simple
The
truth in life
struggle is real.
is things are
It
not
never
going to
gets
go
any
your way.
easier.
Things are not going to work out
You
the way
gotta get
planned.
harder.
Things are not going
No
to
one
be
cares what you did
the way
yesterday.
that you wanted them to be.
You know what matters what you're doing today.
I would recommend you
I'm a
use the
cheerleader
resources you have to create
for those
the
who
life
wanna
you
be
want.
better.
And so if the cards that you
Not
have
for
dealt
those
right
who wanna
now
stay the
are
same.
anger and fear and
Stay hard.
disappointment, then you can either
The struggle is
wallow
real.
in those or you can turn
It never
something
gets
good
any
out of it.
easier.
And so, I mean, I
You
love the
gotta
saying,
get
you can
harder.
either let life
No
beat
one
the strength
cares
out
what
of
you
you or
did
you can let
yesterday.
it beat it into you.
You know what matters what you're doing
And so it's
today.
just a decision of whether
I'm
these
a
circumstances
cheerleader
are going to serve me
for those who
or
wanna
I'm
be
going to
better.
serve them. And so I think that
Not for those who
whatever
wanna
your raw
stay the
materials
same.
are, a lot of people
Stay hard.
lament what cards
The
they're dealt,
struggle is
but you
real.
don't have control over those cards.
It
You
never
only have
gets any
control of how you
easier.
play the hand. And so
You
I
gotta
think
get
everyone just
harder.
needs to move past that
No one cares what you
and
did yesterday.
stop the
You know what matters what
pissing
you're doing
contest
today.
on who had a sadder upbringing.
I'm a
You
cheerleader
cannot take any
for those who
more
wanna be
time
better.
for granted.
Not for
You
those
don't
who
know
want to
how
stay the
much
same.
longer you're gonna be here.
Stay hard.
You can do great
The
things.
struggle is real.
It's all just a matter of
It
will
never
you
gets any
choose
easier.
to blossom
You gotta
into
get
the
harder.
greatness that is within
No
you.
one cares what you did
Create a life that
yesterday.
you can't wait to wake
You know
up
what
to.
matters what you're doing
I
today.
live that life. I
I'm a
literally,
cheerleader for
I
those
hate
who
to
want to be
sleep.
better.
I love
Not for those who want to stay
every
the same.
minute of my life.
Stay hard.
What you say the
The
most
struggle is real.
straight
It never gets any
amongst
easier.
successful people you can do.
You gotta get harder.
Consistency.
No one cares
Like
what you did
consistency
yesterday.
doesn't guarantee that you're successful,
You know what matters
but
what
if
you're
you're
doing
not
today.
consistent, you can guarantee
I'm
that
a
you won't be
cheerleader
successful.
for those who
Every
want to
single
be
fucking
better.
time.
So you,
Not for those who want to stay the
there's a
same.
thousand ways to say this,
Stay hard.
but listen,
The struggle is
I'm
real.
only going to say it once.
It never gets any easier.
I fought for it
You gotta get harder.
because no one gave
No
it
one
to me.
cares
Because
what you did yesterday.
it was just me.
You know
Me
what
alone
matters
in the
what you're
gym.
doing
Me
today.
alone in the mirror. Me alone
I'm
in my
a
head.
cheerleader
No one did it for me.
For those who want to be better.
I worked for it, and I'm never going
Not
to let
for those
someone
who wanna
else
stay
take
the
that
same.
from me.
Everybody
Stay
just wants to
hard.
be comfortable. Everybody
The
wants to
struggle
sit
is
in the car.
real.
I don't want to go outside. It's cold. I don't
never
want to do
gets
this.
any
It's hot.
easier.
Like you've got to do
You
things
gotta
that
get
you don't
harder.
want to do because you
No
showed
one
your
cares what
body
you did
that
yesterday.
the mind is the
You know what
boss.
matters what you're doing
Your
today.
mind is telling your body
I'm a
what
cheerleader
to do, and then you have
for those who
control.
want to be better.
Keep repeat. The
Not for
consistency
those who want to stay
is
the
the
same.
most difficult thing.
Stay hard.
Every day.
Yes, every day.
The struggle
Do you
is
ever wake
real.
up and you say, "Ah, I don't
It
want
never
to do
gets
it today."
any easier.
I fight against
You
that.
gotta get harder.
You know, it's
No one
the big
cares what you
challenge.
did
When
yesterday.
you're not
You know what
willing
matters
to
what you're doing
do
today.
something, but
I'm
you
a
have to do
cheerleader
it. This
for those
is
who
the
wanna
main
be
point.
better.
This is why I say
Not for those who
our
want to stay
mind,
the same.
it's a box of
Stay hard.
surprises, and you have to
The struggle
challenge
is real.
yourself.
It never
to be
gets any
consistent.
easier.
I
You
repeat,
gotta get
sometimes
harder.
It's hard.
No one cares
It's
what you did yesterday.
What many people say.
You know what matters what you're doing today.
You like to go to the gym
I'm a
every day? Of course
cheerleader
no.
for those
It's
who
not
want to
true.
be better.
Nobody like to go to the gym every
Not for
day.
those who want to stay the same.
But you have to do it.
Stay
If I'm
hard.
running on a treadmill and I get to mile
struggle
9 and I
is
get
real.
complete cramp in one of my legs,
never
and
gets
I
any
know I've
easier.
told myself I'm going to run 10
You
kilometers
gotta
today,
get harder.
he goes, I will
No one
have to
cares what you
limp
did
the
yesterday.
last mile,
You
even
know
if
what
no
matters
one's
what you're doing
watching,
today.
because I can't let the
I'm
demons
a
in. And if I let the
cheerleader
demons in, they'll show
for
up in
those
the
who wanna
11th
be
round
better.
of a championship fight
Not for those
when
who wanna stay
there's
the same.
50,000 people watching me in
Stay
the
hard.
audience, and I know
The
deep in
struggle
my
is
self-story
real.
that I'm the type of person that quits
It never
when
gets
things
any
get hard
easier.
because I got off that treadmill at mile 9
You
and no
gotta
one's
get
watching.
harder.
It would
No one
modify
cares
my
what you did
self-story.
yesterday.
The commitments
You know
we
what
keep
matters
to
what
ourselves
you're
and
doing
what we
today.
do when no one's watching
I'm a
is the
cheerleader
most persuasive
for those who wanna
evidence
be better.
that governs everything we then
Not
do
for those
every
who
day
wanna stay the
thereafter.
same.
The problem is, you
Stay
ain't never
hard.
felt no pain before. You're
The
soft.
struggle is real.
It's a soft
It never gets
generation.
any easier.
You quit on everything.
You gotta get
Our
harder.
people did not quit.
No one cares what you
Harriet
did
Tubman not
yesterday.
only made it,
You know
she
what
went
matters
back
what
and
you're
got some
doing
more.
I'm a cheerleader.
She said, you know what, I made it, but I'm going to walk all, listen to me, not ride the bus. I'm going to walk all the way back down to the south to get some more.
It's real.
Life is
It
suffering.
never gets any easier.
Right.
You got to get harder.
Indisputable.
No one cares what you did yesterday.
What do you do about
No one
that?
matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader.
You voluntarily
Those who want to
accept
be better.
it. and then strive to overcome the suffering that's a consequence of that. And you do that for you, and you do that in a way that makes it better for other people. And then that works. No one can tell you how it will work for you. It's the thing that your destiny is to discover that. And you have to know what makes the deepest meaning possible in my life. Stay hard. And there's reasons to do none of those. They're real reasons. So it's really a decision. You gotta get harder. But you can't find out what the consequence of the decision is unless you make the decision.
Sometimes we don't understand like what is this thing, what is my purpose, why am I here?
Not for those who
Why
want
do
to
I
stay
have to
the
go through this
same.
pain? Why do I have to go through this fear all the time? Why can't it just be peaceful all the time?
It never gets any
It
easier.
will be life.
You gotta get harder.
You know,
No one cares what you did
we have
yesterday.
to take life
No one
on
asks
its
you
terms,
to
life
today.
on life terms, not
I'm a
our
cheerleader.
life on our terms.
For those who want to be better.
Chances.
Not for
It's
those who want
important
to
that I
stay the
stand up
same.
here tonight and represent those
Stay
who are
hard.
looking for second chances.
The
You
struggle
can
is
be this
real.
guy. You can change.
It never
You
gets
can
any
change
easier.
around. I promise you,
You
can,
gotta get
baby.
harder.
I once heard
No
a
one
man
cares
say
what you did
that
yesterday.
you don't change
It only matters
until
what you
the
do
pain
today.
remain the same.
I'm a
It's
cheerleader.
pain it takes
For those
to
who want to be
change,
better.
and that's what it takes.
Not
I
for
love
those
you,
who want to stay
Texas.
the same. Stay hard.
Don't underestimate the hole your
struggle is
absence
real.
would leave.
It never gets any easier.
Each of us,
You gotta
we're
get harder.
remarkable
No one
creatures.
cares
We have
what you did
something
yesterday.
to offer
It
to
only matters what you're doing
the
today.
world, to
I'm a
our
cheerleader.
people we love, to
For
the
those
world
who
at
want to be
large.
better.
It's our responsibility to
Not
make
those who
that
want to stay the
manifest.
same.
And
Stay
we
hard.
move a little farther away from paradise
struggle
every
is
time
real.
that doesn't happen.
It never gets
See, the
any
thing about
easier.
life, we're gonna
You gotta
die,
get
right?
harder.
Eventually we're gonna die.
No one cares what you did
But our
yesterday.
legacy can live on.
It only matters what
The
you're doing today.
impact can be
I'm a
non-perishable
cheerleader. For
forever.
those who want to be
But
better.
it's gotta be built right.
They're gonna
Not
speak.
for
We're
those
gonna
who want
live
to stay the
forever.
same.
Our legacy
Stay
is.
hard.
We're gonna make sure
The
that's
struggle
solid.
is real.
Again,
It never gets any
you
easier.
only live once.
You
But
gotta
if you
get
work it
harder.
right,
No one
once
cares
is enough,
what
my
you did
friends.
yesterday.
You know, if your
It
time,
only
your time
matters
comes
what
when
you're
your
doing
time comes. You know, you can't
I'm a
control that.
cheerleader.
Your brain
For those who
is
want
the
to be
most
better.
powerful weapon. I talk
Not
about
those
that
who
in
wanna
one of
stay
these
the
chapters.
same.
Your brain is the most
Stay
powerful
hard.
weapon in
The
the
struggle
world.
is real.
Once you put away your phone,
It never gets any easier.
all that shit nowadays,
You gotta
that's
get
great.
harder.
We're up to
No
date.
one cares what you
Your
did
brain
yesterday.
is
It
the
only
only
matters what you're
thing
doing
you
today.
have when you're
I'm a
going through
cheerleader.
depression,
For those who
when,
want to be
when
better.
you're going through hard times, you're going
Not for
through
those
death.
who want to stay
Real
the
life
same.
You
Stay
can't
hard.
Google that shit, man.
The struggle is
You're
real.
alone.
It
You're
never
alone.
gets
You may
any
have a
easier.
shrink you're going to. You may have a
You
best
gotta
friend
get
you're going
harder.
to. But
No one
there's
cares what you did
24
yesterday.
hours in the day
It
when
only
you're
matters what
alone
you're doing
in
today.
this brain.
I'm
And
a
your brain is
cheerleader.
talking to you in all kind
For
of
those who
ways.
wanna be
And
better.
it wants to control you and pull you
Not
in
for
these
those who
different
want to stay
pockets.
the same.
If you can't
Stay
control
hard.
your own brain,
The
and your
struggle
brain
is
controls
real.
you, you're
It never gets any
you gotta
easier.
tell your brain where you want to go,
You
how
gotta
wanna
get
go, how
harder.
you want to get there.
No one cares
You
what you
gotta
did
control.
yesterday.
If
It
not,
only
it's
matters
over.
what you're doing
It
today.
makes me think about when he
I'm a
says, don't be
cheerleader.
pushed by your problems,
For those
be
who
led
wanna
by
be
your
better.
dreams.
You're not going
Not
to score on
those who
every
wanna
shot.
stay the same.
Right. Doesn't mean you shouldn't
Stay
take the
hard.
shots. Doesn't mean you shouldn't try to
struggle
hit
is
the
real.
goal. But part of
It never
part
gets
of being
any
able to
easier.
continue to take shots
You gotta get
is to
harder.
have the strength of
No
character
one
to
cares what
tolerate
you
the
did
fact
yesterday.
that in that
It only matters
instance
what
you
you're doing
weren't
today.
on top.
I'm a
I know why
cheerleader.
you hate me.
For those
You
who
hate
want
me
to be
because
better.
you're probably in the bed right now.
Not for those
You're
who want
probably
to
an
stay the same.
underachiever. You're
Stay
probably
hard.
somebody who doesn't
The
want
struggle
to
is
do
real.
anything with your life.
It never gets any
So
easier.
I make you
gotta get harder.
question everything about
No one
yourself.
cares what you did
So I'm
yesterday.
going to continue
It only
making
matters what
you
you're doing today.
by
I'm a
coming out
cheerleader.
here and being even more
For those who
successful.
want to be better.
So about 4 months
Not
ago,
for those who want
I
to stay
had
the
major
same.
leg surgery.
Stay
I
hard.
got plates and screws in my
The
leg.
struggle is
That's
real.
the edema that's in it
It
because
never
my
gets
fingers.
any easier. You gotta
So
get
why do you
harder.
like to run?
No one cares what you did
That got
yesterday.
taken away from you for a
It
few
only matters
months.
what you're doing today. I'm a
But
cheerleader.
who cares?
For those who want to be better.
Life will not always be
Not
70
for those who want to
inside.
stay the same. Stay hard.
Life is the ultimate
The
competitor.
struggle is real.
It's
It
relentless.
never gets any
It will
easier.
continue to attack you
You
when you
gotta
least
get
expect
harder.
it.
No one
We
cares
must
what you
learn
did
to
yesterday.
adapt and
It only
overcome
matters
to
what you're
any
doing
and
all
today.
obstacles that are in front
I'm a
of us.
cheerleader for those who want to be
We
better.
have to evolve.
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard.
Gonna get in front of you.
The struggle is real.
Don't let it stop you.
It never gets any
Don't let it
easier.
turn you.
You gotta get harder.
That motherfucker.
No one cares what you did yesterday.
Every morning,
No one
every day
matters
of
what
our
you're doing
lives,
today.
we have choices
I'm
to
a
make.
cheerleader.
You have the
For those
choice to
who want to
stay
be
in
better.
bed, to say,
Not for those who
forget
want to
it,
stay the
I'm not
same.
going to work out today, or
Stay hard.
forget it, I'm not going
The
to
struggle is real.
work hard today. You always
never
have a
gets
choice
any
every
easier.
single day of your life.
You gotta get harder.
As like a
No one cares what you did yesterday.
like a rock.
It only
And
matters
you
what
find
you're doing
this
today.
rock, and that rock is you.
I'm a
And
cheerleader.
every day you
For those who want to be
fight,
better.
not wanting to get up.
Not for those
And
who want to
do
stay
it,
the
but
same.
you chip another piece off that.
Stay
rock,
hard.
And every day you eat the right
The struggle
food.
is
Every day
real.
you go to train. You train harder.
It never
harder,
gets
harder,
any
harder.
easier.
And you get up early.
You
and
gotta
all these
get
things
harder.
You do to start
No one
forming
cares
yourself.
what you did
You're
yesterday.
chipping another
It only matters what
piece
you're
of
doing
that
today.
rock up before you know it.
I'm a cheerleader.
Beautiful
those who want
piece
to be
of
better.
artwork that
Not for those who want to stay the same.
You got to
Stay
do
hard.
something to get control of your
The struggle
brain,
is real.
of your mind.
It
You gotta
never
check
gets any
yourself.
easier.
I don't care how you do it.
You gotta get harder.
I don't
No
care
one
if you,
cares
if
what you
you
did
set an
yesterday.
alarm
It only matters
every
what you're doing today.
45 minutes so you can
I'm a
audit your
cheerleader.
thoughts. So you
For
can
those who want
audit
to be
what is
better.
influencing you. So you can
Not
control
for
what's
those who want to
influencing
stay
you.
the same.
Control the things you think
Stay
about.
hard. The struggle
You
is
can
real.
actually control how you feel. You can
never
control
gets
what
any
you think,
easier.
and you can definitely control
You gotta
what
get
you do.
harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Do
It only
not
matters what you're doing
be
today.
a slave to influence.
I'm a cheerleader. For those who want to be better.
You gotta be the master.
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay
You
hard.
got friends that
The struggle is
like
real.
to party, right? They like to
It
go
never
out,
gets
they
any
like to
easier.
drink and
You
go
gotta
out
get
to the
harder.
clubs.
No one cares
You're
what
around
you
those
did
people.
yesterday.
All of
It
a
only
sudden you start
matters what
feeling
you're
that
doing today.
little urge.
I'm a cheerleader.
And you got other friends that
For those who want to
are
be better.
disciplined. They
Not
are
for
going to go
those
to
who
the
wanna
gym
stay
early in
the
the
same.
morning. They make you want to
Stay
work out.
hard.
If you aren't careful,
The struggle is real.
you can slide
It
down
never gets any easier.
of least
You gotta get
resistance,
harder.
the path
No one cares what you did yesterday.
to weakness.
It only matters what
I
you're
was
doing
homeless for
today.
2.5 years.
I'm a
And the
cheerleader.
problem with most of you, you
For
never
those who
felt
wanna
no
be
pain
better.
before. Y'all spoiled.
Not for those who want
Y'all
to stay the
spoiled. Some of
same.
y'all spoiled. Just bottom line.
Stay hard.
Your parents have done everything for you.
The struggle is
You never
real.
had to do nothing for yourself. You're spoiled.
It never
We'll keep
gets
it real
any
tonight.
easier.
Some of you are spoiled
You
brats.
gotta get harder.
Every time you
No
ever
one
got in
cares
trouble,
what you did
somebody in your
yesterday.
house got you out
It only
of it.
matters what you're doing today.
Every time
I'm a
you do something
cheerleader.
you're not supposed to
For
do,
those who
people
wanna
say,
be
Eric,
better.
your mother's a tyrant. You're right.
Not for those
She
who wanna
kicked me
stay
out.
the
You're
same.
right. She's mean, but
Stay
she
hard.
developed a man because she put
The
me out there
struggle
and
is
said,
real.
you're going to have to grow up. And
never
some
gets
of you
any
have
easier.
never learned to grow up.
You gotta get
And so
harder.
every time something get
No
hard, you
one cares
quit.
what
You
you did
call mama.
yesterday.
I dare
It
you to
only
take a
matters
little
what you're doing
pain.
today. I'm a cheerleader.
You ain't going to die.
For those
At
who
the
wanna
end
be
of
better.
pain is success.
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard.
I
The
wanted to be
struggle
the
is
guy.
real.
I don't care if you're fucking light. I don't
It
care if you
never gets
understand
any
me.
easier.
I didn't give a once I
You
went through
gotta
this
get harder.
journey, this path of life.
No one cares
you
what
ain't got
you
a
did
whole bunch
yesterday.
of fucking guys
It
that
only
don't
matters
like
what you're
me.
doing
I
today.
don't give a
I'm a cheerleader. For those who want to be better.
Who says, hey,
Not
I'm
for
here
those who
again
want to
today.
stay the same.
I'm here again tomorrow.
Stay
I'm
hard.
gonna be here the next day. I'm 50 years
struggle
old.
is
I'm still
real.
getting after it.
It
It's
never
a
gets
person that
any
there's no
easier.
fucking limit on what's possible.
You gotta get harder.
Every day I wake
No one
up,
cares
now
what
I
you did
wanna do
yesterday.
something.
It only
I'm like,
matters
okay,
what you're
man,
doing
do you want to
today.
be a bitch today?
I'm a
Do you want
cheerleader.
to feel like a little
For those who
walk
want
around
to
all
be
day
better.
knowing that you could, but you didn't?
Not for those who want to stay the same.
Tug of war.
Stay hard.
Win that tug of war by
The
pushing
struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder.
This morning,
No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today.
But guess what?
I'm a cheerleader.
The more and more I got into
For those
that
who
run,
want to be better.
each step into that
Not
run,
for those
I
who
try
wanna stay the
gain
same.
more and more confidence.
Stay hard.
But to gain that
The struggle is
confidence,
real.
you have to
It never gets
pull
any
yourself
easier.
out of bed. Pull
You
yourself
gotta
out
get
of
harder.
Pull yourself
No
out
one
of
cares what you did
everybody that's throwing
yesterday.
at you to
It only
gain
matters
that
what you're doing
confidence.
today.
By the time
I'm
the
a
run was
cheerleader.
over, I was
For
like,
those who want to be
brother,
better.
I once again beat
Not
you.
for those who want to stay the
You gotta
same.
learn to find the confidence.
Stay hard.
Stay in the fight. Stay in
The struggle
war.
is
Stay
real.
in the battle. Armor your
It
mind.
never gets any easier.
You are
You gotta
eliminating
get harder.
another form of discomfort.
No one cares
I
what you
torture
did
myself
yesterday.
physically. I'm
know what
always
Matt's
working
doing
out. I'm
today?
always exhausted.
I'm a cheerleader.
always taking ice
For those
baths.
who
I
wanna
took
be
a I
better.
was in the sauna before I got here
Not
today.
for those who wanna
always
stay
in
the
the sauna.
same.
Always. I never
Stay
have
hard.
a day where there's not some kind of
The
struggle.
struggle is
If I have
real.
a day where I just
It
lay
never gets
around,
any easier.
I'm like, this is weird.
You
like,
gotta
it's
get
one of the things
harder.
that I have to do on vacation.
No one
I
cares
get
what
up in
you
the
did
morning,
yesterday.
whenever I'm on vacation,
You
the
know what
first thing I do
Matt's
is
doing
work out.
today?
I'm like, I gotta
I'm
do
a
this because
cheerleader.
I'm not gonna be able to enjoy
For those who wanna
this
be
time
better.
off with my family. I got to get
Not
up
for
before
those who
everybody
wanna
else.
stay the
I'm
same.
going to work out hard.
Stay hard.
You know, it's like when someone says, well,
The
today
struggle
I
is
just
real.
need to sleep in. It's that
It
bullshit.
never gets any easier.
You don't need to sleep in.
You gotta get
This
harder.
country was not built on
No one
sleeping
cares
in.
what you did yesterday.
So let's get up
You know what
in the
Matt's
morning
doing today?
and let's get on that bike and let's do
cheerleader
some exercise
for
and
those
don't
who
even
wanna be
think
better.
about it. Don't look at your email
Not for
or
those
anything
who
like
wanna
this.
stay
Let's
the
just get
same.
going. Boom, boom, boom. Let's
Stay
get
hard.
going and let's start building.
The struggle is real.
And so that's the
It
idea.
never gets any
It's
easier.
just not to be overly
You gotta
soft
get
and
harder.
overly kind of like
No one
sensitive
cares
and
what you did
everyone's
yesterday.
in the
You know what
victim
Matt's
kind of a
doing
thing.
today?
I just don't buy into
I'm a
that.
cheerleader.
A lot of this
for
me.
those who wanna be better.
So when you're waking up every morning by
Not
yourself
those who
and
wanna
you're
stay
fucking
the
getting
same.
after it by yourself
Stay hard.
and it's
The
the
struggle is
hidden
real.
work.
It never
People
gets
see
any
one
easier.
video of me running and shit.
You
and
gotta
I
get
feel like these
harder.
fighters, you know.
No one cares
They,
what you did
they see
yesterday.
it during the fight,
You know what
after the
Matt's
fight.
doing today?
They don't see these motherfuckers, man,
I'm
what
a
they deal with
cheerleader
every
for those who wanna
fucking
be better.
day. I'm not good enough.
Not for those
I'm
who
not
wanna
good
stay
enough.
the
I
same.
shouldn't be here.
Stay
Because
hard.
even though they're fucking the best in the
The
world,
struggle is real.
that little motherfucker, 7
never
or 8 years
gets any
old, is still in
easier.
there saying, oh man,
You gotta get
we're not
harder.
so good, man, we're not good
No
enough.
one cares what you did
It's not even
yesterday.
all those mornings
You know
that
what Matt's
you
doing
get up
today?
and I
I'm a
look at it as like a
cheerleader
fucking
for those who wanna be better.
like a rock, and you
Not
find
for
this
those who wanna
rock,
stay
and the
the
rock
same.
is you. And every
Stay
day
hard.
you fucking fight,
The
not
struggle is
wanting to get
real.
up, and you do
It never
anyway.
gets
You
any
chip your
easier.
piss off that rock, and every
You
day
gotta
you
get harder.
eat the right foods, and
No
every
one
day you
cares
go
what
to
you did
train, you train
yesterday.
hard and hard and hard
You
and
know what
harder,
Matt's doing
and you
today?
get up earlier, and all these
I'm
things
a
you do start
cheerleader
forming
for those
yourself.
who wanna be
You're
better.
chipping another fucking
Not for
piece of
those
that
who
rock
wanna
up
stay the
before you
same.
know it. You have this
Stay
pure
hard.
fucking piece of
The struggle is
artwork
real.
that you built.
It never gets any
This
easier.
society is too
You
weak
gotta get harder. No one cares what you did
And why?
yesterday. You know what Matt's doing
because of
today?
all the technology which is
cheerleader
available right
for
now.
those who wanna be
So you
better.
don't need to use your body
Not for
anymore.
those who wanna stay
I
the
always
same.
think about
Stay hard.
in the
The
Stone
struggle is
Ages.
real.
Do you
It
think
never gets
somebody
any
in the
easier.
Stone Ages had depression?
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Yeah, or
You know
even
what Matt's
a more
doing
modern
today?
variation, the
cheerleader.
Spartans.
For those who wanna be better.
Do you think they had depression?
Not for those who wanna stay the same.
Yeah, but nowadays,
Stay
how
hard.
does the time look?
The struggle
You
is
can sit
real.
if you want from morning
It
till
never gets
evening
any
just
easier.
in front of the screen,
You gotta get harder.
and
No one
nothing's
cares
gonna
what you
happen to
did
you.
yesterday.
Look, when you're
You
a
know
kid,
what
you're all
Matt's doing
potential.
today?
It's chaotic potential.
I'm a
It manifests
cheerleader
itself in any number of
for
ways.
those who wanna
and
be
you-
better.
maybe you don't want to give that up, so you're
Not
not
for
being a
those who
parent.
wanna
You want
stay
to be a
the
kid
same.
forever because you don't want to give up
Stay
that
hard.
potential. And you look out in the world
The
and all you
struggle
see
is
are
real.
Captain Hooks, you know, who've
It
lost
never
a
gets
hand,
any
who were
easier.
chased by death. because
You
that's
gotta
the
get
law of the
harder.
crocodile. So
No one
everybody
cares
wants
what
to
you
taste
did
it.
yesterday.
Terrified by death.
You know what
he's a
Matt's
tyrant.
doing
But I don't
today?
want to grow up to be that.
I'm a
So I won't be
cheerleader
disciplined at all.
for those who wanna
But that's
be
not
better.
good. Because the way the
Not for
potential
those who wanna
transforms
stay the
itself
same.
into actuality is through
Stay hard.
discipline.
The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today? I'm a cheerleader for those who wanna be better. Not for those who wanna stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today? I'm a cheerleader for those who wanna be better. Not for those who wanna stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today? I'm a cheerleader for those who wanna be better.
And then the next day comes and you're back playing again, and you understand
Stay
that
hard.
life has this cyclical nature
The
where
struggle
it's,
is real.
you know, what you do on Monday, it's
never gets any
fantastic, but then
easier.
Tuesday's a bad day,
You
but guess
gotta
what?
get
There's
harder.
Wednesday. So are we
No
just
one
supposed to live
cares
our
what
lives
you
like
did
this the whole
yesterday.
time?
You know what Matt's doing
Versus just
today?
staying like this and understanding that
I'm
it's
a
really just a
cheerleader
journey of
for those who wanna be
evolution every day. It's just constant
Not for those who
improvement,
wanna stay
constant
the same.
curiosity, constantly getting
Stay
better.
hard.
The results don't really
The
matter.
struggle is real.
It's the
It
figuring
never
out
gets any easier.
that matters.
Yeah, and
You
we all
gotta
get
get
obsessed
harder.
about the results. Like,
No
we
one
get
cares
obsessed
what
about
you
like
did
the
yesterday.
output,
Yeah.
not
No,
the
Matt's
input of
doing
not
today.
figuring it out and not like
I'm a
changing
cheerleader
things. We're used to trial and
for
error,
those
like
who
the
wanna be
experimenting.
I can see
Not
my kid,
those
they're
who wanna
12
stay
years
the
old.
same.
The mentality are not
Stay
the
hard.
same. They are not suffer that.
The
What's the
struggle is
difference?
real.
The anger.
It never gets any
I think the
easier.
anger I think
You gotta get harder.
they have the things more
No one
easily.
cares what you did
Everything
yesterday.
is easily. They
You ain't
don't
master
suffer.
doing today.
And I think it's
I'm
they
a
don't care.
cheerleader.
If there's potential
Those who
inside
wanna
you,
be
which you
better.
know it's there, but you're too scared to
Not
tell
those
anyone
who
else
wanna
about
stay
it,
the same.
and you go on and on, get over and
Stay
over and
hard.
over and over, and the winners might twist
The
up the
struggle is
clothes.
real.
And you knew it could have
It
been
never gets any
given
easier.
birth to, but you never did it.
You gotta
I
get
promise
harder.
you, it will haunt
No
you.
one cares what you did yesterday. You
It'll
ain't
be
master
more,
doing
it's a
today.
living nightmare, dude.
I'm a cheerleader.
That fact that you
Those
have the
who wanna
ability to
be
do
better.
something and you're too weak to
Not for those
turn
who
the
wanna
key
stay
and
the
start the
same.
engine on it
Stay hard.
is a greater
The
disappointment
struggle is real.
and a greater burden to
It
carry
never gets any
than
easier.
any of this physical
You
sweat
gotta get
equity
harder.
or pain
No one
regime
cares
or
what you did
school
yesterday.
or sacrifice.
You ain't master doing
All
today.
that is just
I'm a cheerleader.
compared to a
For those who
life
wanna be better.
where you're burdened by
Not for
regret,
those who wanna
guys.
stay the same.
Don't know
Stay
what
hard.
to do. It's like, that's okay.
The struggle
Nobody
is real.
does. Go do something.
It never gets any
Do
easier.
the best thing that you can think
You
of.
gotta
Put
get
the
harder.
best plan you have.
No one
into
cares what you
practice.
did
It's not
yesterday.
going to be perfect, and it
You
will
ain't
change
master
along the
doing
way.
today.
But it will change
I'm
partly
a
because you
cheerleader.
become disciplined
For
pursuing
those
the
who wanna
path.
be
And
better.
as you become disciplined, you become wiser.
those who
And
wanna
as you
stay the
become
same.
wiser, you become able to
Stay
formulate
hard.
better and better plans.
The struggle is
I've
real.
never really viewed myself
It never gets any
as
easier.
particularly talented.
You gotta get harder.
Where I excel
No one cares what you did
is
yesterday. You ain't master doing today.
ridiculous,
I'm a cheerleader.
sickening work ethic.
those who wanna be
you know,
better.
While the other guys sleeping,
Not for those who wanna
I'm
stay the
working.
same.
While the other guys eating,
Stay hard.
I'm working.
Hey,
The
what are we doing
struggle
today?
is real.
What we're going to engage now.
It never gets
and
any
once
easier.
we engage, we commit.
You gotta get
There's no half
harder.
commitment, there's no quarter
No one
commitment, there's
cares
no
what you
third
did
commitment. It's full
yesterday.
commitment.
You
Once
ain't
we
master
engage,
doing
it's
today.
every day we engage.
I'm a cheerleader.
Because that's the better
For
life.
those who wanna be
And
better.
the people you will surround yourself are
Not those
like-minded.
who wanna stay
And
the
they're better
same.
friends.
Stay
Friends
hard.
that family for life, man. They have
The
your
struggle
back.
is
They're
real.
solid individuals doing
It
solid
never gets
tasks,
any
making a
easier.
solid impact of legacy
gotta
for other
get
people. That's
harder.
a solid
No one
life,
cares
man.
what you did
It's
yesterday.
your option, though.
You ain't master doing today. I'm a cheerleader.
There's
Those
no
who wanna be
easy
better.
way around it. No matter how
Not those
talented
who wanna stay
you
the
are,
same.
your talent is going to
Stay
fail
hard.
you if you're not skilled.
The
You know,
struggle
if
is
you
real.
don't study, if you don't work
never gets any
really hard
easier.
and dedicate yourself to
You
being
gotta
better
get harder.
every single day.
No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't master doing today.
It's not in your hands.
I'm a cheerleader.
Hope is not
Those
in
who
your
wanna be
hands.
better.
You can't control
Not
hope,
those
man.
who wanna stay the
You
same.
can't. You get belief.
Stay hard.
Until you
The struggle is
callous
real.
over the victim's mentality
It never gets any easier.
that the war is out to get you.
You gotta get harder.
Because of you are the
No one
only.
cares what you did
You gotta
yesterday.
change that, man.
You ain't
Yeah, but you
master
don't
doing
understand my
today.
life, David.
Yeah.
I'm a
I do.
cheerleader.
That's the thing
Those
about
who
it.
wanna be
And
better.
that's why I can talk about. But yeah, I
Not
get what you're
those who wanna
saying.
stay the
A
same.
lot of folks don't understand.
Stay
I
hard.
get that mentality. I once
The
had that
struggle is
mentality.
real.
That no one understands.
It never
what
gets
I'm
any
going through.
easier.
And if you keep that mentality,
You gotta get harder.
you're gonna stay
No
in
one
the
cares
same
what you did
exact spot
yesterday.
that you're in.
You ain't master doing today. I'm a cheerleader where you are. For those who want to be better. You're expecting nice weather. It's not for those who want to stay the 20 degrees. Stay hard. So, the struggle is real. Where it's too fucking hot. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't master doing today. The struggle is real. For those who never gets any easier. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. I was out yesterday. The struggle is real. Getting after it. It never gets any easier. Runs I've had in a long time. You gotta get harder. PR, no one cares what you did yesterday. So, you ain't master doing today. No one cares what you did yesterday. I'm a cheerleader. You ain't master doing today. Be better. Those who take me literally stay the same. So, stay hard. I'm a cheerleader. The struggle is real. Those who want to be better. It never gets any easier. Not those who want to stay the same. You gotta get harder. Stay hard. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Feel like to you?
You ain't master doing today.
It's exciting.
I'm a cheerleader.
Why is it
For
exciting?
those who want to be better.
Because it
Not
means you
for
have
those who want to stay the same.
ways
Stay
to
hard.
get better. There's certain things that you can
The
figure
struggle is
out
real.
that you can take advantage
It
of.
never gets any
Right?
easier.
Certain weaknesses that were
You
exposed.
gotta get harder. No one cares
that
what you
you
did
shore up.
yesterday.
Right?
You
So
ain't
it's
master
exciting.
doing
and
today.
it sucks
I'm a
to lose
cheerleader.
that.
For
But at
those
the
who
same
want to be better.
time, their answer is there.
Not for those who want to stay the
We
same.
forget
Stay
we
hard.
are in control of
The
our
struggle
mind.
is real.
We believe it's the
It
other
never
way
gets
around.
any easier.
No.
You
We
gotta
put
get harder.
in our minds
No one
what
cares
we
what you
should
did
do.
yesterday.
But we
You
believe
ain't
our
master
mind is
doing
telling
today.
us, it's giving us all this
I'm a
feedback.
cheerleader.
We have to
For those who want
reprogram
to be
it.
better.
It tells, no, we're good.
Not for those who want to
We're
stay
good.
the
We got
same.
this sucks,
Stay hard.
but it's okay.
The easiest thing in the world to do is to complain, blame, and quit and settle.
You gotta
That's
get
the easiest
harder.
thing in the world to do.
No one cares
It takes
what you did
real
yesterday.
work to
You ain't master doing
deconstruct
today.
and to reconstruct
I'm a
the
cheerleader
thought process
for
and
those
the
who wanna be
mindset
better.
of an individual when they're
Not
trying to
those who
change
wanna
something.
stay the same.
That's why I always say to
Stay
people,
hard.
what's more important?
The
What we
struggle is
acquire
real.
or who we
It
become?
never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't master doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better.
And be wherever you
Not for those who want to stay the same.
bet you'd still feel this
Stay
way.
hard.
Not in the right place.
The struggle is
Because
real.
you can't get so hung up.
It never gets any easier. You
forget
gotta
how
get
to make the
harder.
most of where you are.
No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't master doing today.
About what you can't
I'm a
control.
cheerleader for those who want to be better.
Live a little.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
You
Stay
got
hard.
24 hours in a day.
The struggle is real.
8 hours you
It
sleep.
never gets any easier.
Right?
You
And
gotta
most
get
people work
harder.
9 to 5.
No one cares what
So
you did
8 hours you
yesterday.
working.
You ain't master doing
Okay, so we
today.
had 16 hours.
I'm a cheerleader
We got breakfast,
for those who
and
want to be
dinner.
better.
So we'll
Not
be at
for
night.
those
This
who want to stay
19.
the same.
It take you an
Stay
hour to
hard.
get ready.
The
So we had
struggle
20
is
hours.
real.
So I
It
cannot
never gets any
spend,
easier.
you guys
You
cannot
gotta
spend
get
4
harder.
hours
No one cares what you did
going up an
yesterday.
arm.
You ain't
They
master
lying, oh, I
doing
like
today.
this photo.
I'm a
Oh,
cheerleader
they faking.
for
He's
those
sending
who want
photos
to
to
be
other
better.
people. Y'all
Not
gotta
for
get
those who wanna stay
focused.
the same.
I'm where I'm at because I'm focused.
Stay hard.
Tunnel vision. I'm
The
focused on what I
struggle
gotta
is
do.
real. It never
Y'all
gets
gotta have
any
a game
easier.
Feeling I feel
You
right
gotta
now,
get
as
hard.
bad as it feels.
No one cares what you
It's
did
a
yesterday.
hell of a lot better
You ain't
feeling
master doing today.
than a life.
I'm a
where you feel
cheerleader
talented.
for those who want to be better.
That's something you never recover from.
Not for those who want to stay the
Tomorrow
same.
morning, when you become stronger,
Stay hard.
I'll feel alive.
The struggle is
I'll
real.
have the belief and
It
confidence
never gets
backing
any
me up.
easier.
After a good night's rest,
You gotta get harder.
I can only get better.
No one cares what you did
When
yesterday.
cows down,
You ain't
in
master
life,
doing today.
there is no
I'm a
there's no
cheerleader
rounds, man. You threw it in.
for those who want to be better.
I feel like shit right now, but I
Not
ain't
for
putting
those
cow
who want
back
to
up.
stay the same. Stay
I'm
hard.
gonna be stronger tomorrow than next
The
round.
struggle is real.
Life,
It never
guys,
gets any easier.
is the plan of action.
You
If
gotta
don't
get
have a
harder.
plan, I
No one
guarantee
cares
someone's
what you
gonna
did
use you
yesterday.
as part
You
of
ain't
their
master doing
plan.
today. I'm a cheerleader.
Stop going
for
about
those
the
who
day
want
as
to
a
be better.
servant. Become the master.
Not
Run
those
your
who wanna
day
stay
and
the
stop
same.
having it run you.
Stay hard.
Believe in yourself.
The struggle
Be
is
that one
real.
out of 100 that has a belief.
It never gets any
Instead of
easier.
just jaw jack talk.
You gotta get harder. No one
Huge
cares what you
differential
did
there.
yesterday. You ain't
Differential
master
of
doing
somebody that
today.
believe in life.
I'm a
And the other one
cheerleader
taking the most of
for
the
those who want to be
opportunity and
better.
time of life.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
Remembrance.
Stay hard.
Otherwise,
The struggle is real.
What do
It
you
never
think
gets
is
any
the
easier.
biggest stumbling block
You
that
gotta
most
get
people
harder.
face
No one
with
cares
this
what
kind
you
of
did yesterday.
Honestly,
You ain't master
is
doing
they
today.
have the woe
I'm a
is me
cheerleader
mentality.
for those who want to be
It's
better.
too hard.
Not
Life
for
isn't
those who
fair.
want to stay the same.
These things in life
Stay hard.
are not easy for me. You
The
you
struggle is
look to your
real.
left, you look to your right,
It
and you
never
start to
gets any
judge yourself
easier.
off other people.
You gotta get harder.
If you're a female,
No one
well,
cares
she's
what you did
skinny and she doesn't
yesterday.
work out as hard as
You
I
ain't
do.
master doing
And
today.
everything starts to corrupt
I'm
your
a
mind. You
cheerleader
start to look around too
for those
much
who
at
wanna
other
be
people
better.
and what they're doing,
Not
and that
for those
starts
who
to
wanna stay
corrupt
the
your
same.
own dialogue.
Stay hard.
We are judging ourselves
The
against
struggle
too
is
many
real.
people.
It never
You have
gets
to
any
judge
easier.
yourself against yourself.
You gotta get
That's the one
harder.
thing I started learning,
No
man.
one cares what you did
This is
yesterday.
David Goggins and
You
David
ain't
Goggins
master doing
alone.
today.
And once you can
I'm a
silence all that
cheerleader
bullshit, all the
for those who
outside
wanna be
interference
better.
and things that are attracting your
Not for
mind
those
to
who wanna stay
everything,
the same.
you can then start to
Stay
grow
hard.
and realizing
The struggle
I'm
is
stressed
real.
out for no reason.
It never
This
gets
is my
any
own
easier.
race. This is my
You
own
gotta get
timeline,
harder.
and
No one cares
it's
what
time
you
to
did
run.
yesterday.
It's all in
You
your
ain't
mind.
master doing today.
Whatever you hold in your
I'm
mind
a
will tend to
cheerleader
occur in your life.
for those who want to be
If you
better.
continue to believe as you
Not
have
for those who
always
wanna stay
believed,
the same.
you will continue to act
Stay
as you
hard.
have always acted.
The
You will
struggle is
continue
real.
to get what you have always
It
gotten.
never gets any
If you
easier.
want different results
You
in your
gotta
life
get harder.
or your work,
No one cares
all
what
you
you
have
did
to do is
yesterday.
change
You ain't master
your
doing
mind.
today. I'm a
You ever had a
cheerleader
gut feeling
for
that
those who want to be better.
maybe you were meant for more,
Not for those who want to
but
stay
you
the
weren't
same.
really sure what the next best
Stay hard.
steps were to
The
achieve it?
struggle is real.
Me too.
It never gets any
So what's
easier.
your
You
more?
gotta get harder.
What's your
No one
your
cares what you did
destination?
yesterday.
And I'm not
The only
talking
match
about
you're doing
just
today.
more money or more things.
I'm a
I'm also
cheerleader
talking about
for those who want to
more
be better.
love, more joy,
Not for
more
those who wanna
choice,
stay the
more
same.
balance, more trust.
Stay hard.
What's your more?
The struggle is real. It never
They
gets
would
any
line
easier.
up to be perfect
You
for
gotta
them.
get harder.
And because they're waiting
No
for
one
this,
cares
and
what
because
you
it's
did
never
yesterday.
coming, they never go.
I'm
And when they
asking
never
you
go,
today.
they never become anything.
I'm a
And that's
cheerleader.
what leads to a
For
wasted
those who
life.
want to be better.
So you have to realize
Not for those
conditions
who
are
want to
never
stay
going to
the
be
same.
perfect. Things are always
Stay
going to be
hard.
hard.
So he's
The
like,
struggle is real.
I gained 20
It
pounds.
never gets any
I
easier.
can't find my why.
You gotta get
I
harder.
can't find my purpose.
No one cares
I
what you did
can't find
yesterday.
motivation.
It only
Can't
matters
find
you
the
doing
gym.
today.
He went on and on.
I'm a cheerleader.
So I said,
For
hey,
those who want to
okay,
be better.
relax.
Not for those who want to stay the
Just
same.
relax. Can you
Stay
find your
hard.
balls?
The struggle is
Once you
real.
locate those,
It
I
never
need
gets
you to
any
grab them.
easier.
After
You
you
gotta
grab
get
them,
harder.
I need you to go
No one
find some
cares
shoes.
what you did yesterday.
You got some shoes,
It
you
only
can go
matters
walk.
doing
You
today.
can go run.
I'm a
As far as
cheerleader.
the gym you can't find,
For those who want
do
to
you
be
have a
better.
floor where you live?
Not
Do
for
some
those who
fucking
want to stay the
push-ups.
same.
Do some sit-ups.
Stay hard.
We're waiting to find purpose. We're
The
waiting to
struggle is
find
real.
why. We're waiting to find all this
It never
shit
gets
before we
any
start.
easier.
The thing about it is
You
this.
gotta get harder.
Start now.
No one cares
So
what
when
you
you
did
find
yesterday.
your purpose, you
It
find
only
your
matters
why,
doing
you
today.
get after it. Stay
I'm a
hard.
cheerleader.
Seneca famously
For those who
said
wanna be
that the
better.
mind focused
Not
on
for those
future
who wanna
events
stay
is
the same.
miserable. I see so
Stay
many
hard.
people focusing on the things that they
struggle is
cannot
real.
control. They want to
It
make $1
never
million,
gets any
but
easier.
obviously you can't dictate
You
the
gotta
specific
get harder.
day that you're going to become
No
a
one
millionaire.
cares what you did
They want to
yesterday.
develop a better physique,
It only
but
matters
you
doing
can't
today.
specifically dictate the day
I'm a
where you'll be
cheerleader.
proud of the body
those
that
who
you
wanna be
have if
better.
you're overweight or if you're too
Not for
skinny.
those who
You
wanna
need
stay
to
the same.
understand that you can't be
Stay
focused
hard.
on the future. What you need to be focused
The
is
struggle is
on the
real.
present moment. What you can
never
control
gets
today,
any easier.
the habits that you input
You
today,
gotta
the
get
amount
harder.
of work ethic and
No one
good
cares what
attitude
you
that
did
you portray
yesterday.
today. These are the
No
things
one
that
matters
matter. The
doing
Stoics
today.
used to speak about these things
I'm a
because
cheerleader.
it's so easy
For those
to
who
either
wanna be
reminisce
better.
in the past or to be
Not for those who wanna
conjuring
stay the
imaginary
same.
scenarios of the future,
Stay hard.
oftentimes negative, that lead a
struggle
present
is real.
moment of stress
never gets any
and a
easier.
state of being miserable.
gotta get
So you
harder.
want to be in a life
No one cares
that
what you
is
did
full of
yesterday.
equanimity.
It only
Equanimity means
matters
the
doing
calmness
today.
of the soul. And
I'm
a
a
life that is
cheerleader.
full of peace, you need to
For
be
those who
here
wanna be
now,
better.
focusing on what you can control.
Not for
If
those
you
who
want to
wanna
make
stay
more
the
money,
same.
perfect. Clock in.
Stay hard.
If you want to become
The
more
struggle is
financially
real.
literate, you're going to have to pick up the
It
books
never
and get
gets any
educated.
easier.
If you want a better physique,
You
you're going to
gotta
have to
get
eat
harder.
healthier food, and you're
No
going to
one
have to
cares what you
exercise.
did yesterday.
Not focused on the
It
future,
only
but
matters
focused on
doing
what you can
today.
do today. And by natural
a
law, for every
cheerleader.
action, there's an
For
equal
those
and
who wanna
opposite
be
reaction.
better.
The universe will give you
Not for
exactly
those who wanna
what
stay
you
the
deserve.
same.
Don't live a life of
Stay
misery
hard.
by living in the past or living in the
struggle is
future,
real.
but live a life of peace and
never
equanimity
gets any
by being
easier.
here, right now.
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did
your work
yesterday.
ethic like, and
It
for
only
how
matters
long did
doing
you stay
today.
disciplined?
I'm a cheerleader.
Well, I mean,
For those who want to be better.
every day. I mean, since
Not for
20
those who wanna
years.
stay the
It's an
same.
everyday process and
Stay
trying to
hard.
figure out strengths and weaknesses. For
The
example,
struggle is real.
jumping ability. Now, my
It never
vertical
gets
was a
any
40,
easier.
it wasn't a 46
You
or
gotta get harder.
45.
No one cares
My
what you did
hands are big,
yesterday.
but they're not massive.
It only matters
Right,
doing
so you gotta
today.
figure out ways to strengthen
I'm a
them so your
cheerleader.
hands are strong enough
For
to
those
be
who
able
wanna
to
be
pound the
better.
ball and do the things that you need to do.
Not for those who want to stay the
Quickness,
same.
I was quick, but
Stay
not
hard.
insanely quick.
The
I was
struggle is
fast, but
real.
not ridiculously fast.
It never gets
Right, so I
any
had to
easier. You
rely
gotta
on
get harder.
skill a lot more.
No one cares
I had to
what you
rely
did
on
yesterday.
angles a lot more. I had to
It
study
only
the
matters
game
doing
a
today.
lot more. And it
I'm
just
a
never
cheerleader.
changed.
For those who want to be better. Real. Not for those who want to stay the same. You gotta get harder.
I have to ask
The
this
struggle
guy.
is
I
real.
have to understand
It never
like,
gets any
why
easier.
he works like that.
You
So
gotta
at the
get
end, I'm like,
harder.
hey, Code, like,
No one cares what
why,
you did
why were you in
yesterday.
the gym for so
It only
long?
matters
He's
doing
like, because I
today.
saw you come in. And I
I'm a
wanted you to
cheerleader.
know that it
For those
doesn't
who
matter
wanna be
how
better.
hard you work, that I'm
Not
willing
for
to
those
work
who want to
harder
stay the
than you.
same.
God,
Stay
every
hard.
mother
The
ain't gonna
struggle
do
is
it.
real. It never gets any
For
easier.
me, I was more miserable
You
trying to
gotta
make
get
everyone else
harder.
happy
No one cares
than I
what
am
you
now
did
with everyone else
yesterday.
unhappy with me.
It only matters doing today.
Because
I'm a
when
cheerleader.
nobody's looking,
For those who want
that's
to
the
be better.
time that really counts. That's the time that
Not
really
for those
matters.
who want to stay the
Than
same.
working out at
Stay
5,
hard.
6 a.m. gym and all the practices and all the extra conditioning, like
It never gets
that
any
work that you do
easier.
every single day is key.
You gotta get
because that's
harder.
what you're gonna be able to fall
No
back
one
on.
cares what you did
And that's what you're gonna be
yesterday.
able to like
It only
rely on
matters
when
you doing
push comes to
today.
shove.
I'm a cheerleader.
Without
For those
pain
who
is a
wanna be
life
better.
without challenge. And a
Not
life
for
without
those who wanna
challenge is
stay
a
the
life
same.
without
Stay
growth.
hard.
We're
The
built for
struggle is
struggle.
real.
We're built to contend
It
with the
never
world.
gets
We're
any
built
easier.
to contend with reality.
You
You want a
gotta get
challenge.
harder.
And the best
No
way
one
that you
cares
can
what you
take
did
on a
yesterday.
challenge, because a
It
challenge
only matters
fortifies
you
you. So
today.
you don't want to be secure,
I'm
you
a
want to be
cheerleader.
strong. And you get
For
strong
those
by
who wanna
taking
be
on
better.
optimal challenges.
Not
And so
for
you
those
lay
who
out
wanna
your
stay the
destiny
same.
in the world and you take the
Stay
sling's
hard.
arrows of fate. And you make yourself stronger while you're doing so. And you might fail, and fortune might do you in. But it's your best bet.
No one cares
want to be more successful.
You know what master doing today? I'm a cheerleader.
Getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning every day before anybody
Not
else.
for those who want to stay the same.
And grounding my thought process is in the no
The
one
struggle
will
is
outwork
real.
me. No
It never gets any easier.
one will outwork me.
You got to get harder.
I'll start
No
with
one
this.
cares what you did yesterday.
2
You know
hands.
what master's doing
Put
today?
to work.
I'm a
already
cheerleader.
working
For those who
all
want
of
to
the
be
hours
better.
that I'm awake.
Not
And
for those who want to stay the
I've already
same.
given up
hard.
Saturdays. So the only thing that I
The
have left
struggle is
is
real.
like Sundays
It
and
never gets any
evenings.
easier.
I am no
You gotta
longer
get
going
harder.
to be
No
watching
one cares
any
what you did
football,
yesterday.
and I'm no longer
You know what
going to
master's
have
doing
Netflix
today?
at all.
I'm a
That's
cheerleader.
what I'm
those
sacrificing.
who wanna
And I
be
think a lot of
better.
people create these to-do lists.
Not for those
when
who want to stay the
in my
same.
experience, it's been so much more
Stay
useful
hard.
to write down all the things
The
that I'm willing to
struggle is real.
sacrifice. Because if you
It never
sacrifice
gets any
everything,
easier.
there's nothing
You
left
gotta
than
get
to
harder.
do the one thing that
No one
matters.
cares what you did
I
yesterday.
discovered work
You know what
ethic
master's
and how
doing
far
today?
I could push myself, and I
I'm a
discovered one
cheerleader.
immutable truth.
For those who
I
wanna
could
be
get
better.
so good that people would be
Not for
terrified
those
to
who wanna
lose
stay
me.
the same.
And in fact, Kobe has a quote
Stay
that's
hard.
even better, which is booze
The
don't block
struggle is
dunks.
real.
You can get so good people
It never
can't
gets
stop
any
you.
easier.
Go back to that moment
You got to get harder. No one cares what you
and
did
just not be
yesterday.
afraid.
You
Just,
know what master's doing today?
just
I'm a
recognize that
cheerleader.
look, whatever
those who
could
wanna
be
be
out
better.
there, I could have it.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
So what's the great divide
Stay
of human
hard.
beings?
The struggle is real.
Who
It
are
never
you?
gets any easier.
On those days you don't want to do
You got to
things.
get harder. No one cares what you did
It's
yesterday.
easy to conquer.
You know what master's doing today?
When it's getting
I'm a
weather.
cheerleader for those who
Good
want to be
sleep.
better. Not
Work's
for those who
good.
want to stay the same.
The family's good.
Stay hard.
You
The
feel
struggle
great.
is real.
Those are the easy
It
days
never
to
gets
conquer.
any easier.
But who
You
are
got to
on
get
those rough
harder.
days?
No one cares what
When
you
all
did
hell
yesterday.
broke loose.
You know what master's doing today?
Body's fucked up.
I'm a cheerleader
Sore.
for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same.
That's the favorite person
Stay
at
hard.
school.
The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You got to
Who are
get
you on
harder.
those days?
No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what master's doing today?
That's the great
I'm
divide.
a cheerleader
Those people who
for those
get
who
up
want
on
to be
those
better.
days when everything's
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard.
That's the separator right there.
The struggle is real.
Stay hard.
Hope that you
It never
have
gets any
is to
easier.
become someone who can push
You
through
gotta
that
get
hard,
hard.
regardless
No
of
one
what
cares
the
what
is
you did
going on.
yesterday.
And if you
You know
can
what
build
master's doing
that
today?
level of discipline, that
I'm a
level of
cheerleader
mental toughness
for
to
those who wanna be
execute
better.
when things are not
Not for those
ideal,
who wanna stay
when
the
things
same.
are extremely hard,
Stay hard.
nothing can
The
stop
struggle
you
is real.
on your journey to becoming
never
whatever it
gets
is you're
any
trying to
easier.
become. Nothing,
You
absolutely
got to
nothing.
get harder. No one cares what
Life
you did
is very
yesterday.
difficult, and
You know what master's doing today?
in order to thrive
I'm a cheerleader
with
for
this
those who want to be
difficult
better.
if an
Not for
opportunity
those
is
who want to stay the
presented to
same.
you,
Stay hard.
you shouldn't be
The
so
struggle
arrogant
is
that you
real.
dismiss it.
It never gets any
It's
easier.
really easy to be arrogant, especially
You
if you're
gotta
smart,
get
because
harder.
you think,
No one
well, I'm
cares
smarter
what you
than
did
everybody else. It's
yesterday.
like,
You know what master's
you
doing
actually
today?
know. There's lots
I'm
of
a
people that are a
cheerleader
lot smarter than you.
for
You
those
just
who
haven't
wanna be
met them
better.
yet.
I want to
Not for
inspire, I
those
want to
who wanna stay
motivate.
the same.
I want to show people that there is
Stay
a way
hard.
out, that there is a way
The struggle is
to do
real.
more, to get more, to
It never
obtain
gets any
more.
easier.
But I
You gotta
personally
get
don't want
harder.
to lose all
No
that
one
I've been
cares
able
what
to
you
get.
did yesterday.
So
You
I
know
need to
what
make sure that I
master's
do
doing today?
everything to keep it.
I'm a cheerleader
So I
for those
can't be
who want to be
content.
better.
So
Not for those
there
who want to stay
is
the same.
an
Stay
understanding,
hard.
but
The
I
struggle is
refuse to
real.
click on the
It
switch
never gets
of
any easier. You
So
gotta
even
get
if
harder.
you
No one
even if you
cares
have
what you
more
did
money than you'll ever
yesterday.
spend
You know
for the
what
rest of your
master's
life,
doing
that's
today?
not what it's
I'm a
about.
cheerleader
It's
for
about
those who want to
the
be better.
inspiring people and
Not
the
for those who wanna
influence
stay
and
the same.
constantly giving back
Stay
and
hard.
moving forward in a positive way.
The
And the only way you
struggle
can
is
do that
real.
is to stay active.
it's the
It never
story,
gets any
man.
easier.
Hey, dog.
You gotta
do
get
realize
harder.
that this could be the year that you
No one
change your life.
cares
You
what you
just
did
lock in.
yesterday.
Oh,
You know what
365
master's
days
doing
ago,
today?
day in and day out towards your
I'm a
goals with no
cheerleader
distractions.
for those
We
who
ain't
want
hearing
to
the
be better.
excuses no more. Your future is tired of
Not
that.
for those who want to stay the
2024
same.
should be an apology toward all the
Stay hard.
bids that you did last year.
The struggle
Lock
is
in and
real.
change your life.
It never
Like
gets
your
any
life depends
easier.
on it.
You gotta
Because
get
you do.
harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Can you admit
It only matters to do
something
today.
in your life
I'm a cheerleader
that
for those who want
you
to be
don't
better,
feel like you deserve
not for those who want to stay the
or
same.
have earned?
Stay hard. The struggle is real.
Can you admit a goal
It never gets
or a
any
dream
easier.
that you want to chase?
You gotta
but
get
you're
harder.
feeling like, nah.
No one cares what you did
Can't fly
yesterday.
that high.
You ain't master doing today.
I really have the
I'm a
ability. I'm not
cheerleader
qualified.
for those who want to be better. Not for those
Can
who
you
want to stay
admit
the same.
something in your life?
Stay hard.
Guilt is
The struggle is real.
keeping you from getting.
It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Something that you don't
You
want
ain't
to
master
start.
doing today.
Continue.
I'm a cheerleader
or finish
for those who want to be better.
because you're afraid.
Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real.
Say it aloud to
It
yourself.
never gets any easier. You gotta get harder.
Write it down.
No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't master doing today. I'm a cheerleader
Admit it.
for those who want to be better.
Everybody
Not for those
judges
who want to stay the same.
by success
Stay hard.
of money or
The struggle is real.
business accomplishments or
It never gets
games
any
you won and
easier.
things like that.
You
The
gotta
true
get harder.
measure of
No one cares
success
what you did
is how happy
yesterday.
you
You ain't master
are.
doing
If you get
today.
up every day
I'm a
and you're really
cheerleader
happy and you
for
really
those who
do
wanna
enjoy
be
and love
better.
your life
Not
and you
for
love
those who
doing
wanna
it,
stay the
you're
same.
surrounded by people you love doing it with,
Stay hard.
you could not be more
The
successful.
struggle is real.
Look, I think
It never
failure
gets any
has to be
easier.
quantified. If you fail,
You gotta
if
get
you never
harder.
can get up from
No
it
one
again,
cares what you did
that's not a
yesterday.
good failure.
You ain't master doing
failure
today.
and adversity
I'm a
are the two things
cheerleader
I think about. For
for
me,
those who wanna be
as an
better.
entrepreneur and
Not
very
for those who wanna stay the
entrepreneurial
same.
and always in my own stuff,
Stay hard.
all the failures along the
The
way,
struggle
even
is
going
real.
back to like the baseball
It never
card
gets
show when
any
I was
easier.
13 and I paid $400 for
You
a table
gotta get
and
harder.
nobody showed up for that
No one
baseball
cares
card. That was
what
a
you did
learning lesson.
yesterday.
Those
You ain't
micro
master doing
failures
today.
were super
I'm a cheerleader
important. I think
for those who want to be
you know,
better.
it depends on
Not
your
those
stomach,
who wanna
right?
stay the
Like
same.
if you really
Stay
like,
hard.
go out of business,
The
I
struggle
think
is
people take
real.
one of two ways, right? They're like just
never gets
finished
any
and
easier.
they're never able to get off the mat.
You
and they
gotta
go
get
in the
harder.
direction. So to me,
No
I
one
think
cares
quantifying
what
the
you did
failure is important to
yesterday.
me.
You ain't master doing today.
My mom is
I'm a
84
cheerleader
years old,
for those who want to be
and
better.
she's at home watching.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
I just want
Stay
an
hard.
Oscar.
The struggle is real.
My
It never
journey
gets any
started
easier.
on a boat.
You
I
gotta
spent a
get
year
harder.
in a refugee camp.
No one cares what you did
And
yesterday.
somehow,
You ain't
I
master
ended
doing
up here
today.
on
I'm a
Hollywood's biggest
cheerleader
stage.
for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to
They
stay the
say
same.
stories like
Stay
this
hard.
only happen in the
The
movies.
struggle is real.
I cannot believe it's
It
happening
never
to
gets
me.
any easier.
This
You
is
gotta
the
get harder.
American dream.
No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't master doing today.
Dreams are something
I'm a
you have to
cheerleader
believe in.
for
I
those who wanna be
almost
better.
gave up on mine.
Not for
To
those who
all
wanna
of you
stay the
out there,
same.
please keep your
Stay
dreams
hard.
alive.
The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't master doing today. I'm a cheerleader for
There's
those
this
who wanna be
thing
better.
about people
Not for those
and they
who wanna
talk
stay the
about
same.
manifesting.
Stay hard.
It's f***ing real, man.
struggle
Manifesting
is
is
real.
real. When you
never
figure
gets
out
any
who
easier.
you are
You
and
gotta
what
get
you want
harder.
to do,
No one
and you
cares
devote
what you
your
did
life to
yesterday.
it, like
You ain't
a
master doing
maniac,
today.
like you're all in
I'm a
on this
cheerleader
thing, and you
for those who wanna be
manifest.
better.
Most of these people end up,
Not for those
you
who
know,
wanna stay the same.
doing what they say they're going to do
Stay
and
hard.
being who they say they're going to
The
become.
struggle is
And
real.
there's no excuses.
It never
There's
gets
no
any
days
easier.
off. There's no,
You gotta get
you know,
harder.
not willing to
No one
grind.
cares what you did yesterday.
You know, everybody's
You ain't
against
master
me, and
doing
this didn't
today.
happen for me because of
I'm
this
a
and that, and all this
cheerleader
whining
for those who wanna
this
be
bullshit
better.
that a lot of people do these
Not for
days.
those who wanna stay the
It's
same.
these people who dive in and
Stay
they're
hard.
hardcore and they're focused and they know what
The
they
struggle
want, they
is
know who
real.
they are, and
It
they
never
lay
gets
out
any easier.
these short-term goals
You
and
gotta
this
get
roadmap
harder.
on how to get there.
No one cares
Most of
what
those
you did
people make it.
yesterday. You ain't master doing today.
The voice in
I'm
my
a
head says, you know,
cheerleader
man, you're
for
gonna
those who wanna
die.
be better.
Never
Not for
even
those who
try
wanna
to
stay the
reach your
same.
full potential.
Stay hard.
How's that gonna feel?
The struggle is
I'm
real.
gonna be haunted.
It never
by the
gets
mere
any
fact that
easier.
I literally just.
You gotta get
That's
harder.
what I was.
No
Wasted
one
that
cares
life.
what
That's
you did
what I was.
yesterday.
Look back and
You ain't
realize
master
that
doing
God
today.
upon me.
I'm a
That's it.
cheerleader
And I get to
for those
live.
who wanna be
So
better.
whatever heaven or hell is,
Not for those who
you're
wanna
in
stay
hell
the
the rest of
same.
your life.
Stay hard.
So if you lose and you
The
jump right
struggle
back
is
up,
real.
and you haven't really changed.
It never gets any easier.
Have you really changed
You gotta get
from
harder.
that loss?
No one cares what you did yesterday.
You're never going to learn
You
from
ain't
it,
master
and you're
doing
never
today.
going to really,
I'm a
truly
cheerleader
know the
for those who wanna be
unforgiving
better.
race
Not
to
for those
greatness.
who wanna stay the
Life is life. It's tough
Stay hard.
sometimes. It's tough every day.
The struggle
We
is
gotta
real.
make it.
matter what it is,
It
no
never
matter
gets
what
any
you're going
easier.
through, don't be so
You
complacent
gotta get
with yourself.
harder.
Don't get so relaxed
No one
with
cares
yourself.
what you
Don't
did
be so
yesterday.
comfortable with
It
yourself.
don't matter what
Be
you're doing today.
uncomfortable. Get yourself
I'm
in
a
a situation
cheerleader.
when you feel a
For
little
those
bit
who wanna be better.
challenged. You're feeling something about
Not for
being
those who wanna
challenged.
stay
You're
the same.
understanding that challenges are good
Stay
for
hard.
you. Challenges are going to make
The
you
struggle
better,
is
going to
real.
make you stronger, going to
It
push
never
you
gets
through
any
any
easier.
adversity that you may face
You
in
gotta
life.
get harder.
Because these things
No one cares
are
what you did
intended for
yesterday.
all of us to
It
endure.
only matters what you
But
do
a lot
today.
of people don't understand
I'm a
that. A lot
cheerleader.
of people don't know how to
For
go
those
through
who
it. A
wanna
lot
be
of people
better.
don't know how to weather the storm.
Not for those who wanna
But
stay
you,
the
my
same.
friend, can do it. You
Stay hard.
have to do it. You must do
The struggle
it.
is
Just
real.
think about that for a moment.
It never gets
It
any
can get
easier.
worse every day.
You gotta get
It can
harder.
much, much worse
No one cares what you
tomorrow.
did
It
yesterday.
doesn't matter, but
It only
as
matters
long
what
as
you're doing
there's
today.
breath in your body, as
I'm
long
a
as you're
cheerleader.
breathing, as long as you're
For those who
moving,
wanna be
you're
better.
grooving. And that's
Not for
important.
those who wanna
So
stay the
don't
same.
get so relaxed.
Stay
Don't
hard.
get so complacent.
The
Don't
struggle is
suffer
real.
in a way where you feel like
It never
you're
gets
suffering
any
and
easier.
you're going through that. It means it's
You gotta
over
get
for you.
harder.
Sometimes we gotta
No one
go
cares
through
what you did
something to get
yesterday.
something
It only
more
matters
out
what
of
you're doing
life.
today.
Pick
I'm
up
a
your damn
cheerleader.
suffering.
For those who want to be
Bear
better.
it.
Not for
Try
those
to
who
be a
want to stay
good
the
person
same.
so you don't make it
Stay
worse.
hard. The struggle is real.
I got an email.
It never gets any easier.
Guys talking about
You gotta get harder.
struggling to get
No one cares what you did
Go to
yesterday.
the gym and start
It only
crying.
matters what you're doing
Early in
today.
the morning.
I'm a
I
cheerleader.
said when I was 24.
For those who want to be better.
I had the same condition, man.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
So I
Stay
started to
hard.
study.
The struggle is real.
I studied it.
It never gets
Came
any
to this
easier.
crazy conclusion.
You gotta get harder.
I'm just being a bitch.
No one cares what you did yesterday. It
I
only
say
matters
bitch.
what you're doing today.
It's not
I'm
just
a cheerleader. For
It's
those
a
who want to be
mindset.
better. Not
And
for
God
those who
is-
want to stay the same.
It means weak,
Stay hard.
soft. Feel sorry
The
for
struggle
yourself.
is real.
Get your ass
It
up
never
and
gets
raise
any
them
easier.
up. Stay hard.
You gotta get harder. No one
warrior's
cares
not
what you did
always
yesterday.
that.
It only
A
matters what
warrior's
you're
a
doing today.
motherfucker who says, hey,
I'm a
I'm here
cheerleader.
again today.
For those who want to
I'm
be
here
better.
again tomorrow. I'm gonna be here the next day.
Not for those who
I'm
wanna
50
stay
years
the
old, I'm
same.
still getting after it.
Stay hard.
It's a person that puts no limit
struggle
on
is
what's
real.
possible.
There's
It
no
never gets
excuse
any
not being the
easier.
hardest worker.
You
Yeah,
gotta
some
get
might be
hard.
bigger, stronger, faster,
No one
quicker,
cares
younger,
what you
whatever
did
else. But there
yesterday.
is no
It only
excuse
matters
to
what
not
you're
be the
doing today.
hardest f***ing worker
I'm a
there.
cheerleader. For
And
those
when you
who wanna be
believe
better.
that you had the ability to do something,
Not for those who want to stay
the
the
life that
same.
you're living right now is going down
Stay
this
hard.
direction. You f***ing hate where it is.
struggle is real.
There is nothing else to do but to
never
change
gets any
direction.
easier.
A belief that
You
I
gotta
cannot
get
go
harder.
that way anymore. I gotta
No
go
one
this way.
cares what you did yesterday.
And
It
what
only
do you
matters
have to
what you're
lose?
doing
You know
today.
the outcome if you continue the
I'm a
same shit.
cheerleader.
Why
For
not
those who
just,
wanna be
just
better.
admit one time in your life to something?
those who wanna
See
stay
what
the same.
happens. There are no
Stay hard.
losers.
The
In
struggle
the
is
world,
real.
in the world of passion
never
and
gets
commitment
any
to something,
easier.
no one loses there.
You gotta get harder.
The
No one
losers
cares what you did
are the
yesterday.
people that sit the
It only
starting
matters
line
you
and never
today.
initiate. It's
I'm
the
a
belief
cheerleader. For
that
those who want to
supremacy
be better.
exists. There's so many
Not
examples in
those
the
who wanna
Olympics,
stay
and
the
every
same.
day we see the common
Stay
man
hard.
with the odds against them,
struggle
overcoming what
is
people
real.
thought could never happen. And
never
probably he
gets
didn't
any
think it.
easier.
But there he stands
You gotta get
victorious
harder.
and a role model
No
to
one
all
cares
of us. Like,
what
oh
you
my
did
God, we want to
yesterday.
be him.
It
But
only
before
matters
he
what
was
you're doing
him,
today.
he was us.
I'm a cheerleader.
What
For those
got
who
him
wanna be
there
better.
was an undying belief.
Not for those who want to stay
And
the
every
same.
drop of sweat that came
Stay
out,
hard.
and every pain and ache and everything
The
else
struggle is
was
real.
just a telltale
It never
sign
gets
that
any
getting
easier.
closer and closer to
You
that
gotta
dream
get
that
harder.
when we were kids
No one
would be a
cares what you did
reality.
yesterday. It only matters
Why
what
not
you're doing
believe in
today.
it?
I'm a
What's the other
cheerleader.
option?
For those who want
There
to be
is no
better.
other option.
Not
It's a
for
life
those
for
who
God,
want to stay the
man.
same.
Why are you out running
Stay hard.
4:35 o'clock in the morning
The
and not
struggle is
later in
real.
the day? Or
It never gets any easier.
Because I don't want to do it.
You gotta get harder.
If the disciplines are
No one cares what you did yesterday.
I think I want
It
to
only
get a
matters what
run.
you're doing today.
I realized, man, if I want to be
I'm a
good,
cheerleader.
I gotta wake up in the
For
morning,
those who
I
wanna
gotta do
be
the extra
better.
work. And I gotta show
Not
up
for
when other
those who
guys
wanna stay
aren't.
the
And I've
same.
gotta learn. I've gotta continue to be
Stay hard.
open to learning. Focus on what
The
you can
struggle is
control.
real.
Focus on what what you're getting,
It
not
never
what
gets
anyone
any
else is
easier.
getting. Whenever you get an
You gotta
opportunity, you
get
take
harder.
advantage of it. You treat
No
it
one
like it's the
cares
Super
what you
Bowl.
did
You
yesterday.
treat it like it's game
You know
day.
what
Go
I'm
out there and
doing
treat
today?
practice like
I'm a
no one
cheerleader.
else does.
For those
You
who
have
want
no
to be better.
idea how great you really are.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
You are using
Stay hard.
such minimal
is real.
of what you have.
It never
So,
gets any
in this
easier.
job, you look.
You
you're
gotta
looking for
get harder.
cockroaches, looking for rodents
No
and
one
stuff like
cares
that.
what you
And
did
this
yesterday.
next morning or
No
this
one
next
has to
night,
do it
I
today.
went to work.
I'm a
and
cheerleader.
I don't like
for those who
cockroaches
wanna
too
be
much. I hit the mother load of
Not for those
cockroaches.
who want to stay the same.
And this
hard.
restaurant got full of cockroaches and
This
rodents and
struggle is
everything
real.
else.
And I
It
sat
never
there and
gets
said,
any
this is my
easier.
life. I
You
said, this is
gotta
my
get
life. You know
harder.
exactly who the
No one cares what you did
this is it.
yesterday. It only
And I
matters
said,
what you're doing
this ain't gonna
today.
be it for me.
I'm a cheerleader.
So, in that
For those who
restaurant,
want to be better.
I quit my job,
Not
left my
for those who
canister
wanna
in that
stay the
restaurant,
same.
my spray canister,
Stay hard.
got back in my Ecolab truck,
The struggle is
and I
real.
went home. And I
It never
started
gets
working
any
out
easier.
like somebody.
You gotta get
became the
harder.
most obsessed person
No one cares
on the
what you did
planet Earth.
yesterday.
Life
It
is
only matters what
difficult.
you're doing today.
It really is.
I'm a cheerleader.
What makes life
For those who wanna
difficult
be
for a
better.
lot of people is they
Not for those who want to stay
don't
the same.
think life should be difficult.
Stay hard.
And so therefore,
The
they're
struggle
looking
is
for
real.
a quick way, a quick
It
answer,
never
an
gets
easy
any
way.
easier.
There
You
are
gotta
none.
get harder.
It
No
truly
one
is
cares
uphill
what
all
you
the
did
way.
yesterday.
And
It
to
only
go
matters
uphill,
what you're doing today.
you have to be intentional.
I'm a cheerleader.
Nobody ever
who
accidentally
wanna be
climbed
better.
a mountain. Nobody ever
Not for those
accidentally
who wanna
got
stay
up
the
to a
same.
new level.
Stay
If you
hard.
climb higher, you're
The struggle is
intentionally
real.
putting forth energy, effort,
It never gets any easier.
time, muscle to make
You
that
gotta get
happen.
harder.
We have
No one
uphill
cares what you did
hopes,
yesterday.
but we have downhill
It only
habits.
matters what you're doing
So
today.
if you want to go uphill,
I'm a cheerleader.
get rid of the
For those who wanna
downhill
be better.
habits.
Not for
No
those
matter
who
the
want to stay the same.
circumstances, no matter how
Stay
hard
hard.
it may be seeming right now in your life, we
struggle
all
is
gotta
real.
go through something to get something
It never
that we
gets
want in
any
life.
easier.
Things may not always
You
go
gotta
where
get
you want
harder.
it to go, but I promise
No one
you,
cares
if you
what you
continue
did
to focus
yesterday.
on the
It only
positive
matters
rather
what
than
you're
the
doing today.
negatives, you will be
I'm a
all right.
cheerleader. For those who want to
You
be
start
better.
thinking, you start making things up,
Not
you
for
start
those
thinking
who wanna
about
stay the
luxury
same.
and all those things
Stay
that you
hard.
could be doing instead.
The struggle is
whatever.
real.
And so I just
It
stop
never gets
all that
any
and just get
easier.
up and just do what you're supposed
You
to do.
gotta get
But
harder.
from a day-to-day basis,
No
I mean,
one cares what you did
you
yesterday.
know, the fact that
It only matters what
I've
you're doing today.
got friends,
I'm a
a lot of
cheerleader.
friends that aren't here that
For
don't
those
get
who
to
wanna
live
be
their
better.
lives anymore, that were killed.
Not for those who
And
wanna stay the
I want to
same.
make sure that I'm
Stay
taking
hard.
advantage of
The
every
struggle
minute
is
and
real.
every second that I have,
never gets any
and living
easier.
a life that if they're
You
they're
gotta
watching
get
me right
harder.
now, they're thinking,
No
all
one
right,
cares what you
all
did
right, good,
yesterday.
Jabba's getting after it.
It only matters what you're doing today.
Anything we can do.
I'm a cheerleader. For those who want to be better.
You gotta put your past
Not for
behind
those
you.
who want to stay the
Look,
same.
kid, bad things happen,
Stay
and you
hard.
can't do anything about it,
The
right?
struggle is real.
Wrong. When the world
never gets
turns
any
its back
easier.
on you, you
You
turn
gotta
your
get harder.
back on the world.
No one cares what you
Life
did
is
yesterday.
not a perfection game.
It only matters what you're
Life is
doing
an
today.
adjustment game.
I'm a
It's not
cheerleader.
about getting it right.
For those who want to be
It's
better.
about when you
Not for those who wanna
inevitably
stay
get it
the same.
wrong, how you handle
hard.
it. Your ability to
The
adapt.
struggle is real.
give them? I feel like
It never gets any easier.
It starts with
You
yourself,
gotta get
man.
harder.
You gotta start
No
diving
one
into
cares
those
what you
things
did
that you're
yesterday.
afraid of.
It only
You
matters
gain
what you're doing today.
confidence by going
I'm a
to the spot that
cheerleader.
makes you feel good.
For those who want to be better.
It's gonna be a false
Not
reality.
for those who want to
And
stay
the
the
second
same.
life gives you that challenge,
Stay hard.
all you wanna do is go
The
back to
struggle is
what
real.
gave you confidence. Is
It
that
never
happy
gets any
spot.
easier.
What gives you
You
confidence,
gotta
not
get
being
harder.
afraid.
No one cares what you did
It's
yesterday.
overcoming the
It only
fear.
matters what you're doing today.
I used to stutter severely
I'm a
bad. So right
cheerleader.
now, I don't know how many people
those
have
who
watched
wanna be
this.
better.
You know what gives me confidence?
Not
Is
for
that I
those
don't
who want
want
to stay the same.
If I say
Stay
I start
hard.
stuttering again.
The struggle
That's
is
what gives
real.
me confidence, is facing
It
these
never
things,
gets any
overcoming
easier.
them. And maybe not overcoming
You
them
gotta
every day,
get harder.
but facing
No
them.
one cares what you
And
did
facing them,
yesterday.
facing them. Pretty soon like
It
this,
only
oh,
matters
this
what you're
is
doing
where it's
today.
at.
I'm a
It's not in that
cheerleader.
comfort zone.
For those who want to be better.
It's in the discomfort zone.
Not for those who want to
It's where
stay the
my
same.
confidence is getting built.
Stay hard. The struggle is
Negativity,
real.
You can protect yourself.
It never gets
from
any
negativity.
easier.
And that's what
You
stops
gotta get
most
harder.
people. Negative
No one
thoughts.
cares what you did yesterday.
You know, I get tired
It only matters
sometimes.
what you're doing today.
That's different from being
I'm a
negative.
cheerleader.
Because
Those
I get
who wanna be
mentally
better.
drained from my job at
Not
times.
for those who
But
wanna
to
stay the
coat your
same.
mind from negativity,
Stay hard.
the way you can put a
The
coating
struggle
around
is
your
real.
mind is with
It
one
never
simple
gets any
thing.
easier.
Gratitude.
You gotta get harder.
Gratitude.
No one cares
replaces
what you did
negativity.
yesterday.
I'm gonna show
It
you
only
how
matters
this
what
works.
you're doing today.
If you wake up in the morning,
I'm
you
a
start having
cheerleader.
negative thoughts.
For those
Man,
who wanna
this
be
ain't
better.
my day. I woke up
Not
on
for
the wrong
those who
side
wanna
of the
stay the
bed.
same.
I'm tripping. I just don't
Stay
feel
hard.
myself.
The
Every time
struggle
you
is
feel
real.
in the middle of the day, if you feel
It
yourself
never gets
doing
any
that,
easier.
stop. Just stop.
You
for a
gotta get
second.
harder.
and
No one
start
cares
going
what you did
over in your
yesterday.
mind everything
You
you
know what
have
Max
to
is
be
doing
grateful
today? I'm
Not
a
everything
cheerleader
you want.
for those who want to be better.
Everything you already have.
Not for those
because
who wanna
what you
stay
have
the
is
same.
substantial.
You want to
Stay
know why our
hard.
grandparents stayed together?
The
Because
struggle is
they weren't
real.
looking at ass cheeks all day
It
on
never gets
Instagram
any
and
easier.
refreshing it.
You got to get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Max is doing today? I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real.
not
It never gets
listen
any easier.
to that little voice.
You gotta get
Instead,
harder.
Go
No one
through
cares what you
the
did
motions.
yesterday.
Lift
It only matters
the
what you're
weights.
doing today.
Sprint the hill.
I'm a cheerleader
Work on the project.
for those who want to
Get
be better.
out of bed.
Not for those who want to stay the same.
You need
Stay
to
hard.
get things done.
The struggle is real.
When tomorrow
It
comes,
never gets any easier.
you still feel
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better.
you won't need
Not for
that
those who
rest.
wanna stay the
Chances
same.
are you will realize
hard.
that the desire to rest
The
was
struggle is
just
real.
weakness. It was
It
just
never gets any easier.
the desire to take
You
the
gotta
path
get harder.
of least
No one
resistance
cares what you did yesterday.
path the
It only
easy
matters what you're doing today. I'm a cheerleader
and by
for those who want to be
simply
better.
going through the motions,
Not for those who want to stay the same.
you will
Stay
go
hard.
on that path. Then you
The
stayed
struggle
on
is
the
real.
righteous path, the
It never gets any
disciplined path.
easier.
You stayed
You
on
gotta
the
get
road,
harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
which is
It only
right.
matters what you're doing today.
You know
I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for those who want to stay the same.
The majority of
Stay hard.
success that I have had has
The struggle
come
is
on the
real.
back end of pain.
It never gets any easier.
Pain has pushed me to a level
You gotta get harder.
unknown.
No one
For
cares
me
what
at
you
the
did
time.
yesterday.
All I
It
know
only
is that
matters
was
what you're doing
pain, but
today.
on the other side of it, all
I'm
of
a
a sudden, I
cheerleader
became better
for
in
those
an
who
area.
want to be better.
So when we go
Not
through
for
those
those who wanna stay the
situations in our
same.
lives, pain
Stay hard.
helps you develop those
The struggle
things
is real.
that's going to take you to the next
It
level.
never gets
of
any
whatever
easier.
it is. Believe that.
You gotta
I'm a
get
living
harder.
testimony of that.
No one cares what you did
See, there's
yesterday.
a purpose for my
It only
pain.
matters what you're doing today.
As you've been listening all
I'm a
day,
cheerleader
all this week,
for those who
I
wanna be
suffered
better.
from depression. I went through
Not
it
for
my
those
life,
who
I
wanna
went
stay
through
the
it.
same.
I've suffered through
hard.
suicidal thoughts. And I wasn't
struggle
just
is
suffering
real.
through suicidal thoughts.
It
I
never
was
gets any
actually
easier.
planning the way that I would kill myself.
You gotta get
so
harder.
my wife would get the
No
money.
one cares what you did yesterday. It only matters what you're doing
Not
today.
yet, not yet.
I'm a cheerleader for those who want to be better. Not for
But
those
what
who
that
want to stay
pain
the
did
same.
for me,
Stay hard.
it increased my
The
faith
struggle is real.
exponentially.
It never gets
I
any
have
easier.
grown leaps and bounds
You
because
gotta
of the
get
things
harder.
that I've gone through.
No one
And that's
cares
one
what
of
you did
those things that I
yesterday.
went through.
It only
And when I
matters
say
what you're doing today.
through, that means
I'm
I
a
came on the
cheerleader
other side of it.
for
So
those
for
who wanna
those
be
who are
better.
going through right now,
Not
there's
for those who wanna
hope.
stay
You
the
do have
same.
hope. There is something on
Stay
the
hard.
other side of this.
The struggle
Don't
is
get
real.
caught up where you are.
It never
Don't
gets
stay
any
where you
easier.
are.
You gotta get harder.
Keep moving.
No one cares
Keep
what you did
pushing through.
yesterday. It only matters what you're doing today. I'm a
You always have to be
cheerleader
the person who roots
for
for you
those who
before
wanna be
everybody else
better.
does.
Not for those who want to
And
stay
it's
the
usually
same.
a single clap.
Stay hard.
So the other day, I
The struggle is real.
I
It
see this
never
young
gets
man.
any easier.
He
You
passes
gotta
me,
get
comes back,
harder.
catches me.
No one cares what
Gets
you did
beside me.
yesterday.
Starts giving
It
me
only
his
matters
resume
what
about
you're
his
doing
life.
today. I'm a
He's going through
cheerleader
talking about everything he's
for those
done.
who want to be better.
He gets to the point where he says, I just
Not
graduated
those
college
who
with
wanna stay the
3.8
same.
GPA.
Stay
I
hard.
ask him, what's next?
The struggle
He
is
gives me a
real.
look like he's bewildered.
It never
I
gets
say
any easier.
congratulations.
You
I say,
gotta get
what's next?
harder.
Because basically,
No one cares
if you
what
have
you
a
did
long laundry
yesterday.
list of
It only
shit you
matters
want to
what you're doing
accomplish in
today.
life, you sit
I'm a
back and you're
cheerleader
very happy.
for those who want to
You
be
sit
better.
back on your accomplishments and say,
Not for
wow,
those who wanna
it's like
stay
a
the
nice
same.
warm blanket. It's
Stay
nice and
hard.
comfortable. You don't want to do
The
it
struggle
anymore.
is real.
A lot of us have these
It never
outlaw
gets any
walls,
easier.
certificates,
You gotta get
trophies,
harder.
plaques.
No one
I put all
cares
that
what
shit
you did
storage.
yesterday.
As a
It only matters what
reminder,
you're doing
I have
today.
more to do.
I'm a
Bring me
cheerleader
something new every
for those who
day.
want to be better.
Hey kid, I'm proud of you.
Not for those
Stay
who want to
hard,
stay the same.
but keep on fucking working.
Stay hard.
My legs are all beat
The struggle
down,
is
almost
real.
me tired, feel like shit.
It never gets
But
any
guess what?
easier.
I know. How about
You gotta
days
get
off?
harder.
One day,
No
but
one
not
cares
today.
what you did yesterday.
Hang on a second, man.
It only matters what you're
You
doing today.
can achieve the
I'm a
absolute
cheerleader
impossible. You don't need
for those
great
who wanna be
parents. You don't
better.
need like a
Not for
private
those who
school.
wanna stay the
You don't
same.
need to have this
Stay
humongous
hard.
GPA and all this other shit.
The struggle is
What
real.
you need is the one thing I talked
It
about
never
in my
gets
book,
any easier.
was a straight up
You
brutal
gotta get harder.
work ethic.
No one
You
cares
have
what
to
you
be
did
willing
yesterday.
to outwork
It only matters what you're doing
everybody
today.
in the world.
I'm a cheerleader.
For the next 2 years, all I'm going to do is
for
get
those
good
who wanna be
grades.
better.
I didn't date. I didn't
Not
party.
for
I
those who
didn't
wanna stay
drink.
the
I
same.
literally didn't leave my dorm
Stay
room.
hard.
I worked. I put my head down
The
for
struggle
2
is
years
real.
and I just worked.
It never gets any
Today,
easier.
I decided to try to
You
kick
gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. No one matters what you doing today. I'm a cheerleader.
Just my running
for those
pace,
who
what
want
I'm
to be
doing,
better.
my breathing, everything like that.
Not for those
Get
who
the
want
ball
to stay the
moved, till I
same.
turn around, and
Stay
the
hard.
demons start to creep in. That
The struggle is real.
creeping up on me.
It
When you
never
push
gets
so
any
hard,
easier.
something stopped
You
giving.
gotta get harder.
And I started to get it.
No one cares what you
My
did
mind started
yesterday.
to break down. I
You
started
know
to feel
what
my
Matt's
legs started to
doing
hurt. I
I'm a
started feeling
cheerleader
dehydrated.
for those
Started
who wanna
feeling
be
sorry
better.
for myself. Started
Not
looking
for
around.
those who wanna stay the
No one
same.
knows I'm out here running.
Stay hard.
Why don't you go ahead and just
The
stop?
struggle is
Call your
real.
girl, have her pick you up.
It never gets
And
any
that's not
easier.
like a little-
You
And
gotta
that's
get
when your
harder.
mind has to change.
No one cares what you
gotta
did
start thinking I'm
yesterday.
the grittiest mother
You know what
in the
Matt's
world.
doing today?
With dehydration,
I'm a cheerleader.
legs are all sore.
For those who wanna
You
be
got
better.
shin splints and stretch fractures.
Not
No, you
for
don't.
those who wanna
You
stay
got
the
sore
same.
legs. Get out
Stay
of
hard.
bed. Stay hard.
I called
The
the Rocky
struggle
Cut
is
scene,
real.
and almost every
never
successful
gets
person
any
that I
easier.
have ever encountered
You
has
gotta
gone
get
through
harder.
not a
No one cares what you did yesterday.
many
You know what
years
Matt's doing
of
today?
doing
I'm a
work
cheerleader
without reward,
for those who wanna be
where they
better.
have to do things that other
Not for
people
those who wanna
find
stay the
boring,
same.
and they have to sacrifice
Stay
things
hard.
that everyone finds interesting,
struggle is
that
real.
most people want to do during that
Never
entire
gets any
season of their
easier.
life, and they basically sacrifice
You gotta get
a
harder.
season
No one
of
cares what
other
you did
things that they
yesterday.
would prefer to do
You know what Matt's
to
doing
do stuff
today?
that they would not prefer to
I'm a
do
cheerleader
because of the one thing they
for
want
those
most.
who wanna be better.
And
Not for those who wanna
that's
stay
the
the
Rocky Cut
same.
scene. And instead of lasting
Stay
5
hard.
minutes, it just lasts 5 minutes.
The struggle is
I've
real.
never seen myself
It
as
never gets any easier.
particularly talented.
In the military, had this big old rucksack on the back. Cheerleader. Had batteries, those who wanna water, be better. Extra gear. Not for those who wanna stay the same. You're dealing with the life. Stay hard. And the only way to overcome it is for you and you alone to face it. It never gets any easier. You have to do your best work. You gotta get harder. You're at least motivated. No one cares what you did yesterday. Those days you don't want to do it. You know what Matt's
Guess
doing
what you gotta
today?
do?
I'm a cheerleader.
Do it.
For those who
You're
wanna be
talking
better.
about it's not
Not
you that's
those
afraid of
who wanna
failing.
stay the same.
You're afraid of other people's
Stay
opinions
hard.
about why you're going to fail.
The struggle is real.
There's going to be things in your life
It
that you
never
don't have
gets any
control.
easier. You gotta get
For
harder.
instance, someone gets a
No
terrible
one cares
disease,
what you did yesterday.
and
You know what Matt's
one of
doing
their kids
today?
gets a terrible
I'm a
disease.
cheerleader.
And no,
Those who wanna
there's
be
nothing you
better.
can do about that. What you can take
Not
ownership
those
is
who wanna
how you
stay the
respond to
same.
that situation. And so
Stay
that's
hard.
what you have to do. There's
The
things that you
struggle
can
is
control,
real.
there's things you can't control.
It
Now, I
never
will tell
gets
you
any
that
easier.
human beings can
You
control a
gotta
lot
get
more
harder.
than they think they can.
No one cares what you
And
did yesterday.
oftentimes,
You know what
it's
Matt's
pretty easy
doing
just to
today?
say, oh, that's not me,
I'm
that's
a
not what I need.
cheerleader.
I
For
think
those who wanna be better.
that's the whole genesis of
Not
the
for
idea
those
of
who
extreme
wanna stay
ownership
the
is
same.
most of the time,
Stay
or
hard.
much of the time,
The
people say
struggle
that's
is
not my
real.
fault, there's nothing I can do about
It
that.
never gets any
And
easier.
more often
You gotta
than
get
people
harder.
think, there is
No
something
one
you can do about
cares
it.
what you did
And,
yesterday.
and it is your fault.
You know what Matt's doing
So
today?
when I win,
I'm a
it's awesome.
cheerleader.
it's
For
always
those
great
who
to
wanna
win.
be better.
Winning is a great feeling.
Not for those who wanna
In
stay the
business,
same.
in sports,
Stay
in
hard.
life, there's going
The
to be
struggle
wins and
is
there's going to be
real.
losses.
It
And you
never
have to
gets
take them
any
both in
easier.
stride. You have to be able to,
You gotta get
you know what I
harder.
mean? These are
No one
all
cares what you did
part of being
yesterday.
in the game. When you're
You know
in
what Matt's
the
doing
game,
today?
great things happen,
I'm a
really bad
cheerleader.
things happen.
For
And
those
you
who
got to
wanna
take
be
it all
better.
in stride. You got to pick
Not for
yourself up
those
the
who wanna
next
stay
day,
the same.
strap your shoes
Stay
back
hard.
on, and get out there and go to
The
war
struggle is
again.
real.
Your tired body.
It never gets any easier.
Unmotivated mind.
You gotta
and
get
go out there
harder.
and do it anyway.
No one
You know,
cares
you
what
better
you did
fight
yesterday.
yourself because
You know what Matt's doing
you're not
today?
only winning when
I'm a
things
cheerleader.
are going your way.
For those who
You
wanna
got to
be
figure
better.
out how to win when things aren't going your way.
Not for those who
You
wanna
got to
stay the
figure out when
same.
your body's fighting you, when
Stay
your mind's
hard.
fighting you. How do you still,
The struggle
you
is
know,
real.
just say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna
It
beat
never
my
gets
mind
any
today."
easier.
Or do you just give in
You
your
gotta
mind,
get
say, "Oh, I'm
harder.
tired today, I'm
No
lazy,
one
I don't
cares
want to
what
do
you
it,
did
it's too
yesterday.
hard. No one
You know
else
what
is doing it,
Matt's
it's a
doing
weekend,
today?
it's too late, these are
I'm a
already off
cheerleader.
hours. Oh, exactly
those who
what I
wanna be
want isn't
better.
happening right now. Like,
Not for
okay,
those who wanna
great, you
stay
know
the
who that's
same.
great for? Your
Stay
competition.
hard. The
You
struggle
want
is
that
real.
attitude to permeate the
It
people
never gets
that you're
any
competing
easier.
against. You want them
You
to
gotta
give
get
in
harder.
to their mind. You
No
want
one
them to
cares
say,
what
oh,
you
it's
did
too hard, I
yesterday.
can't do it.
You know what
But
Matt's
you
doing
want to be the
today?
one that says, fuck, I'm going to do
I'm
it
a
anyway.
cheerleader.
I know I don't feel good
For
today,
those who
but
wanna be better.
I'm going to go out there and I'm going to prove to
for
myself
those
that
who wanna
even on
stay the
days that
same.
it doesn't feel right,
Stay
I'll
hard.
push myself. The only way
The
to
struggle
gain
is real.
confidence in yourself is to build
It never
something.
gets any easier.
It's not to.
You
wait for
gotta
it to
get
happen.
harder.
Hey Vic,
No one cares
it just
what you did
happened for you to
yesterday.
just show up today
You know what
and
Matt's
make it
doing
happen.
today?
No, you had to do a lot of shit
I'm a
today
cheerleader
to get to this day
for those who wanna be
that
better.
no one really knows except you.
Not for those
So
who
that's
wanna
why
stay
you
the same.
appreciate it. Because
Stay hard.
you had to go through a lot of stuff to get
The
to
struggle
this
is
day.
real.
Now only you know what it
Never gets
took
any
to get
easier.
here. And that's why you
You
value
gotta
it.
get harder.
Hey, look.
No one
all
cares
new
what you
year,
did yesterday.
all 365
You ain't
days of
mastered
nothing's
doing
doing right.
today.
Me and you both know you
I'm
didn't
a
stick to the script
cheerleader.
last year, but it's okay
For
though,
those who
because
wanna
this year
be
we're coming
better.
for everything that we lost and more.
Not
This
those
gonna be
who
your
wanna
year
stay
you
the
act
same.
right. You're the only one that can make
Stay
it right,
hard.
but you're also the only person that can mess it
The
up.
struggle
The
is
pressure on
real.
your shoulders, but you gotta embrace it.
It never
And
gets
if you
any
lock in at the
easier.
end of the year, you can look yourself
You
in the
gotta
mirror and
get
say, I'm
harder.
proud.
No one cares what
That's
you did
real emotion.
yesterday. You ain't mastered doing today. I'm a cheerleader. For those who wanna be better.
If you have lots of reading to do, not just for your essays but for studying in general, you can
The
just...
struggle is real.
So
It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Then again,
You ain't
maybe
mastered doing
towards the
today.
AM, my
I'm a
foot feels like
cheerleader.
that weight, my head
For those
is
who
spinning
wanna
from
be
the
better.
CMS, and I'm wide awake.
Not
Forget
those
my
who wanna
bag,
stay the
what's the
same.
purpose of social media?
Stay hard.
I will bring it to you real.
The struggle is real.
Good event, to let it
It
out.
never gets any easier. You
This
gotta
is
get
the worst
harder.
thing ever.
No one cares
Because
what you did
after all the
yesterday.
vetting, the real
You
perspective
ain't
is
mastered
that
doing
there
today.
are far greater issues and
I'm a
challenges
cheerleader.
than
Those who wanna be
ridiculous. Stop
better.
feeling sorry for yourself.
Not
Find
those who
someone
wanna
who
stay the
wants
same.
to work with the same belief,
Stay hard.
same drive, and same
The
conviction
struggle
as
is
ever.
real.
Those people.
It never gets any
Beginning
easier.
of a new career journey will
You
come
gotta
at
get harder.
Today is
No one
not
cares what you did
If you
yesterday.
see me in a fight
You ain't
with a bear,
mastered doing
brave
today.
as a bear.
I'm a cheerleader.
I've
Those
always
who
loved
wanna be
that
better.
quote. That's Mamba mentality.
Not
We
those
don't
who
quit,
wanna
we
stay
don't
the same.
cower, we don't run.
Stay hard.
But the Lakers down
The
by
struggle
2
is
and they
real.
want him and need him at the free
It
throw
never
line.
gets
Telling
any
you as I leave,
easier.
I was homeless for 2.5
You
years.
gotta get harder.
And the problem with most
No
of
one
you, you never
cares
felt no
what you did
pain before.
yesterday.
Y'all spoiled.
You ain't mastered doing
Y'all
today.
spoiled. Some of y'all spoiled.
I'm a cheerleader.
Your parents have done
Those
everything
who wanna
for
be
you.
better.
You never had to do nothing for yourself. You're
Those who
spoiled.
wanna
Just
stay
keep it
the
real.
same.
Some of you are
Stay
spoiled
hard.
rats. Every time you ever got in trouble, somebody in your house
It
got
never
you
gets
out of
any
it.
easier. You
Every
gotta
time
get
you done
harder.
something you're not supposed
No
to
one
do,
cares
people
what
say,
you did
Eric, your mother's a
yesterday.
tyrant. You're
You ain't
right.
mastered
She
doing
kicked me
today.
out. You're right. She
I'm a
grew.
cheerleader.
She developed a man.
Those
Because
who
she
wanna
put
be
me out there and said, you're going to have to
Not
grow up.
those who
And
wanna
some
stay
of you
the same.
never learn to grow up.
Stay hard.
And so every time something gets hard, you
It's real.
quit. You call mom. I
Never
dare
gets
you to
any
take a little
easier.
pain.
You gotta get harder.
You ain't going to die.
No one cares
At the
what you
end
did
of the day, that's
yesterday.
success.
You ain't mastered doing today. I'm a cheerleader. Those who wanna be better. Not those who wanna stay the same.
I didn't give a fuck.
Stay hard.
Journey's path
The
of life.
struggle is real.
There's a whole bunch of
It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't mastered doing today. I'm a cheerleader.
most people
For those who want to be
understand
better.
your obsession,
Not
your
those who want to stay the same.
don't limit
Success is a long
journey.
That's just a reality.
The struggle is real.
I'm not going to understand
It never gets
why
any
you're so
easier.
driven, why you're so obsessed.
You gotta get harder.
Try and make them
No one
understand
cares
you're
what you did
not
yesterday.
frustrated.
You ain't mastered doing
The
today.
best advice I can tell
I'm
you
a
is
cheerleader.
go
Those
on
who want
the
to be
journey by
better.
yourself.
If
Not
I'm
those
going to
who want to stay the same.
be just as miserable
Stay
and
hard.
mediocre as I am
The
in
struggle
doing
is
it
real.
I think Iverson
It never gets
said
any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
makes
You
Kobe
ain't mastered doing
special
today.
in players'
I'm a
mind,
cheerleader.
right?
Those
In
who
a
want to
player's
be
mind
better.
himself, right, has
Not
we
those
don't
who want
go
to
by
stay
your
the same.
stats. We don't
Stay
go by
hard.
the accolades.
The
We go
struggle
by
is
how
real.
a person played, what was his
It never gets any
attributes.
easier.
So when you think about the
You gotta get
greatest players
harder.
of all time,
No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't mastered doing today. I'm a cheerleader. For those who want to be better.
talent, ability,
Not those who want to stay the same.
you are
Stay hard.
Another form of
The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't mastered doing today. I'm a cheerleader.
standard.
For those who want to be better.
If I can get
Not those who want to stay the same. Stay hard.
it's one of the things that in the
The
NBA
struggle is real.
you would never fight
It never gets any easier.
You see Jordan because
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You ain't mastered doing today. I'm a cheerleader. For those who want to be better.
I just need to sleep in
Not
instead
those
of
who want to stay
bullshit.
the same.
You don't need to sleep in.
Stay hard.
shooting guard.
This country was not built on
The struggle is
sleeping
real.
in. So let's
It
get
never
up
gets
in
any
the
easier.
morning and let's get
You
on the
gotta
back
get
and
hard.
let's do some
No one
exercise and
cares
don't
what
even
you did
think about it.
yesterday.
Don't look at the
You
email.
ain't mastered doing
Let's
today.
just get going. Boom,
I'm a
boom, boom. Let's get
cheerleader.
going. Let's
For
start
those who want to
building.
be better.
And so that's the
Not those who
idea.
want to stay the
It's
same.
just
We
not
look
to
at
be
the
overly
normal
soft person, kind of a
struggle's real.
everyone is
It never gets any
kind
easier.
of a thing. I just don't
You
buy
gotta
it.
get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Waking up every
No
morning by
matter
yourself,
doing
you're
today.
fucking getting after it by
I'm a
yourself.
cheerleader.
And
For those who want to be better.
it's the hidden work.
Not for those who want
People
to stay
see
the
one
same.
video of me running
Stay
and
hard.
shit, and like these fighters,
The struggle is real.
they see it during
Never gets any easier.
they don't see it.
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. No one matches you today. I'm a cheerleader.
Even though they're
For those
fucking
who want to
busting
be
the
better.
roads, that little
Not for those who want to stay
7
the
is
same.
still in there saying,
Stay hard.
man, we'll go to the
The struggle is real.
all those
Never
mornings
gets any
you
easier.
get up and
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
Empathy.
No one matches you today.
rock is you.
I'm a
And I
cheerleader.
don't have to go to work on the
Those who want
economy.
to
And
be
the answer
better.
was no.
Get up.
You only have to
Not
go
those
to
who
work.
want to stay the
You chicken
same.
a piece off that.
Stay
Every
hard.
day you eat the right food. And every day
struggle
you
is
go
real.
to train hard and hard
Never
and
gets
hard.
any easier.
And you get early.
You
All these
gotta
things
get
to make you
harder.
start
Great difference
No
in
one
your
cares what you did
you're chipping
yesterday.
another
social life.
No one
fucking
matches
piece of
you
that rock up
today.
before you know it.
I'm a
Get a
cheerleader.
beautiful
Those
piece
who want to be
of
better.
artwork that
Not those who want to stay the same.
This society is
Stay
too
hard.
weak. The legs
The struggle is real.
And why?
It never gets any easier.
Because of all the
You gotta get
technology
harder.
which is available
No one
right now.
cares what you
So
did
you don't
yesterday.
need to use your
No
body
one matches
anymore.
you today.
I always think
I'm
about
a cheerleader. Those who want to
in
be
the
better.
Stone Ages.
Not
Do you
those who
think
want to stay the
somebody in the
same.
Stone Ages had depression?
Stay hard.
Failure comes success.
The struggle is real.
Yeah,
never
or
gets
even
any easier.
a more modern
You gotta get
variation,
harder.
the Spartans.
No one cares what you did yesterday.
Do you think they had
Just takes
No
depression?
one matches you today.
shitloads and shitloads
Yeah,
of
but
work.
nowadays, how
Every
does
time
the
I try
time
and
look?
dress it up,
Those who
cut a
wanna
corner,
You can
I
sit
get
if you
brutally
want
reminded
from
Those
morning
who wanna
to
stay
evening,
the same.
just in
Needs
front of the screen.
hard.
Doesn't
Can nothing's
real.
gonna happen anymore.
just has
It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday.
I
No
love
one
this quote
matches
that he
you
has, which
today.
says there's no shortcuts
I'm
for
a
you.
cheerleader.
I heard him say that.
For
And
those
I
who
just
wanna be
love that as
better.
refrain. Which is
Not
that
those who wanna stay the same.
shortcut.
Stay hard.
But the idea that you say like
The
they're not
struggle
for
is
you,
real.
you don't get to use them.
It never gets any easier.
Shortcuts.
You gotta get harder.
Because then it just
No one
further
cares what you
shortcuts
did
the path
yesterday.
to the work that needs
No
to
one
get
matches
done.
you today.
You should push
I'm a
yourself
cheerleader.
beyond your limits of
Those who
tolerance
wanna be
to
better.
find out where it is. How much
those
can you
who wanna
work?
stay the
How
same.
disciplined can you become?
Stay
Like,
hard.
can you work 12 hours a day? Can you work
struggle
8
is
hours a
real.
day? Can you work 3 hours a day? Like
It never
flat
gets
out.
any easier.
Where's your limits?
You gotta get
And
harder.
how much work can
No
you do
one
and how much
cares what you did
socialization?
yesterday.
You should find
No
out,
one matches you
push yourself
today.
past, and then
I'm a
back off to
cheerleader.
go to that point where it's
Those who wanna
optimally
be
sustainable.
Not for those who wanna stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. No one matches you today. I'm a cheerleader. For those who wanna be better. Not for those who wanna stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. No one matches
Next
you
day comes and
today.
you're back playing again.
I'm a
You understand
cheerleader.
that life has this cyclical
Those who wanna
nature.
be better.
It's, you know, what you do on Monday, it's fantastic, but then Tuesday it's a bad day. But guess what? There's Wednesday. So are we just supposed to live our lives like this the whole time?
It never gets any easier.
Versus just staying like this and
You
understanding
gotta
that it's
get
really
harder.
just a journey
No one
of
cares what you did
evolution
yesterday.
every day. It's just
No one
constant
matches you
improvement,
today.
constant curiosity, constantly
I'm a
getting better.
cheerleader.
The results
Those who
don't
wanna
really
be better.
matter. It's
Not
the
those who
figuring
wanna stay
out
the same.
that matters.
Stay hard.
We don't get obsessed about the results.
The
But we
struggle
get
is
obsessed
real.
about like the output.
It never gets
Not the
any
input.
easier.
We're not figuring it out. And
You
not
gotta
like
get
we're
harder.
changing things. We're using
No
trial
one
and
cares
error.
what you did yesterday. No one matches you today. I'm a cheerleader. Those who wanna be better. Not for those who wanna stay the same. Stay hard.
They have the
The struggle is real.
everything it's easily.
It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. No one matches you today. I'm a cheerleader. Those who wanna be better. Not for those who wanna stay the same.
But you never did it.
Stay hard.
I promise you, it will
The struggle is real. It never gets any easier.
It's a living nightmare.
You gotta get harder.
That fact,
No one cares
the
what you
ability to
did
do something
yesterday.
that you're
You
too weak
know what Matt's
to
doing
you
today.
can't start the engine on it.
I'm a cheerleader.
It's a
Those
grinder.
want to be better.
Greater learning
Those
curve
want to stay the same.
than any of this physical sweat equity or
The
pain
struggle is real.
or
It never gets
sacrifice.
any easier.
All that is just
You gotta get harder.
compared
No
to
one
a
cares what
life.
you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today. I'm a cheerleader. Those who want to be better.
Nobody does. Go
Not
do
those who
something.
want to stay the
Do
same.
the best thing that you can
Stay
think
hard.
of. It's like the best plan you
The struggle
have
is
in
real.
practice. It's not going to be perfect.
never
and
gets
it will
any
change
easier.
right away. But it will
You
change
gotta get
partly because
harder.
you become disciplined.
No one cares what you did
You
yesterday.
become disciplined. You
You know
become
what
wiser.
Matt's doing today.
Wiser.
I'm a cheerleader. Those who want to be better. Not those who want to stay the same.
It's a
Stay hard.
great moment in your life.
The struggle is real.
With no one watching.
It never gets any easier.
Happen your way.
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today. I'm a cheerleader. Those who want to be better.
Are we going to
Not
engage
those
now?
who want to stay the
Once
same.
we engage, we commit.
Stay hard.
There's no half commitment, there's no
The
quarter
struggle
commitment,
is
there's no
real.
partial. It's full commitment.
It never gets
Once
any
we
easier.
engage, it's every day
You
we
gotta
engage.
get harder.
'Cause that's
No
the
one
better
cares
half.
what you did
And the people
yesterday.
you will surround
You know
yourself
what
with
Matt's doing
like-minded
today.
and a better friends.
I'm a cheerleader.
Friends and family for life,
Those
man.
who want
They
to
had
be
your
better.
back. They're solid individuals.
Not those
Doing
who
solid
want to stay the
tasks,
same.
having a solid impact.
Stay
A
hard.
legacy for other people. That's a solid
struggle
life.
is real.
Rich parents.
It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today. I'm a cheerleader. Those who want to be better.
If you don't study,
Not those who want to stay the same.
hard and dedicate
Stay
yourself to
hard.
being better every single
The
day.
struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today. I'm a cheerleader. Those who want to be better.
Because what you're
Not
doing is
those
you're trying
who
to
want to stay the
optimize right
same.
now to stop the
Stay
discomfort.
hard.
Because what you're
The
going
struggle is real.
is change.
It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today. I'm a cheerleader. Those who want to be better.
Longer than now. The future
Not
is going to
those who
extend
want
out
to stay
right
the
from the day
same.
that you die.
Stay
It's
hard.
just for now. And even
The
130
struggle
hours
is
is just
real.
over 130 hours.
It never gets any easier.
Do you look back with pride and
You
glory?
gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today. 20 degrees. I'm a cheerleader. So those who want to be better. You might be somewhere where it's too fucking hot. Those who want to stay the same. So
Stop
stay
saying
hard.
things you believe to be untrue.
The
Don't stop
struggle is
doing
real.
things you know
Sore
to be
shoulder.
wrong.
It
Just
never
start
gets
with
any
that.
easier.
You'll get closer
You
to
gotta
the
get
truth.
harder.
And the truth is
No one
the
cares.
truth
It never
is
gets any
the
easier.
life.
You know what Matt? You gotta get harder. I'm a cheerleader. Yes, those who want to be better. Getting after it. Not those who want to stay the best. Stay hard.
Reality.
The struggle is real.
Who are you to oppose
It never
reality?
gets any easier. No one cares what you do. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt you doing today? I'm a cheerleader. I'm a cheerleader. Better. For those who want to be better. Those who want to stay the same. Not those who want to stay the same.
I can go to 50 in the
Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today? I'm a cheerleader. Those who want to be better. Not those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today? I'm a cheerleader. For those who want to be better. Not those who want to stay the same. Stay hard. The struggle is real. It never gets any easier. You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. You know what Matt's doing today? I'm a cheerleader. For those who want to be better.
The easiest thing in the world to do
Not
is to
those who want
complain
to
and
stay the
leave
same.
and quit and settle.
Stay hard.
That's the easiest thing in the world.
The struggle is real.
It takes real work
It never
to
gets any easier.
deconstruct and to reconstruct
You gotta get harder.
the thought process
No one
and
cares what you did
mindset of an
yesterday.
individual
You know what
when they're trying to
Matt's doing
change
today?
something. That's why I
I'm a
always say to people,
cheerleader.
what's more
For
important?
those who want to be better.
You
You're not where you want to be in life.
Not those who want to stay the
and you're on that hustle, keep grinding. But also appreciate it. Appreciate that hustle. Appreciate this thing. Appreciate this fucking beautiful, chaotic, unmade existence you're in.
I bet you can stop loving me. So the day that you decide to stop loving me, I'm not gonna love myself any less.
Make the most of it.
I believe in me. If you stop believing in me, I'm not gonna believe in myself any less. If you believe that I'm irrelevant, that no one is checking for me, that I don't mean anything to the world, because you think or believe that about me, it doesn't mean that I'm gonna believe it about myself.
It never gets any easier.
Okay, so we have 16 hours.
You gotta get harder. No one cares what you did yesterday. No one matters you doing today.
Here's the next one.
I'm a cheerleader. I want to get ready. And you've got to believe in possibilities. You've got to believe in possibilities. You've got to believe that tomorrow can be better than today. The struggle is real.
Believe in
It never
yourself.
gets any easier.